This year's special hardship student quota goes to Jiang Tianming. As the counselor finished speaking, the young girl sitting far in the back row, who had been clenching her teeth and unconsciously tightening her fists, felt her eyes quietly grow moist. After a few seconds, the tears that had been swirling could no longer be fully restrained. Combined with the nervous sweat previously beading on her forehead, the young girl's face looked as if she had just washed it. A short-haired boy sitting diagonally behind the girl furrowed his brows, tightly gritted his teeth, and thought, how outrageous. Where is justice? I cannot let this scoundrel run rampant. I must act for justice. Excuse me, counselor. May I interrupt? I believe everyone here, including you, clearly knows Jiang Tianming's family situation, right? Why does he deserve the hardship subsidy? Meanwhile, the classmate who truly needs it gets nothing. The short-haired boy stood up and shouted. Classmates cast surprised glances, and a few snickered quietly with mocking eyes, their gazes filled with sarcasm. The counselor sighed helplessly and said, "This is not my decision. I can only execute higher-level orders. All right, class is dismissed." Jiang Tianming, are you going too far? Must you drive people to the edge? The short-haired boy immediately shouted at Jiang Tianming. Most of the students packed up and left, while a few curious ones stayed to watch the drama. What business is it of yours? Are you tired of living? You're a class monitor. You boss people around all day. Now you dare to boss me around. Do you know who I am? Jiang Tianming stood up arrogantly. What's going on? Why is the monitor picking a fight with Brother Ming? I know. Jiang Tianming likes Sunya. A few days ago he made a big confession scene. Guess what? She rejected him. Then Jiang Tianming started targeting Sunya everywhere. He ruined her part-time jobs and fiddled with the quota to steal the hardship subsidy. But that has nothing to do with the monitor. Wait. Are the monitor and Sunya seeing each other? Don't say that. Sunya is the one Brother Ming has his eye on. Jiang Tianming did all this to force Sunya to submit to him. Her family is poor, and she has a paralyzed father. The monitor is a righteous guy. He just couldn't bear to watch any longer. The gossiping students whispered quietly, a few among them knowing the inside story. I don't care who you are. I just want to say justice lies in people's hearts. You've gone too far. I cannot ignore this, or my conscience will never rest. By the way, you bully and tyrannize. Watch out for your karma someday. I'm done here. After saying this, he quickly packed his bag and left the classroom. Brother Ming, isn't this Liu Tian crazy? Meddling in everything. Yeah. He dares to boss Brother Ming around. Utterly audacious. Jiang Tianming's two lackeys flattered him. I've been disliking that guy for a long time. You two just wait and see, daring to speak to me like that. Very well, Jiang Tianming said darkly. Over the next few days, Liu Tian kept consulting various officials and reporting the incident, but to no avail. He planned to later write a complaint letter to the local education bureau. Did you hear? A student from our school was beaten into a vegetative state. What? That's insane. Why? Who was beaten? Don't know. I only heard the victim is Liu Tian, and he was a class monitor. Early in the morning, Liu Tian left school for a morning run in the park. He encountered a group of people armed with weapons who attacked him without a word. Outnumbered and unarmed, Liu Tian could only take the beating. He lay unconscious in the park for about half an hour until an elderly walker called the ambulance and police. Your Honor, I do not agree with this verdict. They beat my son into this state, and all they have to do is pay the medical bills. Liu Xiaoshen's mother said angrily. The case has been decided. If you have any objections, you may appeal for a retrial, but that requires approval from the relevant authorities. The judge packed up and left expressionlessly. Are you Liu Xiaoshen's mother? Don't blame me. Your son was in the wrong first. I was acting in self-defense. I'm even paying the medical bills. I'm merciful, okay? How about you kneel and thank me, ha ha ha. Jiang Tianming walked over mockingly. You. I can't live like this. They'll fight you. They'll avenge my son. Liu Xiaoshen's mother erupted in rage, stepping forward quickly. Calm down, mother. Our son hasn't died yet. What if he wakes up and finds out his mother is in prison for assault? Liu Xiaoshen's father hurriedly stopped her. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoshen's mother sobered up and thought, yes. There's still hope, he's not dead yet. Wow. Brother Ming, you're so cool. We got off completely scot-free. One of Jiang Tianming's followers said as they left the court. Of course. Don't you know who Brother Ming is? The other echoed. Jiang Tianming loved this flattery. He curled his lips and sneered. It's only his fault that he doesn't have a high-ranking official mother and a famous entrepreneur father. Ha! Fighting me. Not killing him is already a blessing from his ancestors. At the hospital, Liu Tian had just been rescued. His body was covered in bandages and casts with tubes inserted in many places. His faint life signs could only be seen on the monitors. I'm sorry, monitor. It's all my fault. I brought this on you. If you don't wake up, I won't live either. You'll go fight that beast. Sunya knelt by the bed weeping. Get up, child. Don't blame yourself. You are also a victim. My Liu Tian has always stood up for others. Even if he wakes up, he won't blame you. Don't do anything foolish. People like him will get what they deserve. He will die a miserable death. Liu Xiaoshan's mother helped Sunya up while comforting her. Liu Xiaoshan's parents were open-minded. They didn't blindly blame Sunya. In this materialistic world where money and status reign, often justice is not late, it simply never arrives. But perhaps Liu Tian was lucky. Outside the blue planet, a purple light streaked by. If one looked closely, it seemed like a blurry human figure traveling far faster than light. The light flashed over the hospital where Liu Tian was and then vanished. In the ward, perhaps no one noticed that Liu Xiaoshan's body trembled slightly. Then the entire planet seemed to freeze in time and space. Cars on the road, a dog drinking water, planes in the sky, and even a ball being thrown, all stopped in an instant. Pain. Intense pain from the depths of his soul. Liu Tian, forced to separate soul from body, clutched his head and screamed. Ah! But soon he forgot the pain and stared blankly at something. Because when he glanced up unintentionally, it seemed he saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. Liu Tian did not consider himself a lecherous man, yet his gaze was as if irresistibly drawn by the most powerful magnet. That silhouette erupted with purple-white radiance resembling a deity. Her sacred and ethereal hair perfectly complemented her exquisitely refined features. Beneath her fair skin, a hint of pink subtly revealed an extraordinarily authentic beauty. Her slender jade-like fingers and long graceful legs accentuated an aloof elegance, while her devilish figure could rival any model. Such a woman could only exist in heaven, rarely encountered in the mortal world. The divine lady's eyes shimmered briefly, glancing at Liu Tian. With just one look, it felt as though his entire soul was laid bare, and the previous agony of his soul being torn vanished. So this planet's language is like this. Quite ingenious, the divine lady murmured. Hello? Was it you who saved me? I remember I was beaten until I lost consciousness. Liu Tian quickly composed himself and said. Save you? You could say that. But not completely. I intend to grant you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it is up to you. The divine lady replied casually in a soft voice. Even her voice is so beautiful. Could she truly be a celestial? A celestial wouldn't harm me, right? Whatever, my body was beaten to that state, my soul was halfway out. What else do I have to fear? Liu Tian thought. You can think that way. From your worldview, I am indeed a celestial. There's no reason for me to harm you. I only wish to form a good karmic bond, or as some say, offer a crumb to an ant. The divine lady continued explaining. So celestials can indeed read minds. But I still don't understand what is offer a crumb to an ant. Do you need me to do something? Please enlighten me, immortal sister. Liu Tian said, curiously clasping his hands and bowing in a learned gesture. When you walk along a path and see an injured ant, an ant that was hurt saving other ants, you are a little moved. You take out a piece of bread, shake off a crumb, and give it to the ant. As the divine lady spoke, she raised her hand and conjured the scene from her words, making it appear as real as life, evidence of her extraordinary magical power. Of course you don't know if the ant will choke on the bread, nor do you care, because it's merely a whim. The divine lady smiled faintly and continued. In short, you need not thank me for anything. I am merely acting on a whim. What I do may be good or bad in your eyes. But as you said, you're already like this, it doesn't matter anyway. Given your ability, there is naturally nothing I need you to do, rest assured on that point. The divine lady conjured an image of Liu Tian's hospital bed and continued. Then what should I do? Liu Tian asked in confusion. You need do nothing. I have already found a solution. Enter. The divine lady condensed a colorful orb of light and said. Liu Tian's soul felt darkness and dizziness before his eyes. After about a minute it calmed and brightened. Suspended in midair, Liu Tian looked down at the chaotic battlefield filled with shouting and fighting. He touched his head and said, immortal sister, what is this place? This is a small virtual world I constructed based on a fantasy novel you are quite familiar with. It seems to be called Naruto. But that doesn't matter. I like the chaos here. Yes, maybe this way it will be more fun. The divine lady explained. Naruto. Isn't that my favorite anime? I even play the game. Well, I am indeed quite familiar with it. What does Fairy Sister intend to do? Consider it a test for you, but mostly for fun. At my level of cultivation, refining spiritual energy is useless. Therefore I travel countless worlds. Throughout endless ages I have witnessed countless extraordinary beings and events. I think only through constant observation and enlightenment might I find a chance for further advancement. My divine sense happened to notice you by chance. I feel that at your core you are still an interesting person, at least upright and not mundane. Your planet is far too dull. Basically, life is determined from birth. Ordinary people spend their entire lives toiling for wealth, things that are neither brought into life nor taken in death. Boring. Boring. Your physical body is damaged, so begin your journey in spirit form. If you truly succeed, repairing your body will be a trivial matter. I have high hopes for you. And I have frozen your planet's time. If you break through the small world, you can return and be reborn. If you die here, you will truly perish, soul destroyed. The people of that world will be very sad. Oh. The Divine Lady continued. Thank you, immortal sister, for granting me a chance to be reborn. Whether I live or die is my fate. I will give my all, hoping it might aid your cultivation and enlightenment. Liu Tian, though utterly confused, hastily replied politely. Amen, you are sensible. Work hard. Perhaps we will meet again, though the odds are less than 1 in a billion. The Divine Lady nodded slightly. Perhaps we will meet again, though the odds are less than 1 in a billion. The Divine Lady waved her hand and projected a series of words into Liu Tian's mind. This is my personal compilation, a low-level cultivator self-cultivation. Consider this book your guide. The rest is up to you. I have left something for you in the far north of your blue star. If you do break out and find your planet too boring, you may go take a look. After saying this, the Divine Lady vanished on the spot. Liu Tian closed his eyes, quickly sensed and concentrated. There is indeed something. Wow. Is this a cultivation technique? There are even detailed explanations. Immortal sister is truly reliable. And some basic spells to learn. Sigh, very complicated. Learning these would take years. There's another thing. This is a required reading for Liu Tian. A soul body cannot exist alone for long, it needs a body as a symbiote. If the original body still has consciousness, one can only converse with it, not possess it. If one wishes to cultivate a low-level cultivator's self-cultivation, one must first possess a body. One must find a dying body to enter, and once entered cannot change. The spiritual energy needed for cultivation can be replaced by chakra. Both are essentially energy. Cultivation goes against heaven, so one must absorb others' chakra to practice. If unwilling to kill indiscriminately, one may absorb chakra from the dead. The method to absorb dead chakra is... I wish young friend Liu Tian an early success and return to Blue Star. What the hell? This is too absurd. I have to inhabit someone else's body. Not only that, but I also can't cultivate while inhabiting. I need to completely enter a body to cultivate. This is way too unfair. Liu Tian couldn't help complaining. Forget it, forget it. I was given an extra life for free. Better than being a vegetable. I'll take a gamble. Fight. Struggle. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I'll do it, Liu Tian. Come on. After complaining, he mustered his courage anew. What is this place down there? I'll go observe first. Liu Tian thought. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball suddenly shot from the mouth of a man wearing a Konoha forehead protector. A massive wave of heat swept out. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A powerful water dragon materialized and overwhelmed the fire style. The water dragon overpowered the fire release. In the moment the Konoha ninja struggled to block the water dragon, he was struck by a shuriken. A hidden mist ninja followed up with a finishing blow, completely cutting off the Konoha ninja's life. Watching one living person after another collapse into corpses, he who had lived in the 21st century could hardly bear the sight. He felt an urge to vomit, and was gripped by terror and unease. Blood was everywhere. Rivers of blood and mountains of corpses which he had only ever seen in textbooks suddenly materialized before his eyes. The more Liu Tian saw, the more terrified he became, and he yearned to flee, no longer caring about collecting corpse energy. Unfortunately, because it had no host, the soul was growing weaker and weaker, unable to fly at high speed. It could only stagger downward, randomly flying in one direction. No, if this continues, it'll dissipate. I need to find a body to inhabit quickly. Liu Tian thought. So he simply flew toward the crowd below. Liu Tian aimed at the head of a leaf ninja and burrowed in, reasoning that Konoha of the Land of Fire was the strongest. Under a big tree one enjoys the shade. Thus his first choice was to stick with the leaf. But misfortune struck. He was violently repelled the moment he entered. What the hell? Why is the resistance so strong? Didn't the rules say a soul can inhabit a body? Liu Tian puzzled. This reckless approach is useless. I'd better check the detailed instructions. He forced himself to calm down. Soul inhabitation requires seeking a weak soul. The younger the host, the easier it is to succeed. I see. Let me look for a child. Liu Tian suddenly understood. Soon he found a target, a girl wearing a Sunigakure forehead protector. She seemed quite skilled in ninjutsu, having already cut down several enemies. Alright, you're the one. Charge! Liu Tian resolved. Indeed, he slipped into the girl's body with effortless ease. In Naruto, the strength of the soul is rarely trainable. Except for those born with exceptional power, souls generally grow stronger with age. Therefore, soul inhabitation requires finding someone younger than oneself. It's chaotic outside. I'd better not talk to this little girl. Fortunately this fictional Naruto world uses Chinese, otherwise I'd have a headache. That fairy sister is still reliable. Anyway, I should first learn the method to collect chakra from the dead. Liu Tian planned carefully. This technique was quite simple, unlike cultivation methods. Liu Tian began silently familiarizing himself with the collection technique inside the female ninja's body. Over the next few days the war fluctuated between fierce and calm, with rival factions constantly maneuvering for the benefit of their own nations. After these days of effort, Liu Tian finally mastered the collection technique. He steadied his breath, concentrated his mind, formed hand seals, and silently chanted the incantation. Once the series of actions was complete, Liu Tian mentally shouted, "Collect!" From the corpses across the battlefield, faint strands of transparent chakra emerged and converged toward the Sunigakure ninja, yet no one, not even the Byakugan of Konoha, could detect them. It turned out that this technique perfectly concealed chakra from detection, using soul fragments for concealment. Thus one had to concentrate, fully spreading out the soul and then retrieving it. Only the Rinnegan, if present, would have been able to see it. This looks like a certain great ninja war, a war between nations. It shouldn't be the fourth. The Rinnegan probably isn't on this battlefield yet. Even if Nagato is around, he might not have mastered this ability by now. I can collect freely without worry, but I still need to find a way to other battlefields. Liu Tian mused. In merely 10 minutes all the chakra on this battlefield had been gathered. Indeed, it's fast. Just simple collection without absorption is quite effortless. Liu Tian felt a surge of joy. But before he could enjoy it for long, an accident occurred. With a sound, the host fell dead. The poor Sunigakure girl's abdomen was mercilessly pierced by a kunai. What the hell? Isn't the battle over? How did she die? I was about to communicate with her and ask her to visit other battlefields. Damn. Liu Tian sighed to himself. Humph. Trying to steal my credit. A little girl like you should save it. On this battlefield one elite Sunigakure ninja is enough. The burly bearded man sneered. So he killed her just because he was afraid she'd get too much credit. Fine, I'll remember you. If I ever get the chance, little girl, I'll avenge you. Liu Tian roared, inwardly furious. After collecting the girl's chakra, Liu Tian had to find another target. A child, where are you? Come out and let big brother stay temporarily. I'm having such a hard time, ouch. Liu Tian muttered in his heart. Liu Tian raced across the battlefield, wandering back to Konoha's territory. Since all the plot he knew revolved around Konoha, after careful deliberation he figured his chances of finding a child and persuading them were greater here. Finally see a child. Heaven be praised. Liu Tian sighed in relief. Without a moment's hesitation he swiftly burrowed in. The soul energy restored from the previous body was nearly exhausted. He had no choice left. Itachi, you've seen enough. Better go home early and don't worry your mother. Fugaku Uchiha called softly. Father, I understand. I'm going back now. Itachi Uchiha replied obediently. What? Itachi Uchiha. Damn. This ride is stable. I can rest assured, at least until he's 21 this kid won't die. He should be 4 now, so that's 17 years. No, I still need to think of another way. Too long. I must obtain a body as soon as possible. Liu Tian calculated silently from the conversation. Hello, Itachi Uchiha. Liu Tian spoke directly in Itachi's mind. Who are you? Where are you? Stop sneaking around. I'm in your heart. I am a fallen deity from heaven sent to the mortal world for some years of trials. By the way, I can foresee the future. Liu Tian said mysteriously. How do I know if that's true? I want to know, will you harm me? Itachi asked cautiously. Of course not. You are the one I chose, how could I hurt you? I only want to help each other and complete my trials. Liu Tian answered confidently. Then what do you need me to do? Nothing much. Just take me to other battlefields and let me stay a while. I need to release the souls of the dead. This world has too much conflict and many have died innocent. They are manipulated by village leaders to slaughter each other. So pitiful. I want to liberate those souls, and that will also speed up my trials, allowing me to return to the divine realm sooner. Liu Tian had no choice but to deceive Itachi. If I don't use this excuse, Itachi won't believe me. Sorry, brother Itachi. He thought inwardly. Is that all? Very well, I can help you, Lord Deity. To think of liberating souls, you are noble. I am willing to help. Seeing no one nearby, Itachi Uchiha replied half-believingly. With that he quickly ran off in a direction and asked, How long will it take? I can't stay away too long, Lord Deity, or I'll be in danger. My parents are worried. Not long. At most a quarter of an hour. Liu Tian answered promptly. Despite his tender age, Itachi's body technique was already formidable. He effortlessly flitted between the battlefields, and Liu Tian successfully completed the collection. Divine One, is it true that you can foresee the future? The small endearing Itachi inquired curiously. Of course, give me a moment to contemplate your future. Liu Tian replied without hesitation. They were already on their way back to Konoha village. Thanks to the concealment of the jutsu, the collection of chakra from the battlefield corpses proceeded without incident. After pondering for a few minutes, Liu Tian spoke slowly. I know that you will have a younger brother named Sasuke Uchiha, and soon the Uchiha clan will be ostracized by the village. As for the reason, we'll discuss that later. Liu Tian had a general understanding of the Naruto storyline, and knowing that Itachi still had a long life ahead made him feel much more at ease. He decided to say a little more to befriend Itachi. Sasuke Uchiha. Mother is going to give birth to a younger brother named Sasuke Uchiha. Divine One, your ability is truly astonishing. As for the Uchiha being marginalized by the village, I believe there must be a special reason. Can you think more about it? Itachi replied, a mixture of excitement and gravity in his voice. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Let's take it one step at a time. Otherwise I might be harmed. Please forgive me for not saying too much, Itachi Uchiha. Liu Tian feared that revealing too much of the plot might cause complications, so he quickly feigned profundity. I see. I apologize, Divine One. I won't ask any more questions. You may say whatever you are willing to share, Itachi said obediently. Let's hurry back to the village. It might not be entirely safe outside. Liu Tian continued. The sun grew increasingly red and dim. By the time they returned to the village, it was already late. Liu Tian was about to see the real Konoha for the first time, and a hint of excitement stirred within him. After identity verification, they passed through the towering enclosure. One after another wooden houses appeared in succession, each uniquely shaped and adorned with various decorations. All exuded a peaceful aura in the aftermath of war. The houses grew denser, their number overwhelming the eyes. Looking upward, a tall Hokage building stood, likely where the Hokage and core high-ranking officials convened. At the very top were the Hokage rock. Upon closer inspection, Liu Tian noticed that only 3 heads had been sculpted. So Minato Namikaze hasn't become Hokage yet. How interesting. I might even witness the inauguration ceremony of a Hokage. Liu Tian mused to himself. Itachi Uchiha, do you want to know who the next Hokage will be? Liu Tian asked mysteriously. What? Divine One, have you already foreseen that? The 3rd Hokage is still in good health. Itachi countered in shock. Yes, the next Hokage will be a very fast shinobi. And I didn't say Hiruzen Sarutobi would die, he might just step down. Liu Tian replied. Could it be Shisui Uchiha? No, he's too young. Then the only one left is Minato Namikaze. Itachi was indeed exceptionally intelligent. A brief deliberation led him to the correct candidate. Divine One, why is it not my father who becomes Hokage or Jiraiya's disciple instead of Tsunade's? Itachi asked, puzzled. Good question, Itachi. On this matter I can only say that even the strongest village is never 100% united. Wherever there are people, there will be factions and power struggles. Often you can only choose one side to align with. Minato Namikaze becoming Hokage is the result of a power struggle among several forces. Liu Tian reflected on the Naruto story with emotion. So that's how it is. I understand, Divine One. Choosing a side. No matter which side I choose, I just want to protect the ones I cherish. Divine One, can you lend me your strength? Itachi said resolutely. Of course I can. I will naturally help you, Itachi. Just as you helped me before. Liu Tian replied. Then I am relieved. I will train diligently and become a strong shinobi as soon as possible. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the weak are killed. I have no fear of death myself, but I cannot bear to see those dear to me suffer. Itachi spoke as if he had suddenly understood something. Oh no, the memorial service must be about to start. I must hurry. Itachi leaped onto the rooftops and dashed rapidly toward a certain direction. I made it in time for you, he whispered, catching his breath. Father, I'm here. Itachi walked quickly to Fugaku Uchiha and said softly. You're finally back, Itachi. Your mother was so worried about you. It's good that you're back. When the ceremony begins, just follow me and don't speak. Fugaku replied with a hint of reproach. Understood, father, Itachi said apologetically. The memorial service was then presided over by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo's appearance was indeed as intimidating as in the anime. That Danzo has a dirty mind. Well, I'd better hurry up and think about finding a body. Without a body, when can I train and grow strong enough to escape from here? Liu Tian thought to himself. About an hour later the memorial service ended. The shinobi departed one by one. Itachi, however, stood lost in thought and let his father leave first. Just as Liu Tian was about to ask what Itachi was thinking, a hoarse voice sounded beside Itachi. Human life is so fragile, isn't it, young one of the Uchiha clan? Mr. Orochimaru, you are right. So many people die on the battlefield. Human life is truly very fragile. Itachi replied calmly. Then, young Uchiha, do you think there exists a ninjutsu that can grant immortality? What if one could find and master such a jutsu? Would life become eternal? Immortality. I believe that is the greatest pursuit in life. Orochimaru's eyes burned with fervor. Mr. Orochimaru, I think no one is truly immortal. Everyone has their time to die. What we need to do is find the meaning of our own lives and fulfill it. That is the true joy of living, for example protecting my loved ones and securing the peace of the village. Itachi replied slowly, deep in thought. Don't be so sure, Itachi Uchiha. Ha! Until we meet again. Orochimaru laughed loudly and departed. Why overthink so much, Itachi? Just focus on improving yourself. Come on, I believe in you. When it comes to training, you are a true genius. Just do what you think is right. Liu Tian encouraged. Thank you, Divine One. I understand now. I'll go practice the Shuriken technique. Itachi calmed down and replied softly. He swiftly leaped onto the rooftop and ran toward the home of his dear older brother Shisui Uchiha. Sigh. I have to step up my game too. Better take a closer look at the rules for body possession. I can't be as unprepared as last time when I merely inhabited a vessel. Liu Tian thought to himself. The principle of soul possession within this minor world, one may only possess a body once. Possession requires forcibly expelling or absorbing the original soul to occupy the body. If the original soul willingly merges during the process, it can greatly increase the success rate and enhance the soul's strength after possession, recommended for use. Liu Tian let out a long sigh and thought to himself how absurd. Unlike inhabitation, possession only works once. That means if I die after taking over a body, I'll truly perish. I must think this through carefully. My soul has to target someone weaker than me, someone who won't die easily and whose base strength is as high as possible. If all else fails, I'll just go for Itachi. No. The development time is too long. He's only 4 now, hasn't even awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. To go all the way to Mangekyo. That would take so much pain. Then I can only try Shisui Uchiha. Let me first see how this works. Liu Tian silently calculated in his heart. Before long, Itachi arrived at Shisui Uchiha's house. Brother Shisui, are you there? I'd like to train with you, please. Is that you, Itachi? A somewhat weary voice came from the dark room. Brother Shisui, your voice. Are you alright? What happened? Itachi hurried inside with concern. Nothing. I was just thinking about the comrades who died in battle. Can't we live in peace? Why must people keep starting war after war? Shisui lamented. Yes, Brother Shisui, I too detest war. Some people's greed can never be satisfied. They start wars without considering the fate of ordinary ninjas sent to the front lines, Itachi replied gravely. I will do everything in my power to bring peace to the village, Shisui said, as if making a firm resolve. With that, his eyes widened, shifting from black to 3 tomo and then into a strange pattern resembling a shuriken. Brother Shisui, is that the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi asked curiously. Yes. Its power is a genjutsu that can completely alter another person's will, Koda Amatsukami. I will use it to protect the village's peace, Shisui declared solemnly. I'll help you, Brother Shisui. Let's go. Itachi, let's train and become stronger together. With that, they ran toward a forest, the usual training ground for ninjas. The principle is quite similar to body inhabitation, it's just that adapting to memories, and the body is a bit different. Liu Tian slowly explored within his sea of consciousness. A few days later. Itachi Uchiha, after these days of deduction, I have to tell you something very troubling. Liu Tian pretended to be shocked and spoke urgently to Itachi. What is it, Divine One? What have you deduced? Itachi asked curiously. Not you. It's Shisui Uchiha. His eyes will be stolen by a treacherous man, and he himself will be killed, Liu Tian replied regretfully. Liu Tian had already made up his mind to take over Shisui's body. Rather than letting him be ambushed by Danzo in a few years and then commit suicide, it's better for me to claim his body first. Don't blame me, Brother Shisui. I will protect the Uchiha clan and the village in your stead. Who is it? Divine One, can you do something? Itachi asked anxiously. It's someone inside Konoha. I don't know exactly who. I want to enter Shisui's mind to guide him. Would you agree, Itachi? If it can save Brother Shisui, of course I agree. But Divine One, are you really capable? Will it cause you trouble? Itachi continued. As they say, if I don't enter hell, who will? I'm glad to have met you, Brother Itachi. But Brother Shisui is also a righteous man. After much thought, I must help him, and I will do my utmost. Liu Tian said sincerely. Alright. Divine One, what should I do? Just walk up to him. I'll transfer into his sea of consciousness, advise and guide him, and help him overcome this calamity. Itachi Uchiha had absolute faith in this Divine One who existed as a soul. He informed his parents, and quickly left home to find Shisui Uchiha. He arrived at Shisui's usual training ground, also the place they had agreed to train together. Itachi, why are you here? Shisui asked curiously since Itachi was supposed to take the day off. Brother Shisui, there's something I need to Itachi glanced around before speaking. As soon as Itachi finished, Liu Tian left his body and materialized his condensed soul before Shisui. What is that thing? Itachi. Is it the ghost of a dead man? Are you being coerced? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Shisui instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and shielded Itachi behind him, speaking urgently. No, brother Shisui. This is a divine being who descended from heaven to the mortal world. The Divine One can foresee the future. Itachi quickly explained. Shisui Uchiha, do not doubt me. Itachi helped me on the battlefield and I came before you to repay him. I have foreseen that you, brother Shisui, will die in about 5 or 6 years, Liu Tian said with a sigh. Even if Itachi vouches for you, how do I know you haven't deceived him? Shisui pressed on. Let me enter your sea of consciousness first. My soul cannot exist alone for long outside a body, Liu Tian replied helplessly. Brother Shisui, I know it sounds incredible, but I can vouch for the Divine One. I'll leave you two to talk. I won't disturb you. Judge right and wrong for yourself, brother Shisui. I'll go rest now. Itachi did not explain further, trusting the Divine One could persuade Shisui. Divine One. How will you prove your identity? Shisui asked silently in his heart. Of course I can prove it. For instance, Itachi will soon have a younger brother named Sasuke Uchiha. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze is about to take office. Within a year the village will be attacked by the 9-tailed demon fox. All these can serve as proof. Liu Tian said confidently. You can truly foresee the future. This is too bizarre. You transferred from Itachi's body into mine, so you must have a purpose, right? Let's wait until the events you mentioned come true. Then I'll fulfill your condition, Shisui said after deep thought. Shisui, you're right to be cautious. But my purpose is mainly to save you. Whether you believe it or not, you will die a miserable death, and the Uchiha clan will cease to exist. Liu Tian replied solemnly. Impossible. The Uchiha clan is powerful. Shisui retorted with slight anger. There is always someone stronger. Eyes too rare will attract the greed of treacherous men. Anything is possible, Liu Tian said with a sigh without saying more. Then let's first see whether your prophecies come true, Divine One. If they do, I, Shisui Uchiha, will obey any command you give. Shisui stopped asking further and decided to let facts speak. After that he resumed his daily training. Though only a genin, his actual strength already far surpassed that of a jonin. By the way, I can silently observe Shisui's training to better adapt to his body in the future, Liu Tian thought to himself. Shisui Uchiha, I will do my best to save the Uchiha clan. This will be my compensation for borrowing your body. But in truth you don't have many years left. You are too strong, Danzo will never let you go. Liu Tian silently consoled himself in his heart. A few days had not passed when a shocking piece of news spread through the village. Why him? These people from the land of fire are so biased. In a dimly lit room, Shimura Danzo shouted angrily toward the figure in the shadows. Orochimaru, you should be the Hokage. I never expected that a yellow-haired apprentice of Jiraiya would be more supported than me. It seems the plan to control the village has failed, but the experiments cannot stop. Orochimaru replied slowly and impassively. It can't be helped. Those crucial human experiments will have to be conducted in secret. Danzo calmed down and said helplessly. Orochimaru Root will assist you, but you must share the results with me, Danzo added greedily. Of course, Lord Danzo. I will not disappoint you. Orochimaru chuckled coldly and replied in a sinister tone. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Itachi, was discussing something with his subordinates. Why? Is the position of Hokage never meant for the Uchiha clan? Exactly. Our clan leader killed many enemies during the Shinobi World War. I think the Senju are deliberately targeting us. In the Uchiha meeting hall, a group of high-ranking officials were arguing. Uchiha Fugaku, sensing the conversation growing increasingly extreme, hurriedly said. Enough. The position of the 4th Hokage is not important. What matters is that we Uchiha live well. Everyone keep your mouths shut these days. Don't let anyone with ulterior motives find any excuse. The Uchiha clan was clearly dissatisfied with Minato Namikaze's ascension, but Uchiha Fugaku tried his best to stabilize the situation. Should I tell Shisui the truth or deceive him a little? I must complete the fusion successfully, otherwise when the mysterious masked man invades Konoha in a year the situation will be even worse. Liu Tian sank into deep thought. Lord Deity, your prophecy has come true. It seems I have no choice but to believe in you. May I ask what you need me to do? Uchiha Shisui cut to the chase and asked directly after receiving the news. Shisui, I need to occupy your body. After careful consideration, Liu Tian decided to give Shisui the choice. What? Do you mean? Erase my soul. But, Lord Deity, is it necessary? Shisui was shocked. My divine techniques cannot be executed in spirit form, so I need a powerful body. Shisui, you are strong enough and you are righteous. To be honest, you have at most 6 years left to live. Liu Tian laid his cards on the table. 6 years. I have few attachments in this world. I live only to maintain peace between the village and the Uchiha clan. Lord Deity, can you tell me how I will die? If you tell me the truth and promise to ensure peace for the village and the Uchiha, I will follow your arrangement. Shisui spoke with a hint of pain. The one who kills you is Shimura Danzo. Of course he doesn't directly cause your death, but it's close. Most crucially, he ordered the extermination of the Uchiha clan. You die in 6 years and the Uchiha are annihilated. Liu Tian explained according to the plot in his memory. Lord Deity, can you help prevent the Uchiha clan from being destroyed? I am willing to become your vessel. Shisui continued. I can't guarantee absolute success, but the chances are high. For now it should still be in time. Liu Tian replied solemnly. Then so be it. Lord Deity, tell me what to do. I, Uchiha Shisui, have never feared death. Shisui said with determination. Good, Shisui. Close your eyes, relax your whole body. The process should be painless. Liu Tian began the possession ritual as instructed. Half a day later. The fusion is finally complete. Shisui's memories are so many, I need some time to adjust to the body. Brother Shisui was truly a warrior who sincerely pursued peace. From now on in this world I am Uchiha Shisui. Let me carry on your will to maintain peace for the Uchiha clan. Liu Tian thought to himself. He first requested leave from Shisui's team leader, then bought a lot of food, deciding to devote the coming time to diligent training. The self-cultivation of a low-level cultivator is a comprehensive cultivation manual bestowed by a supreme being of extremely high realm. This is the one eternal longevity art. Neither the real me nor Shisui's current body likely has a spiritual root. Gambling on having a spiritual root and learning other techniques is too risky. I have no choice but to learn this one. Goddess bless me. Liu Tian thought. Opening the preface of the eternal longevity art, cultivators must use their spiritual root to draw spiritual energy into the body. Those without a spiritual root are destined to be mortals. But there is always an exception. After countless eons, a goddess finally devised a secret method that allows even mortals to achieve longevity. Without a spiritual root, use the limbs and bones as vessels, draw spiritual energy into the body and store it. Nourished by spiritual power, the body can soar through the sky and remain eternally youthful. Liu Tian couldn't help but admire. This is truly incredible. This technique must be a revolutionary one in the cultivation world. I must figure it out. Little did Liu Tian know that after the goddess created this secret manual, no one had ever practiced it. The reason he had no spiritual root was that the goddess forgot to bestow it. Over the following months, Liu Tian made full use of the dead ninja's chakra collected during the Third Shinobi World War. What in the world? This kid, why is he always making a ruckus? It's a headache for us neighbors. An old woman complained. No help for it. We've complained to their team leader many times, but it's useless. His shouts are just eerie. Well, get used to it. An old man living next to Shisui consoled. During these months, Liu Tian perfectly mastered the foundational technique, drawing spiritual energy into the body and storing it in his left arm. According to the technique, I should now be at the 7th layer of chi refining. The spiritual energy collected from the 3 major battlefields only used about 1/5. It seems I won't need to worry about energy for a while. Still, I should set off as soon as possible. Liu Tian felt the power within and thought. He left the house, went to see the 4th Hokage, and after speaking with him for a while departed the village. After several days of jumping and sprinting. According to the village's intelligence, this should be one of the Akatsuki's contact points. Before Liu Tian could finish his words, a woman in a black cloak with red clouds suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? What business do you have here? The woman asked directly. I've come to join the Akatsuki. I've admired it for a long time. Liu Tian replied decisively, simultaneously removing the headband from his forehead and scratching a line through the symbol. In the world of Naruto, the headband represents one's identity, and no one would casually alter its design. To Konan, Liu Xiaoshan's act demonstrated absolute loyalty. If you sincerely wish to join, you are welcome. Follow me. Konan ran toward the depths of Amigakyu. After about an hour of rapid travel, fine raindrops began to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, in a mysterious dark room, a gaunt red-haired man muttered to himself. Xiao Nan, I hope this time you bring someone who can truly become our friend. Xiao Nan led Liu Tian into a very grand room. Inside sat a young man dressed in a similar fire cloud robe, but his eyes were exceptionally strange. Xiao Nan briefly introduced both sides. This is the leader of our Xiao organization, Ni Yen. And this is Yuzhibo Shisui, a newcomer who wishes to join us. Yuzhibo Shisui. The legendary Shisui of the body flicker. A renowned figure like you, why would you want to join our ordinary civilian organization? Mi Yen, who had transformed into Pei Yen, asked solemnly. Because those guys in the village are too boring. Every day they make me do tedious missions. I've had enough. I just want to do something earth-shattering or rest at home. So I hope to join your mysterious organization that defeated the Rain-Hidden Village's so-called demigod. Liu Tian calmly explained. Is that the only reason? Forgive me, but I'm afraid we cannot trust you so easily unless... Wait. Uchiha Shisui. I think he is interesting. He can join the organization. Before Changmen-controlled Tendopei and Mi Yan could finish speaking, a deep voice interrupted. Uchiha Shisui. I am Uchiha Ban. Welcome to the Shao organization. From now on you will be my personal guard. A tall man wearing a yellow mask continued. Uchiha Ban. You are Uchiha Ban. You are still alive. Incredible. I am willing to be your guard, it is my great honor. Liu Tian said with feigned shock. Very good, very good. I like such an excellent descendant of the Uchiha clan. The mysterious masked man smiled and continued. Shisui, please wait a moment. After saying this, he suddenly vanished from the room. Why leave him so casually? He might be a spy from Konoha. Changmen asked in confusion. His face twisted and a figure appeared. Clearly it was the mysterious masked man from before. He has his uses. You don't need to worry. I will keep an eye on him. Don't bother with this person. Just focus on managing the organization. After speaking, he vanished from the room again. I hope there will be no accidents. Mi Yan, one day true peace will come. Changmen sighed. In the following days, the mysterious masked man had Liu Tian accompany him in everything from clothing to food. They chatted intermittently, growing more familiar. Let's go. Shisui, come with me to take care of something. One afternoon, the mysterious masked man suddenly said. Liu Tian quickly followed. They ran fast, soon leaving the rain-hidden village far behind. The mysterious masked man led Liu Tian into a deep mountain forest, and then suddenly disappeared. Not good. Liu Tian was shocked. He quickly formed hand seals with some panic and performed the body flicker technique. At the same time, the mysterious masked man suddenly appeared at Liu Xiaoshen's original position and used the chain to kill the clone. Quick reaction indeed. Interesting. After a surprised remark, the masked man vanished again. A dozen body flicker clones moved quickly, interweaving as Liu Tian struggled to defend against the next attack. Suddenly the powerful wood-style harsh dividing wood technique emerged from beneath all the clones and rapidly attacked. Shisui's power was not to be underestimated. All clones simultaneously leaped high and formed seals to unleash a powerful fire-style dragon flame technique, shattering the wood style. Obviously, the masked man had no advantage in a hidden ninjutsu confrontation. In that case, he'll have to pick them off one by one. He muttered inwardly. Chains suddenly appeared beside one of the clones and swiftly dispersed it. The same scene repeated over and over. Liu Tian had to occasionally send out more clones, but the combination of body flicker and clone technique consumed a lot of chakra, putting pressure on him. No. This body doesn't have much chakra. If this continues, he'll be exhausted. Liu Tian thought anxiously. Stop. Uchiha died too. I have a secret to tell you. Liu Tian shouted after racking his brains. How could you possibly know my identity? The mysterious masked man asked in shock as he slowly appeared. With the divine skill Kamui at his disposal and the massive chakra from Hashirama cells, Dai too confidently appeared. Don't worry about that. I know you are Uchiha Dai too, and I know Ben is dead and you are executing the Moon Eye plan. A series of shocking revelations poured from Liu Xiaoshen's mouth. Dai too, listen to me. The sea of suffering is boundless, turn back to the shore. Lin would not want you to do this in heaven. This so-called Moon Eye plan is a scam, it will kill everyone in the world. Liu Tian continued as the plan seemed to work. Lin. Scam. Dai Tu's eyes widened in a brief daze. Instantly Liu Xiaoshen's left eye surged with chakra as a powerful dojutsu was quickly unleashed. The left eye's permanent mind-altering Kodo Amatsukami was instantly cast. Obey Shiji's command. The mysterious masked man suddenly sneered and vanished. Liu Tian, having just used the powerful Kodo Amatsukami, had yet to recover from the side effects before he was tightly bound by a strong chain. Without hesitation, Dai Tu killed Liu Tian. Dai Tu let out a long sigh and said, What a pity, I almost fell for your scheme. I don't know what your dojutsu was, but you can use it in the underworld. Oh, and you can take these secrets with you. But I am curious about your eyes. I'll take them. Dai Tu continued, bending down to dig out Liu Xiaoshen's eyes. Just when Dai Tu completely let his guard down, Liu Xiaoshen's supposedly dead left arm suddenly twitched. Dai Tu's right eye flew out of its socket and was caught in Liu Xiaoshen's right hand. With his left hand, a kunai flew from Liu Xiaoshen's pocket and pierced Dai Tu's throat. Liu Tian stood up completely unharmed. His left eye had gone from bright to a dull gray. Izanajiha. You sacrificed an ordinary Uchiha left eye you found somewhere. Probably from the third ninja war, right? But you're not the only one who knows that technique. Liu Tian slowly removed Daitu's mask and sighed. The art of telekinesis is really a useful technique. If I had reached out to grab it, he might have used his Izanagi again. I wonder if he would have been willing to sacrifice his Kamui. Liu Tian looked at his left arm and continued. It turned out that Liu Tian had used the powerful Kodo Amatsukami from his left eye on the day's Dai-Tu, intending to control him. Unfortunately, Daitu's combat experience was rich. Seeing Liu Xiaoshin's dojutsu activate, he used an ordinary Yuzhibo Sharingan he had collected during the war to activate Izanagi, rewriting reality and killing Liu Tian. But in Shijui's memories there were also records of Izanagi. Thus Liu Tian, having become Shisui, naturally used that technique as well. Afterwards, Liu Tian deliberately played dead while activating the 10,000 Ages Longevity Art in his left arm to use the art of telekinesis to seize Daitu's right Kamui eye and control a kunai to kill him. How thrilling! I was scared to death. Better hurry and leave. Liu Tian exclaimed, quickly hiding Daitu's corpse and running with the eye toward the forest. As if he had done something shameful, Liu Tian fled the scene of the duel at lightning speed. Now that I think about it, this was truly my first life and death duel. Obito's blood-drenched appearance was terrifying. Fortunately, Shisui's memories had given me some buffer, but I must admit my legs were still weak. Liu Xiaotan muttered to himself. Naturally, he dared not return to the Akatsuki. No excuse for the masked man's death would be remotely convincing. If I go back, I'll definitely be suspected. Better to lie low for a while and focus on training. Liu Xiaotan resolved. With only one functioning eye, Liu Xiaotan didn't venture far. He found a remote village and sneaked into a wealthy household. Before they could scream, he used the Sharingan's genjutsu to control them and settled into a room. If I pretended to be the masked man and went back, Black Setsu would surely notice my different chakra. No, that's walking into a trap. Returning to Konoha. Will the Nine Tails rampage happen again? The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze won't die and the Uchiha clan won't be ostracized for now. Shisui, I basically fulfilled what I promised you. The top priority is to heal my eye. If all else fails, I'll transplant Obito's eye. In the dead of night, Liu Xiaotan meticulously pondered every possibility, like solving a math problem from school. According to Naruto's lore, ocular jutsu is a peculiar form of chakra. If I extract the chakra from Obito's eye using the same method I used to collect dead people's chakra, can it merge with my own eye? Liu Xiaotan studied carefully. No. Too risky. Better transplant the eye first. He removed his blind left eye and cried out, "Ow. That hurts." Then he quickly gathered chakra in his palm and installed Obito's right eye. Shisui had once read many Uchiha-related books, including the method to obtain eternal Mangekyo through eye transplantation, so the procedure wasn't difficult for Liu Xiaotan. After a long while, alright, I've adapted. Now to extract the chakra from the bad eye. Liu Xiaotan breathed a sigh of relief. He formed familiar hand seals, rapidly extracted the bad eye's chakra, temporarily absorbed it into his left arm, and then pressed his left hand against his eye to fuse and release it. There was no particularly uncomfortable sensation, like a severed limb returning. Perhaps it was because the left Kodo Amatsukami eye originally belonged to Liu Xiaotan. Not daring to be careless, Liu Xiaotan nourished his left eye with spiritual energy for another half hour. Sharingan activate. The three-demo Sharingan responded to his will, seemingly no different from before. The most crucial part was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Liu Xiaotan's heart pounded with tension. This was a gamble. If successful, he would possess two Mangekyo abilities. If failed, he might lose the ultimate cheat skill, Kamui. Mangekyo Sharingan activate. Liu Xiaotan checked his reflection in the mirror. The Mangekyo pattern had become intricate, and his eye ached intensely as if under immense pressure. He quickly mobilized spiritual energy from his left arm to nourish the eye, and only after about 10 minutes did it gradually adapt. Liu Xiaotan then carefully felt the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Excellent. Both abilities are still here. Heaven helps me. Suddenly his whole body turned intangible, and he entered the Kamui dimension. So this is the Kamui dimension. Like a small world of my own. A perfect place to hide. Liu Xiaotan observed the vast space. He recalled the scene of the room in his mind, activated his left eye again, and returned to his own room. So it seems he can teleport through space based on memory. And he can see the surroundings of his location from within the dimension. That's how Obito could appear and disappear at will. Liu Xiaotan silently summarized the usage of close-range Kamui. For now, Konoha should be safe for a while, so I have ample time. I should focus on cultivating the eternal longevity art. It's my ticket back. Then Liu Xiaotan began his cultivation. When hungry, he ate at the wealthy household. Thanks to the genjutsu control, retreating into seclusion was extremely convenient. The remote village was very quiet, and Liu Xiaotan immersed himself in cultivation without distraction. 1 year later. Indeed, the further you go, the harder it gets. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. How can I break through without pills? Liu Tian had reached the Qi refining stage 10th level a few months ago, but to advance further required intense stimulation for even a slim chance. The Foundation Establishment Pill was the best method for a Qi refining cultivator to advance to Foundation Establishment, but such a pill absolutely did not exist in this Naruto world, leaving Liu Tian deeply frustrated. Is there no way to advance without the Foundation Establishment Pill? If the energy from dead people's chakra isn't enough, then I'll have to try that method. But before that I should go. After all, more power makes acquisition easier. Better to have a complete plan. A scheme quietly formed in Liu Tian's mind. Though this small world was beautiful, Liu Tian cared more about his family and friends in reality. Thus he would use every means to break through this small world and return to reality. Liu Tian visualized the appearance of Shisui's house in Konoha, and his figure vanished from the room. In the blink of an eye he was back in Shisui's home in Konoha. Still the same as before, but surprisingly tidy. Did Itachi do this? Looking at the clean room, Liu Tian wondered. Then his eyes returned to normal. He stepped out of the house and walked toward Uchiha Itachi's home, appreciating the unchanged streets. How wonderful. Why can't everyone live in harmony? Why fight to the death? In the end the common folk suffer the most. Thinking of Shisui, Liu Tian sighed inwardly. Knock knock knock. Is Uchiha Itachi home? Liu Tian called out as he knocked on the familiar door. That voice. Could it be Susanoo? Itachi asked in surprise upon hearing the knock. Yes, it's me, Uchiha Itachi. Long time no see. Was it you who cleaned my room? Haha, thanks Itachi. Liu Tian pretended to be Shisui. Haha, where did Susanoo go on a mission? I've missed you so much. By the way, let's go see my little brother Sasuke. The sage's prophecy was indeed correct. Uchiha Itachi replied cheerfully. Sasuke. Sure. I'm really curious to see little Sasuke. Liu Tian responded happily. Then he followed Itachi into his home. Oh. Shisui, you're back. I've been wanting to invite you over for ages. Thank you so much for teaching Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Shisui. Liu Tian turned to look and couldn't help but be somewhat captivated. Even in the anime you could tell Uchiha Mikoto was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Indeed. Indeed. He mused inwardly. Hello, Auntie. I just got back myself. Itachi mentioned he had a little brother, so I thought I'd drop by, ha ha ha. Liu Tian quickly responded with a flattering smile. Truly I don't understand the joys of Boss Chow. I wonder if tonight. No, this is a Japanese plot ahem. Then that is. Madam, you wouldn't want Itachi and Sasuke to. An absurd thought suddenly flashed through Liu Tian's mind. No. Better focus on cultivation, strengthen my power, and find a way back as soon as possible. Beauty is a distraction. Come a dog, help me sever these thoughts. Amitabha, calm heart brings natural coolness. Liu Tian hastily suppressed these strange notions. Sit down and have some water first. After being away on missions for over a year, it must have been tough. If there's anything you need, just tell Auntie. Feel free to visit anytime. We're not strangers, consider this your own home. Mikami said courteously. Alright. Auntie, you said it yourself? If I ever run out of food and come to bum a meal, you can't kick me out. Liu Tian replied generously. The Uchiha clan, not yet ostracized, remained prosperous. Naturally, lunch was a lavish feast. The day of visiting passed quickly, and Liu Tian got to see what Uchiha Sasuke looked like as a child. A small goal took root in Liu Tian's heart. He didn't linger on the way back, quickly returning to Shisui's residence. After entertaining relatives and friends all day, he was genuinely tired. He washed up in seconds and lay down on the bed. 6 Tomo Rinnegan. I wonder if after doing that I'll touch the threshold of the Rinnegan. But before that I need to complete Obito's eyes. Kakashi, I hope without this chakra-draining eye you can go further. Liu Tian began planning the future in his mind. The next morning Liu Tian used the intangible ability of his left eye's Kamui and instantly arrived at the hidden location of Obito's corpse. Still here as expected. The chakra inside the body preserves its integrity, slowing decay considerably. Last time I didn't have a chance to collect your energy. Today you'll make the most of it. Oh, and I'll need to borrow your custom mask and clothes too. Liu Tian muttered softly before Obito's corpse. After speaking, Liu Tian deftly formed hand seals for collection and rapidly absorbed the residual life energy from the corpse. As expected of a body cultivated with Hashirama cells, the energy storage is immense. As his words fell, the corpse, deprived of sustaining energy, decayed at an alarming rate. Without lingering, Liu Tian used his intangible ability again to return to his room. At the peak of Qi refining, he could go days without food. He began reviewing the techniques and ninjutsu he had learned, preparing for the actions after nightfall. In the evening, using Shisui's memories, Liu Tian transferred via Kamui to Kakashi's home. He then released his divine sense to carefully observe the surroundings, waiting for Kakashi to return. At the peak of chi refining, his divine sense could cover an area of 100 meters in radius, surpassing even the Byakugan in perception. Thus Liu Tian had sufficient confidence. After about 4 hours, Kakashi finally returned from his mission. As an Umbu, he truly came and went like a phantom. Still, he was back, and Liu Tian hadn't waited in vain. Close. I must succeed with a sneak attack, Liu Tian thought anxiously. For some reason, Liu Tian felt a lingering fear. This man, known as 50-50, possessed extraordinary observational skills. If they fought head-on facing his powerful Kamui head-turning tactics, he might only be able to flee. The ability to manipulate space must not be underestimated. If worst comes to worst, they'll have to use Izanagi. Liu Tian prepared for the worst. Since Kakashi wore a mask, it was hard to discern his expression. He strode quickly to the door and opened it without hesitation. Ambushed, Liu Tian swiftly phased in using intangibility and unleashed his left eye's ultimate genjutsu, permanent Kodo Amatsukami Obey Me. Kakashi's eyes flashed red and became vacant. Phew. Finally, no mishaps. Liu Xiaoshen's tense heart finally relaxed. Kakashi, I mean no harm. From a certain perspective, I just want to fully restore your eye. He consoled himself with a self-justifying explanation. Alright then. Let me first see Obito's other eye. Liu Tian raised his hand, slowly muttering to himself. Suddenly an anomaly occurred. A certain kunai at Kakashi's waist blazed with red light. Liu Tian let out a painful scream as his entire chest cavity vanished, violently twisted and severed. At the same time, the kunai rapidly transformed into Kakashi's true body. He removed Liu Xiaoshen's mask and asked in shock. Uchiha Shisui. It's you. Your eyes are already so powerful, why covet the relic of my departed friend? Forget it, whatever your purpose, I doubt there's a chance to explain now. Kakashi quickly calmed down and said, maybe there is still a chance. Izanagi activated and Liu Xiaoshen's right eye turned ash gray. His body instantly restored, spiritual energy flashed in his left arm, material manipulation art. Kakashi's left eye was drawn out at extreme speed. At the same time, his left eye's Kamui activated, pulling Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. Ah! Kakashi screamed as his left eye was gouged out. Given the injury he had just suffered, Liu Tian felt no pity. He continued with body binding technique, immobilizing Kakashi's body, letting him twist and roar in agony. Once bitten, twice shy. Liu Tian hesitated no more, rapidly extracting the long-range Kamui's ocular power from the left eye and injecting it into his own right eye. Spiritual energy surged from his left arm to nurture it with his left hand. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and ignored Kakashi. 10 minutes later, Liu Xiaoshen's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Crimson ocular power swirled in his gaze, making him look radiant. He let out a relaxed sigh. Having adapted to the pain, Kakashi quickly said, Uchiha Shisui. I'm starting to doubt whether you are truly Uchiha Shisui. Where did those strange ninjutsu and your intangibility ability come from? Is Obito still alive? Too many questions. In short, I am Shisui now. Obito is not alive. There's no need to explain the specifics. Better to let you forget. Liu Tian replied casually. Humph. Liu Tian attempted the permanent Kodo Amatsukami in his left eye, then said irritably. It's all your fault for not being properly controlled. I wasn't going to harm you. Now my right eye is damaged and my left eye has entered an extremely long cooldown, the recovery CD, after merging Obito's right eye last time. I have no idea how to clean up this mess. Kakashi retorted indignantly. What exactly are you trying to do? Simply plunder the relic of my departed friend. Now that you have it, what more do you want? Shisui, I know you're a peace lover like me, valuing the village above all else. You have caused me great harm and you've taken my eye. We're even. I swear I won't reveal a word. I don't want the eye anymore. It's an ordinary eye now, I'll return it to you. Originally I planned to control you with genjutsu and then operate. Now that you know everything, give me a reason not to kill you. Liu Tian explained and questioned. The village. The village cannot afford to lose you. Your abilities should contribute more to the village. I too am sworn to protect Konoha. Our aspirations are aligned. We can sit down and discuss this. The power of the Sharingan has caused me great suffering. Though Kamui is formidable, the more I use it, the blurrier my vision becomes. I can fully cede it to you. Moreover, you can render my departed friend's eye ordinary. For me, this is the best outcome. Kakashi explained patiently. If that's the case, I am willing to trust you, Hatake Kakashi, Liu Tian said after deliberation. Then Liu Tian pointed with his left arm through the air and Kakashi's body bind was released. I have one last question. How did you obtain Obito's eye? And is Obito still alive? Kakashi asked with a dark expression. Obito died during that mission of yours. His eye was taken by Danzo, who later used a secret technique to upgrade it into a Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, your eye also changed, coincidentally, when Rin died. As for my abilities, they were copied from someone. Danzo experimented on me. I'm a victim too. To avoid misunderstanding from Kakashi, Liu Tian had to tell a huge lie, shifting the blame to Shimura Danzo. What? Is it Lord Danzo's plan? Obito. Your power can continue to protect the village. That is making the best use of your abilities. Your will of fire has not disappeared. Unfortunately, Rin. Kakashi said, shocked yet somewhat calm. If I had known that Senior Kakashi was so understanding, I wouldn't have resorted to this sneak attack method. Does Senior Kakashi always use clones to scout the way home? And then turning himself into a kunai? That's a clever strategy. Liu Tian remarked with admiration. As a member of the Umbu, I carry countless pieces of intelligence. It's only natural to be cautious. Take me out first. I don't want to stay here anymore. Kakashi then explained. Liu Tian used Kamui again to bring the two back to Shisui's residence. Liu Tian handed Kakashi the ordinary eyes that Obito had lost the Sharingan's ocular power from and said, go to the medical room first to have your eyes repaired. The Uchiha Shisui transplant method is not suitable for outsiders. Once you've healed well, have a good talk. After bidding farewell, Kakashi headed straight to the medical room. Before Liu Tian could even sit down and drink some water, a messenger ninja arrived at the door. Lord Hokage Minato Namikaze has heard that Uchiha Shisui has returned. He requests that Shisui come to the Hokage's office as soon as possible. There is an important matter to discuss. The messenger ninja quickly delivered the message, then turned and leaped away. Liu Tian thought gloomily, so what must come will come indeed. How should I explain? Naturally, Liu Tian did not use Kamui to teleport. After 10 minutes he finally arrived at Minato's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. A somewhat pleasant male voice came from inside. The speaker was naturally Minato Namikaze. Shisui is back. I wonder how the reconnaissance of the Akatsuki you volunteered for last time turned out. Minato asked directly without many pleasantries. The intelligence on the Akatsuki is very complex, but their core plan can be summarized as collecting the tailed beasts, intimidating and ruling the world. Their members are extraordinarily powerful. We need to handle this with great caution. Liu Tian replied with a somewhat grave tone. Collecting tailed beasts. Kushina. We cannot lose the Nine Tails, nor can we let Kushina die. We must find a way to stop them. Minato Namikaze said nervously. I encountered one of its members. He was extremely troublesome. I only managed to capture him by luck. Afterwards I was seriously injured and took some time to recuperate nearby, which is why I've been gone so long. Liu Tian explained for himself. Even you find them troublesome and suffered severe injuries. The Akatsuki is indeed very powerful. Shisui, your intelligence is extremely important. I am making an exception to promote you into the Umbu. Are you willing to join? Minato Namikaze asked appreciatively. Liu Tian said with a face full of surprise, of course. I was just thinking of going to the Umbu's archives to look up some information. This makes it much more convenient. Liu Tian thought as he walked back. Unconsciously, Liu Tian arrived at Ichiraku ramen. Although he wasn't very hungry, he decided to go in and try it. I've been so busy training before, I've never tasted it. I wonder if it's really good. Liu Tian muttered to himself. At this time the ramen shop was not very large. Usually there was just a long counter, and when it was busy they would set up an extra 2 tables and chairs outside. Liu Tian slowly lifted the curtain and entered. Just now outside he had noticed a pair of ninja who looked like a couple inside. Now he could see them clearly. Old Ma. Liu Tian subconsciously muttered softly. Nanny. Are you Uchiha Shisui? The famous strongman of the Uchiha clan? You know me. Asuma Sarutobi turned his head upon hearing this, glanced at Liu Tian and said. No. I mean, I really want to know you, Lord Asuma Sarutobi. You are also a very famous ninja. Liu Tian coughed lightly and said awkwardly. Then he quickly glanced at the person beside Asuma. Indeed, Kurenai is very charming. If not, maybe I should really have a future Uchiha. That would at least leave Shisui a descendant. Liu Tian couldn't help but think randomly. Naturally, he didn't dare to let his eyes linger on Kurenai too long. Feeling guilty, he quickly found a chair and sat down. Boss, give me a deluxe ramen with all the toppings. I want to try everything. Liu Tian turned to Tuchi and said, Brother Shisui must be starving. This is my wife Kurenai Yuhi. I've long heard of your fame. Would you be willing to be friends? Asuma said heartily. Of course. If Brother Asuma ever needs help with anything, just let me know. Liu Tian glanced at Kurenai and quickly replied. Words flew back and forth amid the clinking of glasses. Asuma and Liu Tian had a wonderful conversation. An hour and a half later, Liu Tian walked out of the ramen shop with a smile on his face and continued towards Shisui's residence. It seemed that a good chat every now and then truly lifted one's spirits. I wonder if my earlier actions can change the course of events. Old Ma, your wheel of fate has already started turning. Watching the passers-by on the road, Liu Tian thought with emotion. Back at Shisui's home, Liu Tian immediately entered cultivation mode. The eternal longevity art has no room for progress at its current stage. I must break through as soon as possible. After consolidating his cultivation, Liu Tian made up his mind. Early the next morning he hurried to the Umbu to report. An opportunity for breakthrough does not come all the time. If too much time passes and something unexpected happens, it would be disastrous. Minato Namikaze naturally did not arrive late either. Uchiha Shisui, you will temporarily take Kakashi's position. After Kakashi recovers, you will join their team as an additional member. In this way your team will be the largest and strongest we have. From now on, difficult missions will be prioritized for you. Minato unhurriedly assigned Liu Xiaoshin's placement. As for joining the Umbu, Liu Tian was not merely there to protect Konoha, he had another important matter to attend to. After Minato finished outlining the focus of each team and made some revisions to the Umbu's subsequent work regulations, Liu Tian was finally free to move about. He requested Minato for permission to enter the archives. Minato was puzzled but didn't overthink it. He only asked to accompany him. Shisui, you've just returned from the Akatsuki. The higher-ups have decided not to trust you easily for now. Sending you to the Umbu is also a test for you. I hope your will to protect the village has not changed. I wonder what you're going to the archives for. Minato explained directly without concealment. I need to look into matters regarding the first Hokage. You can rest assured, Lord Minato. As I am under observation, I will absolutely not look at current information. Liu Tian laughed lightly and answered frankly. The first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Why are you looking into his information? He is my idol. I want to understand what caused his death. Liu Tian said with an expression of admiration. If that's the case, then it's very simple. Come, he'll take you to where his files are. Minato readily agreed. Under Minato's guidance, Liu Tian quickly located Hashirama's remains. What? There's no record of how Hashirama died. Damn. There's no way. Liu Tian said, feigning distress. When learning from great figures, one must absorb their thoughts and the will of fire. There's no need to dwell on trivial details. Everyone will one day pass away. What matters is whether they can do what is important to them while alive. Minato Namikaze instructed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I understand. I will inherit the first Hokage's will to protect the village. Liu Tian said, pretending to have an epiphany. Liu Tian did not linger any longer. He crossed the street and went straight back to Shisui's home. The moment he entered, he secretly used the shadow clone technique, while his real body used Kamui's intangibility to teleport to the empty house of Kakashi. Minato and the Hokage High-Level still suspect me. They even had someone secretly tailing me. Good thing I made a clone in time. Haha, you two fools can watch the clone sleep. Liu Tian analyzed to himself. Went home. I can't figure out why this kid wants to know the cause of the first Hokage's death. Could he be after the remains? Not good. Hashirama's cells. Minato exclaimed, realizing after hearing the message from his ANBU subordinate. You two just keep an eye on him. He'll go check the first Hokage's tomb. Minato instructed his subordinate who had brought the message. Minato would not frivolously mark flying thunder god seals randomly. Naturally, Liu Tian arrived faster. Activating his intangibility, Liu Tian easily entered the tomb. Without further hesitation, he opened the first Hokage's coffin. Liu Tian took out a shuriken and threw it directly at the remains. Upon impact, the remains exploded into a puff of smoke. Damn. It's already been taken. It must be that lot Danzo and Orochimaru. Damn it. Minato is probably on his way here now. Forget it, let's retreat first. Liu Tian said somewhat angrily as his plan fell through. Activating the Kamui intangibility of his left eye, he quickly returned to Shisui's home. He manipulated his clone to pretend to go to the bathroom, quickly swapped back to his real body, and returned to lying in bed. About an hour later, Minato himself arrived and directly knocked on the door, waking the feigning Liu Tian. Speak. Where did the first Hokage's remains go? Minato demanded angrily. I don't know what you're talking about. The first Hokage's remains. How would I know where they are? Liu Tian said with a yawn. You just went to the archives to check and now they're gone. How do you explain that? Minato persisted. Isn't it possible they've been gone for a long time? Am I the only one who knows their location? If you insist on asking me, then isn't it more likely that it was Orochimaru and Danzo who conduct experiments? Liu Tian analyzed calmly. This, Minato said hesitantly. What? Lord Minato, are you so hesitant now? So after becoming Hokage, you've been seduced by power, no longer daring to fight. Can you tolerate them conducting human experiments? Liu Tian counter-questioned. Let's discuss this later. He'll take my leave, Minato said, giving a subtle glance. He wants me to get involved. I see. Minato is fearless indeed, but now he has a family. For the sake of his wife and child, he naturally doesn't want to be part of this high-level conflict. Liu Tian thought, analyzing carefully. Just as Liu Tian was considering his plan, the black seal on the door that Minato had touched flickered, the flying thunder god seal activated. Let's talk inside," Minato said quietly, looking around to Liu Tian, who opened the door. "What matters require such caution from the Hokage himself?" Liu Tian asked, puzzled. "I know Uchiha Shisui, you need Hashirama's cells to upgrade your Sharingan, right?" Minato said bluntly. Yes indeed. How did you know, Lord Minato?" Liu Tian replied, curious. "Don't forget I love reading. I've also read books of the Uchiha clan. Legend says that merging the power of the Uchiha and Senju clans can bring about miraculous things. Anyway, I don't know the specifics, but I can see your goal is definitely to merge the powers," Minato replied with a slight smile. "The third Hokage and some influential elders are also discussing how to deal with Danzo and Orochimaru's faction. Recently their actions have become increasingly unscrupulous. They conduct human experiments, even using children for experiments. I've long been unable to tolerate this. Unfortunately, Lord Third and I have no clear reason to take action." Minato continued angrily. "So, you want me to purge Danzo's faction?" Liu Tian got straight to the point. "Exactly. The first Hokage's power will be your reward. After this is done, you may need to temporarily flee. Here's 1,000,000 ryo, it should support you for a long time. Thank you for your hard work. Our ANBU won't really hunt you down. What you need to be wary of are Danzo's followers," Minato arranged methodically. "By the way, the exile isn't permanent. Once we have fully documented Danzo's crimes and reported them to the daimyo, you can atone for your crimes with merit and return to Konoha. However, we cannot guarantee the timing or whether you can definitely atone," Minato cautioned solemnly. "Alright, no problem. I must obtain the first Hokage's remains. As for Danzo, I will kill him too, and that's because of someone. In any case, rest assured, Lord Minato. Shisui guarantees the mission will be completed." Liu Tian replied with firm determination. "Good. I'll leave now. Act quickly and make sure you succeed. I believe in you, Shisui." Minato nodded in satisfaction. With that, Minato vanished instantly, the flying thunder god activated. Minato Namikaze truly lived up to his title as the fastest shinobi. Liu Tian did not hesitate further. He quickly entered the Kamui dimension and teleported near the root organization. Although Danzo might have the aid of Izanagi, Liu Tian had already devised a countermeasure before Minato arrived. After reaching the vicinity of Root, Liu Xiaoshan's powerful spiritual sense directly extended outward. First, he needed to ascertain Danzo's position to strike a fatal blow. The internal structure of Root was extremely complex. With Liu Xiaoshan's current spiritual sense, he was far from being able to cover it all. Helplessly, he could only scan a portion, memorize the scene, then use the Kamui dimension to teleport there, repeating this cycle. It took a full 10 minutes for Liu Tian to sneak near the location of Shimura Danzo. Liu Tian did not rush to act, as Danzo was currently communicating with someone. Minato didn't investigate. He just went back. How is that possible? Could they have started suspecting me? Go continue to keep an eye on that Shisui. Danzo frowned deeply. Not good. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Minato, you really are not as magnanimous as Hiruzen. You couldn't hold back and made a move already. Fine, let me face this strongest Uchiha. Humph. Minato will make you pay sooner or later. Danzo said, his face full of resentment, after suddenly figuring things out. Indeed, Danzo the old dog is no simple foe either. Better to rely on sneak attacks. Liu Tian thought calmly. Activating the intangibility ability of his left eye, he entered the Kamui dimension to observe an opening for a strike. Another 5 minutes passed after Danzo ordered his subordinates to leave. Finally, Liu Tian made his move. Seizing the moment when Danzo closed his eyes to rest, he swiftly released his right eye from the Kamui dimension and employed the temporary Kodo Amatsukami. This control method required no eye contact. Merely using the power of the pupil sufficed to briefly dominate the target. Since everything happened silently, Danzo was taken control of without realizing it. Open your eyes. Stand up. Liu Tian issued a tentative command. The controlled Danzo indeed obeyed, though a keen observer might notice that the eye beneath the bandage seemed to perceive something. Take me to retrieve Hashirama's remains. Liu Tian asked directly, without hesitation, seeking the crux of the matter. Thinking of using Izanagi. No such luck. To be safe, Liu Tian scanned Danzo with his spiritual sense, and chuckled softly. Spiritual energy rippled from his left arm. The right eye under Danzo's bandage flew out, and the intangibility of his left eye brought Danzo directly into the Kamui dimension, all to prevent any pain-induced outcry that might alert the root organization members. He reinforced the control with the temporary Kodo Amatsukami, pouring more pupil power to stabilize Danzo. Forget it, you probably can't take me in this state. Spit it out. Where did you hide Hashirama's remains? Having completed the above series of moves, Liu Tian grew impatient. Danzo, writhing in pain, slowly approached him, making as if to speak desperately. Unfortunately, Liu Tian failed to notice that the ejected eye had turned grayish-white. Izanagi had already taken effect. Danzo drew closer, then suddenly his expression turned sinister, and he let out a cold sneer. With lightning speed he formed a claw with his hand and lunged fiercely at Liu Xiaoshan's eyes. Enraged, Liu Tian instantly manifested a Saiyan Susanoo's skeletal half-body, then stepped forward and ruthlessly shattered Danzo's fingers. Old bastard. Did you think I'd trust you like Shisui did? Humph. The same old trick, eh? Fine. Today I'll avenge my brother Shisui properly. Liu Tian roared in fury. Shocked, Danzo did not respond verbally but instead whipped out a kunai and stabbed furiously at the Susanoo. Clearly no miracle occurred. The formidable defense shattered the kunai instantly. Danzo then rapidly performed hand seals and unleashed the wind-release vacuum sphere. Liu Tian, knowing full well how weak the attack was, deliberately allowed himself to be knocked back, feigning being struck by the wind technique, merely to waste the invincibility duration of Izanagi. Seeing Shisui knocked away, Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly dispelled the seal. Having faced the Susanoo for the first time, Danzo was naturally unaware of its defensive might. Confident that his wind release would work, he abandoned the life-for-life approach. Shisui Uchiha, don't be misled by certain people in the village. I, Danzo Shimura, have always acted for the sake of Konoha. Is there anything you need this old man to do? Danzo put on a facade of an elder and continued. We can talk things over peacefully. Why must we both lose? Liu Tian replied. Lord Danzo, why didn't you say this earlier? It makes this junior go through so much trouble, truly not worth it. You're right, I must have been tricked by Minato. I've just realized that he used me as a pawn. Ha ha ha, you're a smart kid. Work with me from now on, believe me, your path will only broaden. Delighted at having seemingly won over the strongest Uchiha ninja, Danzo rejoiced. Lord Danzo, I urgently need Lord Hashirama's remains. If you could grant them to me from now on, Shisui will follow your every command, said Liu Tian. That's easy, I only took some cells for experiments. The remains themselves are completely useless to me. But why do you need them? Danzo asked magnanimously. Liu Tian smiled ingratiatingly and replied. Lord Danzo, Shisui has his own reasons. Would you be so kind as to tell me the location? Once I obtain them, I will obey your every order from then on. Very well. Follow me, it'll take you there. Being crafty, Danzo naturally wouldn't reveal the location and put himself in danger. But how can I be sure you won't stab me in the back? Unless we let me place a seal inside your body. I believe you understand that for me to survive in Konoha I can't possibly kill you, right? Liu Tian pondered and said. You kid, you're sharp and thorough. Fine. Danzo conceded, reluctantly dropping his combat stance and relaxing entirely. Liu Tian wasted no time. Spiritual energy surged from his left arm, and he quickly struck a master-servant contract into Danzo's sea of consciousness. What kind of seal is this? I feel like even my soul is under your control. Danzo exclaimed in shock. Lord Danzo, let's talk about that later. First, let's get our business done. Liu Tian refused to answer, instead urging Danzo to lead him to Hashirama's remains. Danzo said no more, and the two teleported back to his office. Under Danzo's guidance, Liu Tian wound through corridors until he finally found Hashirama's body. As a precaution, he poked the remains with a kunai, wary of Danzo pulling any more tricks. After verifying several times, he confirmed it was indeed the first Hokage's corpse. Satisfied with the inspection, Liu Tian swiftly stowed Hashirama's body into the Kamui dimension, a faint smile curling at his lips. Danzo laughed loudly and said, Shisui, my boy, didn't I keep my word? Now release your seal quickly and let me place one of my own. As he spoke, a group of root operatives, about 20 elites, suddenly surrounded the room from outside. Are you threatening me, Danzo? Liu Tian scoffed coldly. Of course not. I simply want the best for both of us, dear Shisui. If you have any other ideas, don't expect to leave this place alive. Danzo stated unhurriedly. Liu Tian channeled spiritual energy into his left arm, immobilizing Danzo completely. Both eyes blazed crimson. A Saiyan full-body Susanoo instantly burst through the entire building, its colossal frame exposed in Konoha village. Controlling the Susanoo's right arm with pupil power, Liu Tian summoned a Saiyan spiral sword. Brother Shisui, today I avenge you. He roared and thrust the spiral sword straight at the frozen Danzo. Shisui, my boy, let's talk. You! Danzo cried out in terror, but before he could finish, the powerful spiraling blades shredded him into pieces. Danzo Shimura, dead. So the full Susanoo is indeed achievable. The so-called eternal Mangekyo is merely the fusion of pupil power. The reason one must kill one's own brother is probably that the Uchiha secret technique only allows the fusion of closely related siblings with similar pupil power. But I managed to force the fusion. Though I doubt I can fuse another, my eyes have a limit. Having successfully awakened the full Susanoo, Liu Tian analyzed silently. As Liu Tian was lost in thought, the elite members of the Root organization, enraged by the assassination of their leader Danzo, unleashed their most formidable jutsu in a furious assault. Liu Tian quickly snapped back to reality. Though his defenses were robust, enduring the onslaught was pointless, especially since these were all Danzo's loyalists. He showed no mercy. Swiftly forming hand seals, he unleashed a fire release, combining it with the potent wind release of the spiral sword. Wind fanned the flames, fire rode the wind, and with a single sweep he obliterated these nearly frenzied followers. The devastating attack killed on contact. Wherever the giant sword passed, nothing remained. Root members were instantly reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind release. In this world, only the 6 paths of pain, or the assembled 5 Kage, could possibly match Liu Tian. Ah. What is that? A monster. Looks like a ninja's jutsu, terrifying. It won't hurt us, will it? Why hasn't the Hokage appeared to stop it? The tranquility of the night was shattered. Villagers murmured among themselves, younger children wept in fear, while older ones gazed with admiration and envy. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar. Whoa! Is this the legendary Susanoo? Is this the true power of the Uchiha clan? It must be Shisui, right? Such immense power. Approaching that legendary existence. I'm certain he'll be the next Hokage. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The Uchiha clan isn't supported to become Hokage. We are the targeted ones. That's only because we aren't strong enough. The Uchiha clan needs war to unlock true power. Shisui has the potential to be Hokage, doesn't he? The third Hokage and Minato had sensed the battle from the start. Shisui's power has grown so formidable. There's something about it that reminds me of the teacher. It feels like a power not of this era, more like that person from the Warring States period. Minato. Can he truly be trusted? Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the distant battle. Lord Third Hokage, you can rest assured. Shisui's will to protect the village is stronger than that of most Uchiha. He is absolutely trustworthy. Now we must consider how to purge the high-ranking members of Konoha. Your former student Orochimaru. What are your intentions? Minato adjusted his Hokage cloak and replied with a smile. After eliminating Danzo's core loyalists to prevent further chaos in Konoha, Liu Tian immediately entered the Kamui dimension and deactivated Susanoo. Liu Tian sat inside, panting heavily. The chakra consumption of a complete Susanoo was a serious drawback, and Shisui's chakra reserves were not abundant, leaving Liu Tian utterly exhausted. I'd better absorb Hashirama's chakra quickly. Maybe it can help trigger a breakthrough. As for the outside world, I'll deal with it later. Liu Tian murmured to himself after a moment's thought. Liu Tian quietly gazed at the first Hokage's remains. Once again forming a hand seal he knew by heart, and reciting an incantation, he effortlessly extracted the life chakra from the corpse, which instantly turned to ash. The energy carried by Hashirama's chakra was comparable to that extracted from tens of thousands of people, yet far purer and denser. Liu Tian urgently activated the 10,000-year eternal life art to absorb this energy. His left arm was already brimming, so he had to forcibly open his right arm to bring his internal energy to the foundation establishment level. Without spirit roots, the meridians within could not accommodate spiritual energy. Although the eternal life art allowed ordinary people to forcibly break into cultivation, the pain was excruciating. Liu Tian couldn't help recalling the agony when he first started cultivating and opened his left arm. The pain. Too painful. No, I must return. Come on, Hashirama. Let me see if your energy is strong enough. Pain or no pain, no risk at all. Liu Tian roared, then began absorbing and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Roars echoed ceaselessly within the Kamui dimension. After an unknown period, the sounds faded. Looking at Liu Tian, the energy from Hashirama before him was completely gone, absorbed and used. Liu Tian, who had been sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, finally opened them. He let out a deep breath and said, "Damn painful. But at least it's much smoother after opening the channel. My right arm is now filled with spiritual energy, not bad. But breakthroughs require more and more energy. At this rate, I don't know when I'll reach the golden core stage and get out. Never mind. I'll first check how long has passed and pay Minato a visit." Liu Tian decided and muttered to himself. Liu Tian raised his right arm, controlling spiritual energy to touch his face. In an instant, the bearded grimy Shisui regained his usual handsomeness. He ignored his hair, as he wanted to grow it long. Activating his left eye's Kamui intangibility, he moved through space to the area near Minato's office. Seeing no one else inside, he materialized directly before Minato. Minato, not surprised since he knew Liu Tian possessed similar space-time ninjutsu, said calmly, "Back. Anything the matter? How have you been these 2 months?" 2 months, huh? I've lost track of time while on the run, haha. Nothing much, just came to check. Did Danzo's remnants give the Uchiha clan any trouble? I left in a hurry back then, and didn't have time to see. But with you and Lord Third around, I figured it was fine. Liu Tian replied. He had spent a full 2 months breaking through to Foundation establishment. 2 months. Well, this eternal life art is really tough to deal with. Liu Tian thought helplessly. Of course. While you were away, Lord Third and I naturally protected your Uchiha clan. Danzo's remnants went berserk for a while, but with the Umbu around they didn't cause much trouble. However, Orochimaru gathered many of Danzo's subordinates and defected. It's fine really. Just an Orochimaru, he shouldn't stir up much trouble. Minato continued with a smile. Konoha is finally united now. We've witnessed the meaning of kill one to warn 100, ha ha ha. Anyone who engages in division or human experimentation has me Minato Namikaze to answer to. Minato said cheerfully. That's good. As long as the Uchiha are safe, that's all that matters. The village and the Uchiha are equally important to me. I'll take my leave now, Lord Minato. I'll go undercover in the Akatsuki again to gather whatever intelligence I can. My identity wasn't suspected last time, Liu Tian said with a sigh of relief. And your strength is indeed unsuitable for ordinary missions. When the time is right, I'll petition the High Council to let you run for the 5th Hokage. Minato praised. 5th Hokage. Well, see. How is Kakashi? I heard he injured his eye. Liu Tian thought of Kakashi and asked hurriedly. He spent over half a month in the hospital recovering his eye. He's regained his strength now. Though he lacks the Sharingan to enhance his Chidori, his white fan swordsmanship has improved greatly. He's also researching an upgrade for Chidori. He might overcome the lack of the Sharingan soon. Minato sighed and said with concern. That's good. Lord Minato, I'm off. Liu Tian said as he faded into intangibility and vanished from the Hokage's office. Such a mysterious and unpredictable jutsu. What a powerful genius. Fortunately his heart is also with Konoha. Otherwise dealing with him would be another headache. Minato murmured to himself. Following his memory, Liu Tian directly used his intangibility ability to teleport near the rain-hidden village. I cannot rely on the power of intangibility any longer lest I arouse suspicion. I wonder how many tailed beasts the Akatsuki has collected so far. Liu Xian thought silently to himself. Following his previous route, Liu Tian directly entered the rain-hidden village. At the same time, Nagato, who sensed him through the raindrops, immediately dispatched Pain. Who goes there? Tendo Pain roared as he descended from the sky. It's me, Uchiha Shisui, Lord Yahiko. Liu Tian promptly replied. The last member wearing a mask left with you and never returned while you went to stir up trouble in Konoha and then came back to the organization. I believe you owe us a very good explanation. Nagato calmly stated through Pain. That masked lord ordered me to infiltrate Danzo's vicinity, find an opportunity to destroy his lair and incite chaos, preparing the ground for hunting the Ninetales in the future. As for where he went himself, I don't know either. He always comes and goes without a trace, making it hard to track his movements. Liu Tian stared directly at Pain, feigning firmness as he explained. That masked lord ordered me to infiltrate Danzo's vicinity, find an opportunity to destroy his lair and incite chaos, preparing the ground for hunting the Ninetales in the future. As for where he went himself, I don't know either. He always comes and goes without a trace, making it hard to track his movements. Liu Tian stared directly at Pain, feigning firmness as he explained. Enough. You need not say more. The human path will investigate clearly. Hand over your soul for our examination, do you dare? Tendo Pain challenged loudly. Everyone has their secrets. If you trust me, I will return and continue working for you. If not, I will leave immediately. Liu Tian said angrily. I don't think we can let you leave so easily. You must submit to the soul examination. Conan also stepped forward at this moment, speaking with righteous indignation. If that's the case, then I want leave. Liu Tian muttered softly. Spiritual energy flashed in his right arm. He used the paralysis technique to freeze Conan instantly, then phased beside her in the blink of an eye, holding a kunai to her throat. With his left hand forming seals, he swiftly extracted a vast amount of chakra from Conan's body, converting it into spiritual energy. The captive Conan instantly became weak, and any hope of escaping with her paper transformation ability was thoroughly shattered. Nagato. If you don't want Conan to die, then take me to see you. Liu Tian shouted loudly at Pain. Nagato. No. Conan tried to shout not to worry about her, but a large towel stuffed into her mouth silenced her. Nagato. I don't have much patience. I originally wanted to cooperate with you in hunting tailed beasts, but you didn't even give me a chance, so I had no choice but to resort to this. Liu Tian continued to coerce. Conan. Don't hurt Conan. Follow me. Tendo Pain shouted nervously. Thus Pain led Liu Tian and the others through various winding paths to Nagato's presence. Conan. Don't hurt Conan. Follow me. Tendo Pain shouted nervously. Thus Pain led Liu Tian and the others through various winding paths to Nagato's presence. You. Liu Tian stared at Nagato, who was covered in black rods inserted into his back, emaciated, and nearly at death's door, suddenly at a loss for words. Don't be afraid. Speak. What do you want to do to let Conan go? Nagato said weakly. You look terrible, Nagato. Since things have come to this, I just want to say you were deceived by Obito. Collecting tailed beasts will never bring about power to intimidate the world. Rather, Obito intends to use them to control the world using your chakra, even your life, to fulfill their wish of world domination. Liu Tian slowly explained to Nagato. They. Who do you mean? And who is Obito? Nagato asked in shock. They are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Obito is being controlled by Madara. And your eyes, they are Madara's power. Haven't you ever wondered how you were born with the Rinnegan? They are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Obito is being controlled by Madara. And your eyes, they are Madara's power. Haven't you ever wondered how you were born with the Rinnegan? Let me put it simply, Uchiha Madara was a shinobi of the Warring States period, renowned alongside the god of shinobi Hashirama. I believe you both know that. But even the mightiest will face old age. So Madara manipulated Obito, found you of the Uzumaki clan, and intended to use your body for his own rebirth, through the Rinne Tensei technique. Let me put it simply, Uchiha Madara was a shinobi of the Warring States period, renowned alongside the god of shinobi Hashirama. I believe you both know that. But even the mightiest will face old age. So Madara manipulated Obito, found you of the Uzumaki clan, and intended to use your body for his own rebirth, through the Rinne Tensei technique. Is the masked man Uchiha Obito? He's not Madara. Nagato asked in surprise. Yes. He tried to steal my eyes, but I killed him instead, which is how I learned of these plans. I originally intended to cooperate with you to gather tailed beasts and gain power, then when you completely exhausted your body and died, I would take your eyes. Oh no, Madara's eyes. To become the strongest Uchiha, intimidate the world, make it feel pain, and achieve peace. Liu Tian fabricated his purpose based on Nagato's wish, continuing. Is the masked man Uchiha Obito? He's not Madara. Nagato asked in surprise. Yes. He tried to steal my eyes, but I killed him instead, which is how I learned of these plans. I originally intended to cooperate with you to gather tailed beasts and gain power, then when you completely exhausted your body and died, I would take your eyes. Oh no, Madara's eyes. To become the strongest Uchiha, intimidate the world, make it feel pain, and achieve peace. Liu Tian fabricated his purpose based on Nagato's wish, continuing. So that's it. Everything was a lie. You mean, you can wield the power of the Rinnegan without being corroded? If you are also fighting for peace, I can give you the Rinnegan, but you must ensure the safety of my friend Conan. So that's it. Everything was a lie. You mean, you can wield the power of the Rinnegan without being corroded? If you are also fighting for peace, I can give you the Rinnegan, but you must ensure the safety of my friend Conan. So that's it. Everything was a lie. You mean, you can wield the power of the Rinnegan without being corroded? If you are also fighting for peace, I can give you the Rinnegan, but you must ensure the safety of my friend Conan. Nagato. Don't agree. What if he's lying to you? Don't accept. Use pain to counterattack. Conan suddenly broke free from the towel over her mouth and shouted loudly. Liu Tian said nothing but directly used the long-range Kamui of his right eye to send Conan into the Kamui dimension. Nagato, I can naturally agree to your request. I have no enmity with you, and maybe you will become better. The Uzumaki clan has immense chakra. If I remove the Rinnegan's power from you, you will quickly recover your health and become a true shinobi, relying on yourself. With your chakra reserves, becoming a powerful being is no difficult task. Liu Tian explained with a slight smile and full confidence. Nagato let out a deep sigh, raised his gaunt face, glanced briefly at Liu Tian, and said helplessly. You've taken Conan away using that masked man's ability. I'm afraid I don't have a choice now, do I? Do what you have to do. My life or death doesn't matter, I only ask that Conan live well. I hope you can fulfill the wish of world peace. You say that, but you won't die. Perhaps you will even help me. I am not one to kill innocents. I will definitely use this power to protect world peace. Liu Tian said with a smile. All right, you don't need to do anything. Break the connection with the ghetto statue. After today, Lord Nagato, you will truly be yourself. You say that, but you won't die. Perhaps you will even help me. I am not one to kill innocents. I will definitely use this power to protect world peace. Liu Tian said with a smile. All right, you don't need to do anything. Break the connection with the ghetto statue. After today, Lord Nagato, you will truly be yourself. Nagato let out a deep sigh, raised his gaunt face, glanced briefly at Liu Tian, and said helplessly. You've taken Conan away using that masked man's ability. I'm afraid I don't have a choice now, do I? Do what you have to do. My life or death doesn't matter, I only ask that Conan live well. I hope you can fulfill the wish of world peace. You say that, but you won't die. Perhaps you will even help me. I am not one to kill innocents. I will definitely use this power to protect world peace. Liu Tian said with a smile. Alright, you don't need to do anything. Break the connection with the ghetto statue. After today, Lord Nagato, you will truly be yourself. You say that, but you won't die. Perhaps you will even help me. I am not one to kill innocents. I will definitely use this power to protect world peace, Liu Tian said with a smile. Alright, you don't need to do anything. Break the connection with the ghetto statue. After today, Lord Nagato, you will truly be yourself. After absorbing the chakra from Hashirama's remains last time, my Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have a hint of evolution, but this should be illusory. Without the inheritance of Indra's power, how could I obtain the Rinnegan? Now I have no choice but to forcibly absorb it using immortal techniques. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, my physical constitution has greatly improved. Coupled with my already possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, I should be able to withstand it. Liu Tian sighed and thought to himself. After absorbing the chakra from Hashirama's remains last time, my Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have a hint of evolution, but this should be illusory. Without the inheritance of Indra's power, how could I obtain the Rinnegan? Now I have no choice but to forcibly absorb it using immortal techniques. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, my physical constitution has greatly improved. Coupled with my already possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, I should be able to withstand it. Liu Tian sighed and thought to himself. After absorbing the chakra from Hashirama's remains last time, my Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have a hint of evolution, but this should be illusory. Without the inheritance of Indra's power, how could I obtain the Rinnegan? Now I have no choice but to forcibly absorb it using immortal techniques. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, my physical constitution has greatly improved. Coupled with my already possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, I should be able to withstand it. Liu Tian sighed and thought to himself. Liu Tian looked at Nagato, who had already disconnected from the ghetto statue, and no longer hesitated. He rapidly formed the hand seals for the absorption technique, activated the everlasting longevity art to prepare spiritual energy for nurturing his eyes, and slowly chanted the incantation. Liu Tian looked at Nagato, who had already disconnected from the ghetto statue, and no longer hesitated. He rapidly formed the hand seals for the absorption technique, activated the everlasting longevity art to prepare spiritual energy for nurturing his eyes, and slowly chanted the incantation. Liu Tian looked at Nagato, who had already disconnected from the ghetto statue, and no longer hesitated. He rapidly formed the hand seals for the absorption technique, activated the everlasting longevity art to prepare spiritual energy for nurturing his eyes, and slowly chanted the incantation. Liu Tian was also extremely tense at this moment, for the ocular power contained within the Rinnegan was exceedingly formidable. Had it not been for the sake of enhancing his strength, he would not have needed to undertake such a perilous endeavor. As the incantation was chanted, the immense ocular power from Changmen's eyes was gradually drawn out, suspended in midair. It took a full 10 minutes to completely extract it, illustrating the overwhelming strength of the Rinnegan. Liu Tian did not choose to absorb it immediately, for this place was not safe. He activated both Xunwei simultaneously the moment he released Shaun and the suspended ocular power, and Lu Xiaoshen's body vanished together, entering the Xunwei dimension. To ensure absolute safety, Liu Tian certainly could not allow himself to be disturbed by any potential interruptions. After entering the Xunwei dimension, he slightly calmed the ocular power in his eyes and formally began the absorption. The physical strength of Uchiha Shishui's body alone is indeed insufficient, but with my foundation establishment, cultivation, and the nourishment of Hashirama's chakra energy, my current physical form is already extremely powerful, and should be able to withstand the power of the Rinnegan. Liu Tian mused to himself. Forget it, trying one first can't hurt. Liu Tian made up his mind. His left arm guided one of the Rinnegan's ocular powers directly into his right eye. The right eye's long-range Xunwei and the brief Bitianshin were abilities Liu Tian could afford to lose even if they were interfered with by the Rinnegan, and could no longer be used. It would not be a great loss. As the ocular power was injected, his right eye instantly felt as if seared by flames, dry, scorching, and stabbing, unbearably painful. Liu Tian hastily used his prepared right arm to gather spiritual energy and nourish his right eye. When his right hand was insufficient, he added his left hand. In the boundless Xunwei dimension, the cross-legged youth covered his right eye with both hands for an unknown duration, his heavy panting sounding as if he were sprinting 100 meters. Power! I want power! Summon the statue of the demon god, merge with the 10 tails. Obtain absolute power! A low voice began to echo repeatedly in Lu Xiaoshen's heart. The Rinnegan indeed affects one's mind, trying to turn me into a puppet. Not so easy. The eternal longevity art, activate. Liu Tian thought secretly. The formidable power of the Rinnegan was not only manifested in reality but also possessed the ability to control souls. Therefore, forcibly using another's Rinnegan would naturally incur soul backlash. This was also why Dai Tu of the White Mask, who used only one eye, bore tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the cultivation technique not only strengthened the body and absorbed spiritual energy, but also nurtured and refined the soul. Thus Liu Tian was not without a chance of resistance. Unconsciously, a long time passed again. Liu Tian finally lowered his hands and let out a long sigh. Finally successfully fused. Indeed, my right eye sees things with unparalleled clarity. Although I previously obtained Hashirama's chakra to suppress the progression of my myopia, the damage to the eyes left by Zishui's body was still hard to remedy. After the fusion it is completely restored. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. A powerful ocular force continuously generated in his right eye. Not only was the recovery speed extremely fast, but the ocular power of a single eye already surpassed that of both eyes after the previous fusion. Almighty Pull. Liu Tian involuntarily raised his right hand and used Almighty Pull on a certain stone in the Shinwei dimension. The stone was instantly drawn into his right hand by a powerful attractive force. Liu Tian grasped the stone, raised his right hand, and launched another technique, Shinra Tensei. The stone flew out at extreme speed and embedded deeply into a distant stone pillar. What an interesting jutsu. It seems the Rinnegan has been mostly absorbed. Liu Tian couldn't help but rejoice. Oh right. There's one more thing. As he spoke, he activated his right eye again, gazing at that stone, long-range Shinwei, and the stone was rapidly teleported away. That's good, it didn't override the original Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. After all, this is not a replacement but a fusion. Let's try the other eye now. I hope it won't be as painful this time. Heaven bless me. Liu Tian continued in a low voice. The second fusion went much more smoothly. With the assistance of his right eye and the existing ocular power, he quickly suppressed the power of his left eye. However, only the time was shortened, the pain remained exactly the same. A bit angry, a bit depressed. Does it have to be this agonizing every time? Damn it, fusing an eye hurts like hell, and you foolish eye even tempted me to merge with the 10 tails. If it weren't for you being slightly stronger, I would have dug you out and fed you to the dogs. So infuriating. Having been subjected to the left eye's mental temptation again, Liu Tian couldn't help but curse angrily. Though it was excruciating, my ocular power is finally maxed out. From now on at least I won't end up drained like a dog after activating Susanoo for a short while. Although I don't have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, skipping straight to this is also pretty good. Liu Tian rallied his spirits and encouraged himself. I'd better go out first and see how much time has passed. I wonder how Chang Men and the others are doing. Liu Tian made up his mind. Activating the intangibility of his left eye, Liu Tian directly teleported from the Shinwei dimension to the room where Chang Men had been before. The room was heavily covered in dust with even quite a few spider webs. Liu Tian thought speechlessly. Did they run away? No way. Aren't they going to maintain world peace anymore? He used Shinwei intangibility again and directly teleported to the meeting hall. The moment he landed, he suddenly felt as if illuminated by a strange ray of light. Liu Xiaoshan's eyes, which had just been in Mangekyo Shinwei form, instantly turned into those of an ordinary person. Ha! You've finally come. A sinister voice emerged from underground. Uchiha Shisui. You have repeatedly sabotaged my plans. Damn you. Today I'll send you to the heavens. But before that I need you to do something. The black and white fused Jew spoke darkly and angrily. Wait a moment, are you? Hey Jew. Liu Tian asked instinctively. That's right. Dai Tu's mission was going perfectly well, but you killed him. Then I intended to directly manipulate Chang Men, but you went and stole his Rinnegan. I'm furious. You must die. I will control you and use Rin every birth to revive Ban. Hey Jew stated his intention directly. Where are Chang Men and the others? Where did the Akatsuki members go? Liu Tian asked after a moment's thought. I certainly don't care whether they live or die. They've gone to a new place, changed their contact point. Chang Men needs to recuperate, and besides they had made many enemies earlier, but all feared the power of the Rinnegan and dared not seek revenge. Thanks to you their strength has plummeted. How could they not flee now? Heiju said mockingly. You want to defeat me? Do you have the power? As far as I know, you're not that strong. Liu Tian also chuckled and said sarcastically. But I have many secret techniques. I have already used a ninjutsu to seal your chakra and ocular power, and on top of that we have several thousand Baiju soldiers here. I wonder, young Jishui, if your body is sturdy enough. Heiju couldn't help but sneer. Don't worry about whether it's sturdy or not, besides who said I only know ninjutsu? Liu Tian laughed maniacally. With the intelligence secured, he hesitated no more. Spiritual energy surged from his arms, freezing technique. He unleashed a basic cultivation spell directly beneath Kuro Zetsu's feet. Kuro Zetsu could have remained safely hidden underground, but his overconfidence left him no chance to escape. The freezing technique instantly encased Kuro Zetsu's entire body in ice. Liu Tian hurled all his kunai and shuriken, then activated the object manipulation technique. A dozen kunai and dozens of shuriken whirled around him at high speed, reaping the lives of the approaching white Zetsu. Without pausing, Liu Tian channeled his spiritual energy again, summoning the supreme innate true fire of the foundation establishment stage and blasting it toward Kuro Zetsu. The frozen Kurozetsu was immediately engulfed by the powerful innate true fire. Under the alternating extremes of cold and heat, no matter how resilient his life force, he disintegrated from the white Setsu and dissolved into a pool of black liquid. The seal on Liu Xiaoshan's body was lifted. Knowing the tenacity of Kurozetsu's life force, he quickly activated the long-range Kamui in his right eye, violently twisting half of Kurozetsu's liquid body apart. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The battle ended with Kurozetsu's anguished cry. Liu Tian had never been one to dawdle. If he could finish the fight in one combo, he would, believing that delays lead to complications. Liu Tian paid no further attention to the white Setsu army about to be annihilated by his kunai and shuriken. With a flick of his spiritual energy, he swiftly retrieved his weapons, then vanished from the meeting hall using Kamui's intangibility. Inside the Kamui dimension, Liu Tian stared at the still writhing half-liquid of Kurozetsu, a wave of disgust rising within him. What the hell is this? Is Kurozetsu's body also of 6 paths level? But his consciousness is definitely gone. Split in two, normal creatures usually can't survive. Liu Tian mused silently. No, I'd better refine this remnant body with the innate true fire. Just in case, his ninjutsu is too bizarre and he's a mortal enemy. I must completely annihilate him. Liu Tian resolved and muttered to himself. Spiritual energy surged from his arms as he summoned the innate true fire. The remnant body writhed sluggishly and was easily consumed by the flames. Time passed unknowingly. Under the prolonged scorching of the powerful true fire, the half of Kurozetsu's body was finally refined into an extremely hard black sphere. Liu Tian withdrew the innate true fire, his eyes shifting to an onion-like pattern. Using almighty push, he drew the black sphere into his hand for close inspection. The powerful true fire merely refined and compressed it. The essential composition seems unchanged. Spending so much spiritual energy to create this, might as well use it as a weapon with the universal pull. Otherwise it'd be a waste. Liu Tian pondered. After observing and examining for a long time and confirming the sphere showed no signs of life, he once again became intangible, and teleported to the hidden rain village. Where could Nagato and Konan have gone? Sai, how am I supposed to find them? I'd better ask the Umbu of Konoha, they might have information. Liu Tian reconsidered. Familiar with the place, he wasted no time and teleported directly to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Shikaku Naro, were there discussing affairs. Minato, having seen Liu Xiaoshan's abilities, was not overly surprised. The third Hokage, though experienced, exclaimed in astonishment. Shisui, your eyes also possess space-time ninjutsu. As for the strategist Shikaku, he blinked in surprise but said nothing. Well, Lord Minato already knew. Shisui came today to ask the Umbu about the whereabouts of Nagato and Konan, the former members of the Akatsuki. Has any of our squads observed them? Liu Tian, not wanting to dwell on his eyes, changed the subject. Minato, noticing Shizui's predicament, smiled and said directly. Kakashi has specific location intelligence. After you went undercover in the Akatsuki, Kakashi heard about it, and voluntarily led his team to secretly monitor the Akatsuki's movements. Kakashi-senpai. Alright, goodbye, 3 esteemed members. I need to find the Akatsuki. Liu Tian said no more, quickly took his leave and vanished from the room. Liu Tian directly teleported to the Umbu headquarters, having been there before. Does any brother know where Kakashi-senpai is? Seeing the bustling personnel with no clue, Liu Tian shouted loudly. They'll take you there, Shisui-senpai. Your battle killing Danzo Shimura was earth-shattering. One Umbu member said excitedly. What? That's Uchiha Shisui. Amazing. He seems to have awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Not just that, he also possesses the same power as Uchiha Madara, Susanoo. As that member recognized Liu Tian, the entire Umbu hall erupted in discussion among the passing members. Overwhelmed by all the praise, Liu Xiaoshan's face flushed. He quickly pulled the Umbu member who knew Kakashi's location and went to find him. Knock knock. Kakashi-senpai, Shisui-senpai is here to see you. Please come in. Kakashi said excitedly. Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Liu Tian greeted. Almost a year and you've truly impressed me. Killing Danzo Shimura, annihilating over a dozen of Danzo's elite ninjas in one move. Defeating the Akatsuki's core force, Pain single-handedly shattering the organization. Shisui, you're incredible. Kakashi laughed and praised. It's alright. I don't want to dwell on achievements or strength. I only know that with great power comes great responsibility. Kakashi-senpai, you've also improved quite a bit. Liu Tian replied with a smile. The two then chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other for ages. Perhaps even someone as strong as Liu Tian felt lonely in this unfamiliar place and needed a sincere friend, or, after chatting casually for an hour, Liu Tian finally stated his purpose. Kakashi, old friend, I came today to learn the current location of the Akatsuki. I want to reassemble the members and establish a new Akatsuki. What? Shisui, what are you planning? Kakashi said in shock. To peacefully collect the tailed beasts and deter world peace. Lu Xiaotian replied solemnly. I'll tell you the location and I'll pretend I know nothing about what you do. But never harm Lord Minato's family. Kakashi gave Lu Xiaotian a deep look. Lu Xiaotian smiled faintly. Don't worry, Kakashi. I know what I'm doing. Kakashi sighed and told Lu Xiaotian the intel he had gathered on the Akatsuki's location. Thanks. Senior Kakashi, I want to do what you suggested. If this plan succeeds, the entire shinobi world will enjoy lasting peace. Lu Xiaotian replied firmly. Without further words, he quickly phased out of the village and a void-like teleportation oriented himself, channeled his spiritual energy, and flew swiftly in one direction. At the Foundation establishment stage, Lu Xiaotian could already fly in the air far faster than ordinary ninjas who ran and leaped. The land of waterfalls Taki no Kuni and its hidden village Taki no Sato lay deep behind a waterfall, a naturally fortified location. Years of peace had honed the skills of its shinobi. According to Kakashi's squad intel, the Akatsuki leader had entered the waterfall of the land of waterfalls. Hee, old man. You and your granddaughter will sleep here forever. Blame your fate. These gold and treasures were never meant for you. A burly bearded man shouted at the surrounded merchant caravan. Good sirs, we're just moving through with our belongings. Take the money and let us go, please. The old man glanced at the fallen hired ninja and forced a smile. Enough talk. We cannot let you go because I don't want you to expose our existence. A handsome ninja-clad young man stepped forward and interrupted. At that moment, Lu Xiaotian, who was a bit lost, happened to pass by. Finally, I see someone. I've been struggling too much. He muttered in frustration. He withdrew his spiritual energy and slowly descended from the sky, curiously glancing left and right at the two groups. Does anyone know how to get to the land of waterfalls? Just asking directions, thanks. Lu Xiaotian looked around as he spoke. Where did this wild brat come from? The bearded man started to curse but was stopped by a hand gesture from the handsome man. Huh? What did you say? Does anyone know or not? Lu Xiaotian pressed the robber group. Young friend, I know the way to the land of waterfalls. Keep heading southeast from here until you reach the next town, then take the eastern main road. After walking a long way, you'll see the waterfall. The handsome man said with a smile. Okay, thanks. Farewell. Lu Xiaotian turned to leave. Boss. We can't let anyone go. If he leaves, hell expose our position. The bearded man protested. Look closely, he wears a Konoha headband. Even if we ignore his strength, major villages aren't something we mess with lightly. The handsome man replied with a sharp gaze. Lu Xiaotian had only taken a few steps when a little girl ran over and blocked him. Big brother, please save us. The ninjas we hired were killed by these bandits. They want to kill all of us. Please. Save my family. The little girl cried with tears streaming down her face. For a moment Lu Xiaotian felt at a loss. Back when he stood up for others, he got beaten half to death. After arriving here, he had faced countless schemes and betrayals. Unknowingly, he had lost that initial passion and impulsiveness. A rational mind made him reluctant to get involved. His heart only echoed. Sweep the snow in front of your own door and don't mind the frost on others' tiles. Have I become so mundane? He stared at the little girl, lost in thought. While Lu Xiaotian was dazed, the handsome man suddenly flicked several shuriken, not at Lu Xiaotian, but at the whole family, including the little girl. As expected, screams rose one after another as people fell. How could ordinary people dodge a ninja's powerful attack? Yet Lu Xiaotian and the little girl before him vanished from the spot. The shuriken aimed at the girl missed and stuck into the ground. Then Lu Xiaotian and the girl reappeared as if they had never disappeared. The little girl ran hysterically to her family and wept bitterly. You act too quickly. I hadn't decided whether to save them yet. Lu Xiaotian shook his head hard and glared at the handsome man darkly. Don't meddle, young friend. I'm just helping you make a decision. Take the girl and go. Well, keep our distance. The handsome man chuckled. Yes. Ever since I arrived here, I've encountered all kinds of venomous and ruthless people, endured endless pain and trials. Or perhaps it's the lure of the Rinnegan. Unknowingly, I've been influenced, losing the innocent heart I once had. Lu Xiaotian shouted to himself somewhat maniacally. A version of me like this. How can I keep moving forward? They'll be consumed by inner demons sooner or later. Lu Xiaotian, don't forget who you are. Act with a clear conscience. Yes, a clear conscience. You must pursue fairness and justice. He continued to yell at himself in self-reproach and awakening. If you're weak, become strong. If you're strong, fight for justice. Unite mind and body, cultivate the righteous path, attain immortality. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaotian forced himself to calm down. Boss. What's up with this guy? Crazy. One of the bandits with a broadsword standing next to the handsome man asked curiously. Probably a side effect of genjutsu. I've never seen anything like it. He might have a mental issue. Everyone on guard. The handsome man spread his hands, quickly formed hand signs and muttered with a frown. Liu Tian suddenly looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "You villains, now you'll pay for your murders. Blame, only because you are weaker than me." He swiftly raised his right hand toward the bandits, his eyes transforming into onion-like patterns, the Rinnegan ability activated. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous force instantly blasted the bandits away, sending them crashing heavily to the ground far away. Then Liu Xiaoshen's left eye flashed red and he vanished, reappearing right in front of the bandits. There were about 10 bandits, 5 or 6 had already died from shattered bones. But the handsome man remained standing. "Young friend. May I pledge loyalty to you? I can become your subordinate. Not that I fear death, but I don't want to die in vain. I think following you will be interesting." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Go ask that little girl. If she agrees, you two can join the Akatsuki together." Liu Tian sighed deeply. "I agree. I swear one day I will personally avenge my family." The grief-stricken girl wiped away her tears and snot forcefully. "Good. I'll wait. The world is cruel. Everyone has their own position and mission. A moment ago I was a bandit leader bound to eliminate all traces. But now I'm this young friend's subordinate, and I'll obey only his orders. Oh little girl, I also swear until you formally declare war on me I won't touch a hair on your head." The handsome man spoke emotionlessly, his tone tinged with sadness. "Perhaps this is the right outcome. Give the bullied weak enough respect rather than making arbitrary decisions. So-called villains also have their stance. If they pose no harm to me, I can give them a chance. In short, as long as I have a clear conscience on the path of cultivation, that's enough." Liu Tian muttered to himself. Without letting the remaining bandits speak, Liu Tian raised his hand again, unleashing a more powerful Shinra Tensei at close range. The survivors disintegrated instantly. "If they're too cowardly to live and have no ability, the Akatsuki won't need them," Liu Tian said calmly, then walked toward the southeast. "Wait, Chief. Should we bury these dead? As for these valuables, perhaps they can be used to fund this girl's upbringing. And my name is Chiyue." The handsome man stopped Liu Tian and said, "Oh, right. I'm a bit confused. My mind wandered just now. I only want to reach Longyin village as soon as possible. By the way, little girl, I'll hold on to these belongings for you for now. I'll give them back once we reach the organization." Liu Tian touched his head and said helplessly. Liu Tian mobilized his spiritual energy, soaring into the air, and waved his arms, employing the telekinesis art. The dead bodies slowly levitated. Liu Tian turned his head, spotted an empty space not far away, and his Rinnegan appeared once more. He activated the universal pull, and a powerful suction force created a circular depression in the ground. He arranged the bodies one by one within, then used the excavated soil mixed with some surrounding earth to raise a grave mound. "Little girl, don't blame me. When I was considering saving you, I was worried they might have special methods, poisoning, secret arts, and so on. Although my current strength is considerable, I must never act recklessly again. Life is only once, this time no one can save me or give me another chance." Liu Tian calmly explained to the little girl. "I won't blame you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I would have died too. It's all because I am not strong enough to protect my family." The little girl bowed toward the grave and said resentfully, "Then, we must hurry. If you have somewhere else to go, you may leave on your own." Liu Tian let out a soft breath and said quietly. A red light flickered in Liu Xiaoshen's right eye. He activated the long-range Kamui and swiftly stored the group's belongings into the Kamui dimension. "By the way, once you have the ability, you can ask me for these things anytime. For now it's inconvenient for you to carry them," Liu Tian instructed the little girl. With that, he didn't delay any further and headed southeast. Chiyue naturally followed, and after a moment of hesitation, the little girl hurriedly caught up. Perhaps Liu Tian was in a hurry and traveling together was already slow, so he didn't initiate any conversation along the way. The three walked in silence for an entire day until they finally reached the vicinity of a waterfall. "Chiyue, are you familiar with the land of waterfalls?" Liu Tian asked the handsome man directly. "Not very well. I was from Kumogakure before, but I wasn't valued there. Every day was just ordinary work. I sneaked out to learn more ninjutsu and make life more interesting," Chiyue replied sincerely. "Then, wait for me here for a while. I need to go in and handle something." Liu Tian responded briefly and vanished instantly. Liu Tian continuously performed spatial movement, easily passing through the waterfall. After a brief observation, he arrived at the hidden waterfall village in the land of waterfalls. Nagato and the others must have a separate reception room here, or maybe they're imprisoned. Impossible. They wouldn't come here to die on their own, so they must be guests. Liu Tian speculated, pondering the reasoning in his mind. He activated his intangibility ability again, teleported to a high altitude, and after several adjustments finally found an optimal observation spot. As soon as he settled into his observation position, Liu Tian noticed something. Indeed, looking down from above made it easier to discern the village's distinctions. I don't want to become a Jinchuriki. Brother Famor, you're so annoying. A dark-skinned little girl with green hair dashed wildly through the streets. Miss Fu, slow down. Please be careful. Two guards arranged by the village chief chased after her, shouting. From what he heard, Liu Tian immediately guessed that this was Fu, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, though he wasn't sure if the tailed beast had already been sealed inside her. Without further hesitation, Liu Tian quickly activated his intangibility and stealthily approached Fu. Then, with a red gleam in his right eye, the long-range Kamui instantly transported Fu into the Kamui dimension. Liu Tian himself also used his left eye's ability to become intangible and entered the Kamui dimension. As soon as he entered, he heard a childish voice shouting, "Where is this? Hey! Is anyone there?" Liu Tian needed to get close to confirm whether there was a tailed beast inside Fu. However, even if there wasn't, he already had a better idea. "Little one, how did you end up here? This is a dream that only naughty children have," Liu Tian said with a smile, gently coaxing her. "I was running just now. I wasn't sleeping, big brother. How do I get out? I'm a little scared." Fu, still a child, displayed unusual vulnerability. "I am the god of dreams. If you want to leave, just look into my eyes and I'll use magic to send you back." Dealing with a child, Liu Tian tried to resolve things as gently as possible. The left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Tsukuyami, activated. "Obey me." Unprotected Fu naturally fell under the spell, standing still and waiting for Liu Xiaoshin's command. "After the Rinnegan fusion, the cooldown of the powerful Tsukuyami in my left eye is only 1 day. Not bad. I'll make things more convenient in the future," Liu Tian muttered to himself. He quickly formed hand seals and slowly chanted incantations, preparing to try and collect Fu's chakra. "First, use the collection technique to sense the chakra level, and that will tell me if a tailed beast is sealed inside," Liu Tian said to himself with some excitement. A massive surge of chakra energy erupted from Fu's body. The tailed beast inside her sensed danger, and tried to force a tailed beast transformation to escape. "A bird in the hand isn't getting away." Liu Tian intensified his spiritual energy infusion, and shouted loudly. The collection technique forcibly extracted the chakra of the Seven Tails Chome. At this rate, it would take only a few minutes to drain the entire tailed beast's power. Unfortunately, due to the seal, it couldn't escape. Tailed beasts are inherently difficult to break free from seals, especially when their power is rapidly diminishing. All it could do was watch its own gradual dissipation. "Brother Kamui, tailed beasts should be able to revive. Today I apologize, but I need your power. I hope you can revive soon," Liu Tian said to the tailed beast inside Fu, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Curse you, human. When I revive, I will take my revenge," Chome replied angrily. A few minutes later, the tailed beast's chakra energy was fully absorbed. Liu Tian then placed the energy orb somewhere in the Kamui dimension. Fu had already collapsed to the ground. After storing the energy, Liu Tian hurried over to check on her condition. Hearing Fu's steady breathing, Liu Tian breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "It seems that merely absorbing chakra energy without fully extracting it only leaves the Jinchuriki a little tired." Then Liu Tian activated his left eye's Tsukuyami, releasing his control over Fu. He then used his right eye's Kamui to send the girl out of the dimension, gently placing her on a crowded street. After settling Fu down, Liu Tian removed the forehead protector that symbolized the Konoha ninja, which he had deliberately worn to curry favor with Minato and the others while gathering intelligence in the village. Indeed, a Jinchuriki is like a vessel. Forcibly extracting the tailed beast will inevitably lead to death. However, if we merely absorb the tailed beast's energy and dissipate it within the seal, ensuring the Jinchuriki's safety is entirely feasible. Liu Tian silently reflected on everything that had just transpired. Subsequently, feeling somewhat like a thief with a guilty conscience, he casually changed into plain clothes, disguised himself as a civilian, and activated his intangibility to exit the Kamui space. Due to its waterfalls, Takigekyo possessed an ethereal beauty akin to a paradise. Liu Tian strolled leisurely through the village, immersing himself in the surrounding peace and tranquility. Perhaps this genuine tranquility is what the first Hokage pursued. Yet such peace can only exist in a place this small. If it were any larger, conflicts and diverging interests would inevitably arise. Not to mention the current era of independent nations and villages, each serving their own masters. Even if the world were unified through force, future generations would still vie for power and profit. Gazing at the harmony and peace of this paradise, Liu Tian could not help but sigh inwardly. Unlike the village's ninjas were frantically running about. The disappearance of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki Fu dealt a severe blow to the village's overall military strength. "Found her. Lady Fu is here." At last the ninjas discovered Fu lying on the street. "Are you all right? I told you, Sister Fu, you have a special status. Don't run around and jump about recklessly. What exactly happened this time?" Fei Ma scolded softly yet with a hint of confusion as he addressed the newly awakened Fu. I don't know either. I just felt incredibly tired all over, then fell asleep and woke up here. Ha, Fu answered drowsily, punctuating her words with an adorable yawn. No. Could it be? That's impossible. So easily. Absolutely impossible. Fei Ma jerked his head up and shouted in horror. Immediately Fei Ma gathered chakra in his left hand and carefully sensed the seal on Fu's abdomen. What? Is this technique? The enemy probably hasn't left the village yet. Issue an order to seal off all entrances and exits and detain anyone suspicious. Fu, you go search as well. See if you can sense the location of the Seven Tails. Oh, and summon the Akatsuki members for me. I have something very important to discuss with them. After issuing these urgent commands, Fei Ma heavily sat down on his chair, his eyes solemn and lost in thought. 10 minutes later, after receiving the message from the ninja, Conan turned to the red-haired man beside her and asked softly, "What's going on? Fei Ma suddenly summons us again. Could it be related to Fu's disappearance? It must be something urgent. Fu disappeared, then was found again, and now he's so anxious. Which means the tailed beast Chome might have been lost." Nagato speculated briefly on the cause and effect, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Suddenly both seated figures stood up simultaneously, eyes wide as they stared at each other, and said with a hint of excitement, "If the tailed beast vanished so easily, it's highly likely. That kid. He must have come looking for us. And collected the tailed beast Chome along the way." Conan concluded, "That guy has already succeeded in fusing his eyes while I only just managed to recover my body. I have to admit. He is extremely powerful." Nagato replied, "Conan, activate your angel wings, make them as large as possible. Fly around the vicinity, you should be able to make contact with him. They'll go meet Fei Ma myself." Nagato laid out his plan. All right, Nagato. Conan affirmed with concern. Soon she activated her angel form, flapping her enormous paper wings and soaring freely in various directions above the village. Naturally, Liu Tian, who was searching for Conan, and Nagato easily spotted Conan's location. Subsequently, Liu Tian found a secluded spot, activated his left eye's intangibility, teleported beside Conan, and whispered, "Find a place with no one around for a proper talk. Being in the air right now is too conspicuous." Conan understood and flapped her wings, flying back to the Akatsuki's temporary hideout. "How did you two end up in Takigakure? How long has it been since I disappeared?" Appearing beside Conan, Liu Tian asked curiously. "Shisui, congratulations on successfully fusing the Rinnegan's power. How do you feel now?" Conan smiled politely and said, "It's been about 5 months. After you vanished, we completely sealed off Amigakure, and I've been accompanying Nagato while he recovers. A month ago he felt well enough to travel, so we came here. Takigakure had previously contacted us requesting that we accept a commission to deal with some rogue ninjas from their village." "I see. So it wasn't that you were being chased and took refuge in Takigakure?" Liu Tian nodded in response. "Being chased? That shouldn't be the case for now. The loss of pain hasn't been exposed or spread yet. Besides, our Akatsuki is more than just pain. You only thought that way because the meeting hall was empty, didn't you? I stayed with Nagato in hiding to help him recover. As for the others, I ordered them to lay low and avoid drawing attention so that the secret of pain's absence wouldn't be discovered. Naturally, the meeting hall was empty." Conan explained one by one. "Then what do you plan to do now? Without pain, relying solely on the current Akatsuki to protect the village might prove quite difficult." Liu Tian cut straight to the point. "I think we don't have many good options. Either we make you our leader to guide us and we'll continue as before, diligently collecting the tailed beasts and striving to fulfill our grand ambition of deterring the entire world to bring about peace. Or we can only do our utmost to protect our own village, even if it means death without regret." Conan took a deep breath and spoke with a hint of sorrow. "By coming here to find you, you should understand that I intend to take the first path you mentioned. The power of the Rinnegan came from you after all, so I won't treat you poorly. As long as I live, no one can harm Amigakure." Liu Tian looked Conan straight in the eye and spoke earnestly. "Uchiha Shisui, thank you." "Oh no, leader, thank you." Conan smiled happily. For some reason, seeing this scene made Liu Xiaoshen's face flush slightly, and his gaze unconsciously grew a little fixed. "Ahem. Conan, are you aware how beautiful you are? Don't smile so beautifully too often, it's too much of a torment for Nagato. Day after day loving without obtaining." Liu Tian fidgeted nervously, looking around and stammering. "Ah, leader. What do you mean? The one I love has already passed away. In this life I will have no romantic attachments. Please do not entertain any improper thoughts," Conan said with a wary yet resolute tone. "Conan, you're overthinking it. I meant nothing of the sort, it was merely a passing remark. I have far more important matters to attend to, so naturally I won't harbor any improper intentions toward you. You can rest assured on that. Liu Tian replied calmly. But a swimsuit-clad Xiaonan would probably look very beautiful. I heard there's a nice hot spring to swim in over in the land of waterfalls. I wonder if the three of us could go and play there. Liu Xiaoshan's face slightly reddened as he spoke in a low voice. Xiaonan hesitated, her brow furrowing slightly. Liu Tian thought to himself with embarrassment. Ahem. I've only seen Xiaonan in a swimsuit in the game. Let me try if I can see the real thing. Meow. She wouldn't think I'm a pervert, would she? If it really doesn't work, he'll have to secretly cast a genjutsu to make her forget what I just said. Well, if it's the three of us, okay. Xiaonan forced herself to cheer up and said, Originally I had absolutely no interest in going out to play, but for the sake of the leader, and since Nagato has just recovered, consider it a celebration and relaxation. Is it still because of me, Yen? I'm really sorry. But people need to move on. Try to be as happy as possible while you're alive. According to the setting of souls in Naruto, you two should be able to meet in heaven. Seeing Xiaonan looking heavy-hearted, Liu Tian couldn't help but comfort her. I hope so. Me Yen. While I'm alive, I should properly fulfill his ideals. Xiaonan looked up and sighed. The two did not speak further but sat separately in chairs waiting for Nagato's return. Village Chief Fei Mo, what's the matter? Nagato quickly strode into Fei Mo's office and asked. I'm not sure if you can help with this matter. If you succeed, you can name your reward. Our village's tailed beast Chome has been lost. Does the Akatsuki organization have any way to find it? Fei Mo sighed and said solemnly. Losing a tailed beast. That's very difficult. And we haven't noticed any commotion recently, which means the culprit managed to steal it without a trace. Thus I'm afraid it will be very hard for us to find it. Nagato pretended to hesitate. If it's just this matter, I can only say that we will do our utmost to search, but as for the result, we cannot guarantee anything. Alright then, I'm counting on you. Sorry to trouble you, representatives of Akatsuki. Fei Mo cupped his hands together and answered dejectedly. Nagato said nothing more, took his leave, and walked straight back to the temporary residence. You really succeeded. Shisui Uchiha. Congratulations. As soon as Nagato entered the door, he saw Liu Tian and said with great excitement. It's nothing. Brother Nagato, your body looks much stronger now. Liu Tian replied happily. Unknowingly, Nagato and Liu Tian continued to exchange insights on the use and applications of the Rinnegan for over half an hour. Finally, Liu Tian shifted the conversation back to reality and mentioned the plan to visit the hot spring the next day. What? But Xiaonan, do you have the mood for that? Me Yenhi. Nagato looked awkwardly at Xiaonan sitting nearby. I agree with the leader's plan. First, we can't leave immediately, that would increase suspicion that we stole the tailed beast and invite unnecessary trouble. Second, let's do this just once. Consider it a break for our heavy hearts. Xiaonan took a deep breath and said slowly. Leader. Could it be that Shisui Uchiha? Have you already decided to lead us in carrying out the plan to bring peace to the world? Nagato turned to Liu Tian and said with excitement. Xiaonan, you sure have an imagination. I simply wanted to see you in a swimsuit. But this works too, it's good for my great leader image, haha. Liu Xiaoshan's mind wandered a bit. Suddenly he saw Nagato turning toward him, then shuddered and came back to his senses. Yes, I've already obtained one tailed beast. I just need to gather some more power to initiate the deterrence plan. That's great. Mi Yan's long-cherished wish and the shared dream of the three of us can finally be realized. Nagato clenched his fist. The next day the three packed up early and set off for the hot spring location. Xiaonan, it's not bad to relax once in a while. Let's not think too much for these few days. Nagato leaned close to Xiaonan and whispered. MHM Nagato, you too. These past 2 years have been really hard on you. Xiaonan replied with a smile. The two chatted back and forth. Beside them, Liu Tian felt extremely awkward and speechless. The atmosphere was like a single person tagging along with a couple on a trip. He wanted to join the conversation but didn't know what to say. Meow. What the hell? This is way too doggy. You two definitely have something special going on. Ugh, this is so uncomfortable. Liu Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. After enduring the awkwardness, Liu Tian finally reached the destination. The three found rooms in a relatively large inn and settled in. After much hesitation, Liu Tian took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and went to find Xiaonan. Knock knock. Who is it? It's Shisui Uchiha. Xiaonan, I have something to discuss with you. Liu Tian said with slight embarrassment. Leader. Come in. Xiaonan opened the door, glanced and said. What is it? Leader. Xiaonan said while closing the door. Xiaonan, there's something I want to tell you. Oh, don't misunderstand. I just want to see how you look in it purely out of curiosity. Liu Tian said nervously. What is it that makes the leader so nervous? Xiao Nan asked curiously. Liu Tian activated his left eye's intangibility ability, took a white swimsuit out of his Kamui space and handed it to Xiao Nan. Could you please wear this while swimming these days? Ahem, I have no ulterior motives. It's just that in that game it was designed that way. I really want to see what it looks like in reality. What is a game? Leader. If you really want me to wear this, that's fine with me. I was just about to go pick out a swimsuit anyway. Xiao Nan looked at Lu Xiaoshan's blushing face and gave a light awkward laugh. A game is. Well, it's like a dream. For some reason I dreamed of you wearing this outfit, haha. Probably after I first met you. Liu Tian awkwardly explained with a forced smile. Leader truly has no improper intentions, right? If you force me to do anything I would rather die. I agree to the swimsuit. But don't ask again. If the leader has nothing else, please return to your room as soon as possible. I need to rest for a while. Xiao Nan suddenly put on a straight face and said seriously. Of course not, ahem. I'm leaving now. Liu Tian smiled kindly and walked out. At least my hard work yesterday afternoon and night teleporting around like crazy wasn't in vain. Haha. Liu Tian thought joyfully as he walked. In the remaining time of the morning, the three bought the clothes they needed. After a casual lunch, they officially began their short vacation. Having changed early, Liu Tian kept his eyes fixed on the exit of the women's changing room. Finally, the white figure with blue hair appeared. With her snow-white skin and bright white swimsuit, Xiao Nan seemed like an angel, as if radiating a divine aura that was untouched by the mundane world. Liu Tian quickly ran over and praised. This is truly beautiful, haha. Xiao Nan, how do you feel about the swimsuit? After saying this, he awkwardly scratched his head. Not bad. It's white like my ninjutsu. I like it. As for whether it's beautiful or not, I don't care. Xiao Nan smiled and said sincerely. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Sister Xiao Nan, I'm honored to be here with you. Liu Tian then smiled and praised. The delightful afternoon hours always passed too swiftly as nightfall descended quietly with the evening glow. The three changed their clothes, found a spacious open area, bought some meat and vegetables, and enjoyed a delightful barbecue dinner by the campfire. Konan is truly beautiful, even more so in her swimsuit during the day. In the Naruto anime, many goddesses are around Naruto's age, but now they're all children. Tsunade is too old, and I've never seen her. Sigh. And Konan has someone in her heart already. Liu seemed destined to be a lonely cultivation maniac. Liu Tian thought gloomily as he watched Konan laughing and chatting, her beauty radiant in the firelight. It's getting late. Are you too full? I'm a bit sleepy. Konan yawned and said gently. Then let's go back and rest. We can explore other places tomorrow. Nagato agreed. Alright, let's each go back and rest. Take care of yourselves. Liu Tian didn't argue. Lying in bed, Liu Tian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Damn, a graceful maiden is a gentleman's match. Longing for her, he lies awake. What if I use my dojutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, to control her and... How old is Konan anyway? Naruto is currently 35 minus 15 equals 20, about my age in the real world. Liu Tian thought with slight excitement. But in this world, Shisui should be 13 years old now. I'm still a tender young leaf. Konan wouldn't be losing out, right? No, I'm an upright gentleman. How did I become like this? I can't restrain myself. Unless one day I also win Konan over. Well, see. Liu Tian continued to wrestle with his thoughts. Right. I can go unnoticed. It probably doesn't count as taking advantage, does it? Forget it. I can't hold back any longer. I'm a hot-blooded young man. Liu Tian suddenly sat up and muttered to himself. Then he made a simple hand seal, the transformation technique. Thus a tiny mosquito quietly flew from the window to the side of a beautiful woman. It didn't dare get too close, acting extremely cautiously, and halted beside her. Liu Tian gazed intently at Konan's peerless beauty, hearing her steady breathing, and even catching a subtle scent of her unique fragrance. Everything he perceived felt so real. Gradually he seemed to be lulled by her calm and peaceful breath, and before he knew it his eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning a sudden scream was heard from a female guest in one of the inn's rooms. Ah. You. A startled man with a quick flash of red light from his left eye vanished instantly. Konan quickly sat up and frantically checked her body. Finding everything intact, she breathed heavily and sat down. A troubled expression crossed her face, her brows furrowed as if grappling with something. Konan, what's wrong? What happened? A red-haired man burst in and asked. Nothing. I misjudged. I thought I lost something, but I didn't. It was just a dream. Nothing happened, Nagato. Thank you for your concern. Could it be that Shisui did something to you? Nagato paused and speculated casually. No, how could the leader be that kind of person? Don't overthink it. I'm fine, Nagato. I simply had a dream. Conan forced a false smile. Suddenly Liu Tian materialized from the Kamui space just outside the door, stepping out and feigning calmness. What's going on here, brother Nagato? Nothing. Conan said she just had a dream, probably about Yahiko. Let's go back. Nagato turned to explain. Oh, okay. Glad it's nothing serious. By the way, I need to head ahead. You can enjoy yourselves for another day or two, then return. I suddenly remembered there are 2 people waiting for me. After I find them, I'll go back to Amigakure. You should come back soon too. Liu Tian deliberately turned away to avoid Conan's angry glare and addressed Nagato. My wish for the swimsuit is fulfilled. I need to quickly find those 2 and bring them back to Amigakure. I wonder if anything unexpected happened on their side. Conan. I didn't do anything. The transformation technique was unreliable. I lost control when I fell asleep. Liu Tian mused inwardly. Then with a flicker of his left eye he activated Kamui and teleported outside the waterfall of Taki no Kuni, the same place he had arrived earlier. Hey! Your hand seals are still superficial. With talent like yours, when will you ever come to avenge me? You're too weak. Keep practicing. Follow the steps I taught you. After searching nearby for a while, Liu Tian finally heard Shikia's familiar voice. Finally found you. Let's go back to Amigakure. Everything's settled, Liu Tian said with relief. Leader, since we had nothing else to do, I taught her some basic ninjutsu. You won't be angry, will you? Shikia asked cautiously. You didn't break your promise, so of course I won't be angry. Let's go. Back to Amigakure. Liu Tian calmed his inner anxiety and said flatly. The 3 were as lifeless as when they came. Damn. How am I going to explain to Conan? She must think I'm a pervert. That lousy transformation technique drives me crazy. Maybe I should just go all out and control her with Kodama Tsukumi. No, that's too much. Wait. I'm still just a big kid, right? Why not simply call her big sister? That would be delicious. I haven't done anything wrong. The current situation isn't a dead end. I've got an idea. Liu Tian thought as he walked, pondering how to face Conan. Leader. Are you okay? You've been absent-minded ever since returning from Taki no Kuni. Shikiya asked curiously. Ahem. Of course I was thinking about the tailed beasts. By the way, think carefully about the whereabouts of Kumogakure's tailed beast. We'll go steal it together. Liu Tian snapped back to reality and became serious. 3 days later. Hey. Leader. You're here. Haha, we caught up. Nagato shouted excitedly upon seeing Liu Xiaoshan's group. We thought you had urgent business, so we didn't delay and set off immediately. This is the shortest route to Amigakure, and sure enough we found you. Nagato explained. Oh, good work. We have a child with us, so we moved slowly. She's now alone and helpless, so I've decided to take her into the Akatsuki. Nagato, you're skilled in many ninjutsu styles. Would you be willing to take her as your disciple? Liu Tian nodded. Of course. Conan's paper jutsu isn't suitable for her, so I'll train her. Nagato readily agreed. Conan. Liu Tian stammered, trying to say something to her. No need to explain. Hurry up and get back. It's been a long time since the Akatsuki was managed. Conan cut him off. On the way back, Xiaonan deliberately kept her distance from Liu Tian and took the initiative to care for the little girl. Liu Tian naturally understood her feelings and tactfully remained silent, secretly resolving to find an excuse to clarify the misunderstanding, then focus on cultivation and flee this place as soon as possible. This matter was indeed my fault. Regardless of the outcome, after I apologize, I will do everything in my power to fulfill her wish. Liu Xiaotan silently thought to himself. Not long after the group finally returned to the Hidden Rain village, Xiaonan summoned all the hidden members to the meeting hall. Leader, our previous method of preserving corpses consumed too many materials. Only the Deva Path body remains. Since you are a Konoha ninja, it's best if you control the Deva Path and lead the Akatsuki. Please follow me, Nagato said to Xiaonan and Liu Tian respectively. Alright, no problem. Let's go. You 2 head to the meeting hall first. Look for a black mass. If you find it, throw it away. If not, stay cautious of your surroundings and protect yourselves. Liu Tian nodded affirmatively and gave instructions to Chiet and the others. Nagato led Liu Tian through a series of winding pipes until they reached the highest room. Due to the environment, the temperature was extremely low. Nagato formed a strange hand seal, causing a flash of black light on the door as the seal was dispelled and the door opened automatically. Entering, they could easily see Yahiko's corpse pierced with black rods surrounded by many peculiar crystals. These stones absorb moisture from the environment and the oxygen needed for breathing, thus keeping the corpse from decaying, Nagato explained to Liu Tian in detail. Holding their breath, the 2 quickly retrieved the corpse. Nagato briefly explained the operating method to Liu Tian. Thus the Deva Path of Pain was reborn, but this time its power was even greater. The 6 Rinnegan abilities merged into one. Although it lost shared vision, it gained several powerful Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. In this way future operations will be much more convenient, though I'll still need to trouble brother Yahiko. Liu Xiaotian was satisfied after succeeding and said to Nagato. Yahiko would surely be happy to use his own body to achieve his ideals, Nagato replied with certainty. Then Liu Xiaotian controlling the Deva Path Pain, and Nagato wasted no time and dashed back to the meeting hall. Leader, I found it. Is this the black substance you were looking for? Chia asked Liu Xiaotian urgently. Yes, it seems that after splitting in two Heiju cannot survive. I had overlooked the need to eliminate the root before, Liu Xiaotian muttered softly. Heiju? Chia asked curiously. Nothing. This black thing, just throw it away. It's useless, Liu Xiaotian said, too lazy to explain. After confirming that Pain could move without hindrance, Liu Xiaotian found a hidden room to conceal himself, then controlled Pain while waiting for the core members of the Akatsuki to arrive. Yahiko. Leader, the summons have been sent out, Xiaonan said after flying back for half an hour slightly dazed. MMIC. I wonder, does the Akatsuki currently have any rogue ninjas from other villages? Pain asked expressionlessly, his eyes fully onion-like. Not yet, only some from the Hidden Rain village headquarters. We were planning to expand recruitment to outsiders, Xiaonan replied promptly, no longer overthinking. How about this? I've thought it over briefly. I don't need to meet these people. We will act separately from now on. Nagato, Xiaonan, you two will oversee all the affairs of the Akatsuki. As for me, I'll form a team alone. This is the way to minimize casualties, Pain said decisively after a moment's hesitation. Your team's objective: search for the whereabouts of the three tails that may be resurrected and find traces of the four tails and five tails Jinchuriki. Avoid combat as much as possible. If you must fight, make thorough preparations. The purpose of this is to reduce casualties among ordinary ninjas, Pain continued to arrange resolutely. But wouldn't that be too dangerous for you, leader? Going alone to capture tailed beasts, Nagato objected with concern. No, I'll be very careful. And my power is extremely strong. When you have mostly completed your mission, you can also help me scout for information on other tailed beasts, Jinchuriki. I'll say it again. I do this to prevent ordinary ninjas from dying in vain like in the Great Ninja War, Pain explained. Alright, go and arrange things. I need to cultivate for a while to enhance my strength, as much as possible, Pain finally ordered before vanishing from the meeting hall. In a small secret room, Liu Xiaotian looked at the Deva Path Pain before him and muttered, perfect for a lazy social phobic. So convenient. Oh, one more thing. Please change clothes and put on this white mask. After dressing up, Liu Xiaotian manipulated Pain and disappeared from the secret room. Nagato and Xiaonan, having conveyed Liu Xiaotian's decisions to the lower-ranking members, returned to their respective rooms to rest. Exhausted, Xiaonan entered her room and found a letter on the table, addressed to Sister Xiaonan. Frowning, Xiaonan opened the letter. Dear Xiaonan, I sincerely apologize for what happened before. I don't know why, but that day I just wanted to keep looking at you. You give me a special unique feeling, but it's the feeling of a sister. Don't be afraid and don't feel guilty toward Yahiko. You can observe that I did nothing. From now on, let us treat each other as siblings. I wonder if you would agree. But regardless, I promise that what happened before will never happen again. Xiaonan finished reading and frowned deeply, thinking, that brat Chishui, do you take me for a fool? You just have the desire but lack the courage, huh? I'll forgive you for now since you didn't use the Rinnegan illusion to force me. Yahiko. On the day your wish is fulfilled, I will follow you. Xiaonan whispered to herself. Unfortunately, Xiaonan didn't notice a head wearing a white mask peering down from the rooftop, quietly observing her. Unbelievable. She still plans to commit suicide. Sigh, life and death are fated. I'd better help them achieve world peace quickly and leave this place. That's probably what Chishui would have wanted. In the secret room, a certain young man muttered softly. Liu Xiaotian took out the collected seven tails energy, sat cross-legged, activated his spiritual power, formed several hand seals to energize the energy, and concentrated on circulating the eternal longevity art to slowly absorb the energy. After roughly a day had passed, Liu Xiaotian, who was immersed in cultivation, finally opened his eyes. No wonder it's tailed beast energy, vast and dense yet exceedingly pure, with absorption speed that is remarkably swift. However, with only 7 tails, the energy is still too scarce. Let me first sense where Pain has reached. Having completed his training, Liu Xiaotian assessed his cultivation level and pondered quietly. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of wind, Pain, wearing a white mask, trembled slightly. He opened his onion-like eyes inside the carriage and slowly stood up. Hey brother, the higher-ups ordered us to transport this carriage as close to Sunigakure as possible. What exactly are we doing? Do you know? One Akatsuki member escorting the carriage asked curiously. How would I know? Maybe it's some kind of weapon that our senior experts will use when they arrive. The other member speculated while steering the horses. Suddenly a pair of hands gently opened the carriage door. Dressed in black robes and wearing a white mask, the Deva Path Pain controlled by Liu Xiaotian stepped out. Leave now. Be careful on the road. White-masked Pain spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion, then vanished from the carriage without a sound. Yes. Yes. Both men could clearly feel the suffocating pressure emanating from the masked figure. They quickly responded and immediately began turning the carriage around. Liu Ocean's controlled White-masked Pain used the intangibility ability, repeatedly advancing swiftly. Before long he easily infiltrated Sunagakure. Gaara at this time should be a very small child. He is surely under strict surveillance now. Finding him will be quite troublesome. Liu Xiaotian thought with some irritation. Next, controlling White-masked Pain, he carefully observed the vicinity of Sunagakure's high-rank gathering area for half a day, trying to locate traces of young Gaara. That person is... Meow. So it's this damned scoundrel. Fine, since I've seen him I can't just let it slide. Controlling Pain, Liu Xiaotian happened to spot a man, and in an instant he was consumed by rage. He activated his left eye's intangibility ability, and rapidly approached the Sunagakure man. Spiritual energy gathered in his left arm and concentrated in his palm, then he stretched it forward like a straight blade, gleaming with a cold sharpness. The Sunagakure man was no ordinary person. An intense sense of crisis in his mind made him leap up abruptly. A agonizing roar echoed near the high-rank meeting room of Sunagakure. Although the man's leap was fairly timely, his entire right leg was still cleanly severed by White-masked Pain's handblade. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? The man stood painfully on one leg, roaring viciously. Who am I? I am the brother of the little girl from Sunagakure that you killed to take credit for the mission. You bastard. You murdered her just to embezzle the merit of that battlefield. Today you must die. Liu Tian, controlling White-masked Pain, shouted coldly and loudly at the one-legged man. What? Impossible. I checked, that girl had no relatives. Don't try to fool me. The Kazekage will be here soon. You're as good as dead. The Sunagakure man snarled viciously at White-masked Pain. It turned out that the murdered host which Liu Xiaotian had first successfully inhabited had been killed by this very man. To fulfill his earlier promise, Liu Xiaotian was forced to expose his whereabouts. White-masked Pain sneered. Though I could have assassinated you in secret, I still want you to die openly here to expose your disgusting face and truly avenge that girl. Without further hesitation, White-masked Pain vanished instantly using his intangibility ability. He reappeared directly behind the severely injured one-legged man. This time both hands turned into blades working in tandem. After 3 strikes, the Sunagakure man was reduced to nothing but a torso and head, a living stump. That man, a mere braggart, didn't even have time to wail before he fell unconscious. As expected, White-masked Pain was now surrounded by a group of powerful Sunagakure shinobi led by the 4th Kazekage Raza. Stop hiding. Who exactly are you? Why do you recklessly harm people in Sunagakure? Raza asked with a dark expression, his voice loud. I already said, he killed my sister for merit. A slow reply came from beneath the white mask. You mean? The young, exceptionally talented elite shinobi from the same battlefield as him was done in by him for credit. Raza thought for a moment, then said. Exactly. My purpose in coming is to avenge her and also to discuss something with you. White-masked Pain continued. What matter? Regardless, you have killed one of our high-rank shinobi. While you may have your reasons, you must pay some price before leaving. Oh. Then what does the Kazekage of Sunagakure propose? White-masked Pain, slightly surprised, asked Raza with a hint of mockery. Either you stay and serve as a shinobi of the village to compensate for Sunagakure's loss, or you end up like him. Raza said with grave seriousness. What a domineering Sunagakure. You truly value interests above all else. Pakura was sacrificed by you for the village's benefit, wasn't she? I am merely taking revenge and seeking justice for an innocent victim. You should thank me for eliminating a traitor, yet you threaten me. White-masked Pain said angrily. Everything must prioritize the village's interests. Once a person dies, their value is completely wiped out. Since she is dead, she no longer has any value in guarding the village. But you have crippled one of our high-rank shinobi. Raza explained to the crowd. The decision regarding Pakura was the council's. Sacrificing one for the peace of the entire village, even if it were me, I would not hesitate to be sacrificed. That is the shinobi's duty. Raza continued, addressing the assembled shinobi. I do not know how you came by so much intelligence. What is your choice? Stay and help Sunagakure or die. You know far too much. It seems I absolutely cannot let you leave. Raza sneered, waving his hand to gather gold dust while speaking. What do I want? You really want to know? Ha! Nothing major. I just want you to hand over Shikaku the One-Tail and cremate this limbless wretch. I think he deserves to be reduced to ashes. Realizing there was no possibility of negotiation, White-masked Pain brazenly declared to Raza. Rosa stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the intruder wearing a white mask, his mind churning. Is this person a fool? Impossible. He must have something to rely on, or else he wouldn't be so confident while surrounded by so many ninjas. Which village are you from? Are you that confident in your strength? Or are there others here to support you? Rosa took a deep breath, calmed himself, and looked up to speak slowly. Why do you care so much? They'll say it again, I need to take the one-tailed Shikaku and grind this ninja to dust. Can you do it or not? Liu Tian, increasingly disgusted with the heartless Rosa, controlled the white mask pain and spoke contemptuously. What you ask is absolutely impossible, but I can give you a chance to leave alive. Rosa said sternly, continuing to mobilize his chakra ready to attack at any moment. Difficult. Ha, then forget it. I'll do it myself. White mask pain laughed lightly and cursed. The moment the words fell, a red light flickered in his left eye and he vanished from the spot. Rosa, still gathering chakra, exclaimed in shock. That's space-time ninjutsu. Not good. Rosa quickly ran in one direction. In a warm room, a very cute little boy with red hair played alone with toys. Suddenly space rippled. White mask pain arrived silently, lightly grabbed the little boy with his right hand, holding him tightly, and then vanished again. Liu Tian had never actually expected the Kazekage of Sunagakure to hand over his own son. Earlier, after searching the high-ranking gathering area for a long time without finding Gaara's traces, he realized Gaara was not there. Searching the entire village would be too time-consuming. If the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. Coincidentally, Liu Tian encountered someone who had once wronged him, so he launched a fierce battle. After exposing his location through combat, the Kazekage and his entourage would surely rush over. He unleashed the divine sense of his cultivation arts, focusing it in one direction to extend its range enormously. After probing everywhere, he discovered Rosa's traces. Following his path, he observed and found the red-haired little boy, Gaara's location. Then he directly activated his intangibility ability, teleported into the room, and effortlessly obtained the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara as seen above. Rosa, rushing at full speed, suddenly heard movement ahead. Looking up, his face twisted with rage, his eyes ferocious enough to kill. Let that child go! Rosa roared in anger. Rosa! Don't panic, panicking won't help. Rest assured, even though I need Shikaku, I won't harm your child's life. I am not one to kill innocents. Otherwise I would have started the battle directly. But I think you need a lesson. Anyway, if you want your child, then come and fight me outside Sunagakure. White mask pain, holding the crying Gaara in his right hand, spoke excitedly, and suavely, then vanished instantly. Lord Kazekage. For safety, let us accompany you. The guards following behind quickly said. No need. If he can defeat me, your presence won't help much. Besides, the child and Shikaku are in his hands. If he's surrounded and decides to die fighting, releasing Shikaku would be a huge trouble. They'll go alone. Remember, don't come to help me. Rosa quickly instructed his subordinates, then dashed out of the village. Soon after, running desperately, Rosa arrived at a large clearing outside the village. That masked brat. I'm here. Where are you? Hiding. Are you scared? Rosa channeled chakra in both hands and a magnetic release erupted, causing a large amount of gold dust to burst from the ground, swirling around him. Haha, come on. It's been a long time since I fought a master of the ninja world. I don't like sneak attacks, so let the battle begin now. White mask pain appeared in midair, gave a slight smile, and spoke. As the battle started, his left eye voided and he vanished. Rosa had already noticed the opponent's spacetime ninjutsu, so he quickly waved his hand, summoning clumps of gold dust to tightly protect himself like a massive armor to prevent a sudden attack from the white mask pain. Oh. Why are you turning into a turtle shell? White mask pain said in surprise. That's none of your business. Rosa waved his hand fiercely and spoke. White mask pain vanished again, easily dodging the swift gold dust attack. Then he appeared behind Rosa and his onion-like eye erupted with intense power, Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force instantly sent Rosa, protected by his gold dust armor, flying back dozens of meters. Rosa stared in horror at his shattered gold dust armor, too shocked to speak, and quickly mobilized chakra to form another defense. As expected of the fourth Kazekage, his defense is truly formidable. Damn, that 5-second cooldown is so annoying. Liu Tian complained inwardly. White mask pain raised his right hand and the power of the Rinnegan erupted again, Azura Path. His right hand rapidly transformed into a cluster of cannon barrels and dozens of projectiles of various sizes flew toward Rosa. Tremendous explosions rang out one after another, enveloping Rosa in smoke. Before the dust settled, White mask pain bit his finger again and performed a simple hand seal, summoning technique. Then one by one a crab, a panda, a chameleon, a bull, an 8-headed crow, a hellhound, a rhinoceros, and a centipede were summoned. Ha! Charge. I've never fought such a wealthy battle. The power of the Rinnegan is indeed remarkable. Liu Xiaoshan's true body controlling White mask pain couldn't help but shout excitedly. Having taken dozens of cannon rounds, Rosa, whose armor had already been damaged, was covered in black soot from the explosions. However, with strong chakra protecting him, he wasn't seriously hurt. He looked up in panic to see a dozen summoned beasts far larger than tanks charging wildly at him. He quickly performed hand seals, gold dust funeral. Unfortunately, Rosa's chakra reserves were insufficient, and he only managed to bind the hellhound and the crab. How could Rosa with depleted chakra withstand the other 6 summoned beasts in close combat? Rosa gritted his teeth ready to fight to the death. As the 4th Kazekage, how could he admit defeat? White Mask Pain's Rinnegan flashed, and the summoned beasts vanished instantly. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Rosa, you lost. You should go now. Go back and recuperate properly. From now on, don't be so cold-blooded. A village does need darkness to protect it, but you can't rely solely on darkness. Otherwise, without bonds and legacy, you'll eventually overturn and be destroyed. Oh, and I'll return Gaara to you tonight. He'll appear in his room. However, the tailed beast Shikaku will be the price you paid for losing to me." White Mask Pain added, then vanished on the spot. Within the Kamui space, Gaara had ceased crying, perhaps exhausted from weeping for so long. As spatial ripples emerged, Liu Tian, who had been in the sealed chamber, directly employed Kamui's intangibility to enter the Kamui space. His Rinnegan flickered with light as he released his control over Pain, then strode before Gaara. "Who are you? What do you want?" Little Gaara stammered, crossing his arms in fear. "No need to fear. It's nothing serious. Soon your troubles as a Jinchuriki will end and you'll become a normal shinobi," Liu Tian said with a gentle smile. Without further delay, he channeled the power of his Rinnegan, casting genjutsu on Gaara that caused him to close his eyes and fall unconscious. Swiftly he performed the collection technique, and streams of pure chakra energy flew out from Gaara's body. Roar. "What the hell is this? It can forcibly plunder my power," growled Shikaku the One-Tail. Drawing from previous experience, Liu Tian chose to ignore him directly. Words were meaningless. The path of cultivation was inherently against the heavens, and occasionally one had to be ruthless. "Sorry, tailed beasts. I have no choice but to obtain your energy, otherwise I would be trapped here forever. Blame it on the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest." Liu Tian sighed inwardly with resignation. After about 10 minutes, the energy of Shikaku was fully collected. It feels much more abundant than last time. So it's not necessarily that more tails mean greater power. He activated his spiritual energy, and sensed the harvested power, then bent down to examine the state of little Gaara. Good. Though he's young, his physique isn't too weak, merely fatigued from the energy transfer. Liu Tian stood up, murmuring to himself. "As for what comes next, I'll leave it to you." He turned his gaze toward the White Mask Pain, who stood silently without control, and spoke thoughtfully. Activating his dojutsu, the power of the Rinnegan surged, and White Mask Pain stirred once more. He lifted Gaara and vanished from the Kamui space using his intangibility. At that moment, Gaara's room was bustling. Luo Sha led a group of shinobi lying in ambush, waiting for the masked figure to appear. "Ha! If you do that, how can I return Gaara? Be careful not to hit the little one." The assembled shinobi heard a familiar voice echoing from the air. Then the unconscious Gaara materialized in midair, beginning to fall. Luo Sha's bodyguard quickly leaped and caught him in their arms. Mission accomplished. They'll take my leave now. White Mask Pain laughed from the void as he bid farewell, falling silent thereafter. Damn it. Not only is that guy incredibly strong, but he also appears and disappears unpredictably. Truly impossible to guard against. Lamented an elite shinobi from Sunagakure. All of you disperse. Since our village's tailed beast has been stolen, I doubt he'll return, Luo Sha said with a furrowed brow. Notify the intelligence division shinobi to come to my office immediately. Then he addressed his guard. After carefully checking Gaara's condition, Luo Sha let out a long breath and hastened back to the Kazekage's office. He picked up a scroll and meticulously recorded all the information he had gathered about the abilities of the mysterious white mask figure. When finished, he looked up at the 2 elite shinobi responsible for intelligence transmission. You 2 must be cautious. Deliver this scroll to the other 4 great nations so they understand the situation. Luo Sha handed them the scroll, instructing. Yes, Lord Kazekage. We will complete the mission. They replied in unison. Admittedly, in this regard, Liu Tian had been careless. At that moment, he was still joyfully absorbing energy within the Kamui space. The wild energy of Shikaku surged violently into Liu Xiaoshan's body. He activated the eternal longevity art, suppressing the energy and distributing it to his limbs. Ah. Damn, it's excruciating every time. It's truly too hard for an ordinary mortal to seek immortality. Without such pure chakra energy, I would never advance another step in cultivation. Liu Tian roared in agony. Poor Liu Tian, this torment lasted an entire day. However, the increase in his spiritual power was immense. He had now successfully advanced to the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Tian abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed within them. His pitch-black irises shone with extraordinary brilliance, as if he had transcended ordinary humanity. Wow. I feel absolutely brimming with power, so comfortable. Leaping high and swinging his arms, Liu Tian exclaimed. Now. What should I do? Absorbing it too quickly might not be ideal either. Sighed unconsciously. Over 2 years have passed since I came here. Calming down, Liu Tian mused with a hint of emotion. Maybe I should go see Itachi Kakashi and the others. Honestly, I don't have many good friends in this world. Having made up his mind, he activated his left eye's intangibility and teleported back to Shishui's home. Everything is still as before. That Itachi is far too diligent. Liu Tian remarked, surveying the spotless room. Then he closed his eyes, spread his arms, and collapsed heavily onto the bed. I wonder how long it's been since I last lay down on a soft bed and rested properly. Liu Tian grumbled inwardly. I miss my parents and friends so much. I miss my phone. I want to play games, listen to music, watch movies. I want to knock down that Zhang Tianming. Damn it. Yes, that bastard. The thought makes me furious. I must train hard and return as soon as possible to deal with him. While lying there imagining, Liu Tian suddenly bounced off the bed and shouted. I won't go to Itachi for now. He'll hunt tailed beasts first. I need to strengthen myself quickly. Now I'm finally full of motivation. Let's go. I must return soon. He cheered himself on. Once again he activated the intangibility of his left eye and vanished from the room. In the evening, after a day of training, Itachi habitually opened the door to Shishui's room. Suddenly his eyes paused on the rumpled bedsheets. Shisui, have you come back? I don't know what you're busy with, but no matter what, the great deity has at least preserved your life. That is the best outcome, even if we can no longer meet every day as before. Itachi smiled faintly, reasoning slowly. Space rippled and Liu Tian returned to the Akatsuki's hidden chamber. He then retrieved Pain from the Kamui space. With a flash in his eyes, the power of the Rinnegan erupted, and he once again took control of Tendo Pain. The white mask Pain, controlled by Liu Tian, gently removed his mask, then activated the left eye's Shinwei intangible ability, and vanished from the Shinwei space. Conan, how did things go on your end? Did you find any trace of the three-tailed beast? Nagato strode quickly into the Akatsuki meeting hall, asking Conan urgently. No, nothing at all. Nagato, in the Wuin village that you were responsible for, was there any unusual situation? Conan frowned and retorted. No, the entire Wuin village was calm and peaceful. Perhaps they are deliberately hiding something. I can't get any information anymore. I'd better report directly to the leader. We can't act rashly. Nagato sighed. Suddenly the space in the meeting hall rippled and Liu Xiaoshin's controlled Pain slowly materialized. What were you discussing? Were you investigating the three tails? Any intelligence? Pain raised his face set with cold Rinnegan eyes and spoke expressionlessly. Leader, we went separately to the lakes most likely to have been visited by the reborn Three Tails, and to the Wuin village, the village that belongs to the Three Tails. Unfortunately, we found no information about the tailed beast. Nagato faltered. What? Then it's possible that they are hiding deeply. No matter, that's nothing to fear. At worst, they'll just storm Wuin village directly and have a face-to-face spar with Yagura to see for myself whether the tailed beast is there or not. Pain thought for a moment, and said confidently. We already have the one-tailed Shoha and the seven-tailed Mimi. I wonder how things are going with Yunin village's two tails and eight tails, as well as the wandering four tails and five tails in Yunin village. As for the six tails, at this point in time it should be under strict guard by Wuin village. After all, they've already lost the three tails. Pain continued analyzing with Nagato and Conan. While the three were deliberating on the next move, another high-ranking Akatsuki member entered with Chien. Report, leader. We have found the trace of the four-tailed Jinchuriki Rashi. The excited Akatsuki high-ranking member reported to Pain. Oh. Is that so? That's excellent. Is this the new recruit, Chien? Are you mentoring him now, Chien? How do you feel? Liu Tian through Pain responded warmly. Leader, I'm fine. But I wonder, how is my friend who brought me here, Uchiha Shisui? Chien asked with concern. He's very well. He operates behind the scenes, hidden in the shadows. If you need to find him, you can ask Lord Nagato to take you to see him. Pain smiled and explained to Chien. I see, leader. If there's nothing else, so go back and rest. Chien furrowed his brows slightly and replied quickly. What? The leader is not him. Uchiha Shisui, it seems I must see you when I have time. What are you up to? Could this leader be a puppet? It must have something to do with those eyes. Chien mused as he walked, curious about Uchiha Shisui, whom even Nagato and Conan treated with such reverence. Was he controlling this so-called leader? In the meeting hall, Pain looked up at the ceiling, took a deep breath, and said to Nagato and Conan. Let's stick to the original plan. I'll go capture Rashi myself. In a few days you two take Chien to Yunin village to investigate the whereabouts of the two-tailed and eight-tailed Jinchuriki. He's from Yunin village and knows the terrain well. Alright, leader. Be careful when you act alone. Nagato urged. Yes, you must be careful. Conan echoed with a distracted gaze. MHM facing a single Jinchuriki should be a minor issue. Pain nodded. Leader. Bad news. According to our intelligence agents, all the villages have received the information from Sunagakure about the theft of their Jinchuriki, including some ninjutsu abilities of the white-masked intruder. Now every village is keeping their Jinchuriki under strict guard. It will be much harder to obtain tailed beasts from now on. The Akatsuki member delivering the message hurried into the meeting hall and reported urgently. What? This? I didn't expect the Kazakage of Sunagakure to be so benevolent. He's helping other villages protect their Jinchuriki, Nagato said in shock. No, Nagato. He must have sensed Pain's power and figured that even if he spoke out, the tailed beasts would still be taken, so he might as well do a favor. Besides, this is also a form of revenge against us. Conan thought for a moment and said, Conan is right, that bastard. Forget it, I didn't display many abilities that day. And if needed, I can avoid direct confrontation. It doesn't matter. This isn't a problem. I'd better go capture Rashi's four-tails as soon as possible. Pain finished quickly. A red light flashed in his left eye and he vanished from the meeting hall. Sigh. Conan, it seems collecting tailed beasts is really difficult. Yunin village is troublesome and Konoha is even more. Nagato frowned and lamented to Conan. Konoha. Jiraiya-sensei. I really wish we could go back to the days when Jiraiya-sensei taught us. But now Yahiko is... Curse Danzo and Hanzo. Conan's face was filled with sorrow as she recalled. We've already taken revenge. Hanzo was killed by our own hands and Danzo was killed by the leader personally. Nagato replied with deep grief. Revenge, what good is revenge? I wish Yahiko could come back to life. Nagato, I just want to finish our dream with Yahiko as soon as possible and then I'll go join him. Conan said with tears streaming down. What? Conan, you. Sigh. Nagato trailed off. Alright, enough of this. Why don't we go to Konoha first and visit Jiraiya-sensei? And we can also scout for information about the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Kushina. Nagato wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and suggested. That wouldn't be impossible. It's been a long time since we've seen Jiraiya-sensei. Let's set out then. Conan forced herself to calm down and said. The two packed their bags slightly and then set foot on the road to Konoha village. In an empty lot near a small village in the country of long space rippled slightly and Liu Xiaoshan's controlled pain appeared there. Based on what that member described, this should be the area. Good thing I've been here before, saving a lot of time. Let me see just how powerful a Jinchuriki that a mere Kisame could solo really is. Pain chuckled softly and muttered to himself. Liu Tian controlling Pain searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the four-tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi. Soon from behind a certain hidden large tree a red figure leaped high and landed before Pain. Are you looking for me? You sent a few underlings to find my location. What exactly do you want? Lao Zi smirked confidently and shouted back at Pain. I think there is no need to state it. Naturally, it's for the tailed beast within you. Of course, four-tails Jinchuriki. Although I need to take your tailed beast, I will not harm your life. Would you willingly hand it over? Pain looked directly at Lao Zi, persuading in a consultative tone. Are you trying to become the sage of six paths? Young man. Lao Zi chuckled mockingly. What? Pain exclaimed in shock. Sealing technique. What? Pain blurted out in shock. Sealing technique. Lao Zi grinned sinisterly and formed a strange hand seal. Taking advantage of Pain's momentary shock, he used a peculiar sealing technique to bind Pain's body. Ha! I think I no longer need to play my role behind-the-scenes brat. Usurping another's nest. You will pay a heavy price for everything you have done. A man with flowing hair emerged from the darkness, speaking excitedly. Liu Tian strained to control Pain and looked toward the source of the voice. It's him. Liu Tian was shocked. In the secret chamber, Liu Xiaoshan's Rinnegan radiated intensely. He forcibly sacrificed part of his pupil power and broke free from the sealed Pain's body. The man watched as Pain's eyes grew vacant, sighed disappointedly. As expected, this sealing technique still cannot fully contain your pupil power. But it's barely enough. If you were dealt with so easily, that would make things too boring for me. But it's barely enough. If you were dealt with so easily, that would make things too boring for me. Then the man's eyes transformed from Mangekyo Sharingan into Rinnegan, and using pupil power he took control of Pain, quickly forming hand seals, Rinne Rebirth. The pupil power that Liu Tian had stripped from Pain along with the chakra energy within Pain's body was rapidly consumed. Consequently, the man's rough, cracked body became more and more like a living person. Haha! I have finally returned! The man roared with laughter. Beside him, the four-tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi suddenly lost control. His gaze cleared instantly, but just as he was about to flee quickly, the man struck him unconscious with a clean, swift chop of the hand. A seductive woman who had been hiding in the grass slowly stepped out and handed a box to the man, saying, Congratulations, Lord Madara Uchiha. This pair of eyes was carefully cultivated using the cells of your body. They will surely add strength to your plan. These eyes were carefully cultivated using the cells of your body. They will surely add strength to your plan. It turned out that the man was Madara Uchiha. In his impure world reincarnation state he had controlled the Four-Tails Jinchuriki to lure Liu Tian and designed his own resurrection. This matter. Well done. You are indeed somewhat useful. Madara Uchiha tested the eyes and said. In the secret chamber Liu Tian covered his eyes in agony. The pain of having nearly half his pupil power forcibly stripped away was unimaginable. How could it be him? It's over. The difficulty ahead has become far too great. Even though I also possess the power of the Rinnegan, his usage will utterly crush me. How could this happen? Where did this variable come from? If this continues, forget about returning. I might even perish here. Under the dual assault of eye and mental trauma, Liu Tian roared and complained in agony. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Tian finally calmed down. He sat cross-legged, striving to recover his pupil power while contemplating how to proceed with the plan of collecting the tailed beasts. Who are you? Are you Shisui Uchiha? Minato Namikaze shouted loudly into the empty surround. After the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure notified all the nations about the white-masked mysterious person who had invaded the village and stolen the tailed beast as well as his time-space ninjutsu ability, a spatial barrier was set up around the home of Minato Namikaze and his family. Of course Minato Namikaze had agreed to this. Setting up the spatial barrier could protect Kushina and the Nine Tails. Usually Kushina was not allowed to go outside. Purchasing items or throwing away trash were tasks handled by Naruto Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. However, just as the family was about to have dinner, the spatial barrier fluctuated violently as if struck by something. Therefore Minato went outside and shouted into the surroundings. Shisui Uchiha. Are you talking about that guy? He doesn't know time-space ninjutsu, does he? A man dressed entirely in black wearing a black hat and a deep yellow mask exclaimed. Kushina Uzumaki. If you don't want your husband to die in pain, you'd better come out obediently. The masked man with the hat continued toward the house. Kushina, trust me. If I can't win, I'll flee far away. Take good care of Naruto inside and don't worry about me. Minato Namikaze called out worriedly into the house. No. I can sense it. He is definitely not Shisui Uchiha. I don't know how to defeat him. Minato Namikaze looked up at the masked man with the hat, pondering. Suddenly the masked man with the hat vanished in midair. Minato's combat experience was naturally extraordinary. He quickly scattered a handful of flying thunder god kunai around him. At the same time, black iron chains suddenly appeared behind Minato Namikaze, quickly binding him. Using you to threaten Kushina, I think that would be perfect. The masked man with the hat whispered gleefully. It's not that simple. Minato Namikaze said with a confident smile. A black light flashed on a flying thunder god kunai behind the masked man and Minato's figure instantly appeared there. Rasengan. In a flash, Minato Namikaze had circled behind the masked man with the hat and rapidly condensed chakra to attack him. The masked man with the hat sneered contemptuously, vanishing from the spot as well. He easily dodged the Rasengan's attack, circled to Minato's side and launched a counterattack. The two exchanged blows, both masters of time-space ninjutsu, neither able to overcome the other, locked in a fierce stalemate. 3 minutes later, Minato Namikaze was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. In contrast, the masked man with the hat showed almost no sign of exhaustion. This. Impossible. Although it's only been 3 minutes, we've clashed hundreds of times. How could he have zero fatigue? The ground beneath is clay. Minato Namikaze thought in shock. Then Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God technique again to evade an attack from the masked man with the hat. Ignoring his bonus depletion, he once again gathered chakra and rapidly formed hand seals. The masked man with the hat naturally pursued relentlessly with dark iron chains about to entangle Minato Namikaze once. At the critical moment, Minato Namikaze, disregarding the harm from the chains, swiftly turned and launched the sealing technique he had prepared toward the masked man with the hat. A powerful sealing technique instantly sealed the entire body of the masked figure in the Edo Tensei state. At the same time, Minato Namikaze's arms were struck heavily by the chains. Enduring the pain, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, once more finally escaping the chains' attack range. Then he kicked the masked figure in the face, knocking off both the hat and the mask. Uchiha Obito. How is this possible? Obito, how were you summoned by the impure world reincarnation? Who did this? Minato asked in shock. Sensei, I'm sorry. I was under control. Before, I was deceived by Uchiha Madara and intended to harm the leaf. However, I met Uchiha Shisui. He was strong and successfully defeated me. Later I saw Rin and she said many things that finally opened my eyes. The impure world reincarnation forcefully controlled my soul. Sensei, go warn the others. The Nine Tails is in danger. You must protect Lady Kushina. After hastily explaining everything, Obito's soul ascended. What? Kushina. The Nine Tails. Minato looked resolutely at the house behind him and murmured. Then ignoring the injuries to his arms, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Now in the Hokage's office. Lord Third Hokage, we mean no harm. We just wanted to see if Jiraiya Sensei is in the village. Nagato asked respectfully. The Akatsuki organization is not. Silence. Since they came unarmed, it shows they have no ill intent. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted a guard. Jiraiya left the village to travel after Orochimaru's defection. I'm not sure of his whereabouts now. Hiruzen added. I see. Nagato, should we go? We really shouldn't linger here. Konan said dejectedly upon hearing Hiruzen's words. Lord Third Hokage, an enemy is coming to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We must prepare defenses. Be ready to fight at all times. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment Minato teleported into the office using the Flying Thunder God technique, enduring severe pain in his arms, and spoke urgently. What? Minato, your arms. I understand. Go tell everyone to be on alert and ready for battle. Hiruzen looked at Minato's twisted arms but set aside concern and ordered the guards to mobilize the entire village. What? Konan, no matter the perspective, we should help the Leaf now. What do you think? Nagato asked softly upon hearing the news. Yes, we can't let anyone take the Nine-Tails. Konan agreed quietly. Lord Third Hokage, Lord Fourth Hokage Konan, and I wish to aid the Leaf. Would you permit us? After consulting with Konan, Nagato sincerely addressed the two Hokage. This. Minato hesitated and looked to Hiruzen for a decision. It's possible. But since we are not from the same village, you may only assist on the front lines and not venture deep into the Leaf. We will remember your kindness today. Should the Hidden Rain ever face trouble, the Leaf will answer. Hiruzen replied after a brief consideration. Good. Well, go ahead and see who dares to target the Leaf. Nagato affirmed. Without further delay, Nagato and Konan left the Hokage's office and dashed straight toward the village's main gate. Lord Fourth Hokage, tend to your wounds first. They'll lead some elite ninja and investigate as well. I sense something major is about to happen. Hiruzen's eyelids twitched slightly as he spoke with a hint of tension. Understood, Lord Third. They'll head to the hospital now. Ensure Kushina and the others are well guarded. I believe their target is the Nine-Tails. Minato said through clenched teeth, then gritted his teeth and strode out toward the hospital. In a dark unknown room, a hoarse voice echoed as if from the underworld. Ha ha ha, Konoha. Savor this gift. You still talk so strangely. Are those creepy things of yours really going to steal the Nine-Tails? A long-haired man said impatiently. Outside Konoha. What? That's Lord Danzo Shimura. A guard ninja at the village gate exclaimed in shock. And his elite rude subordinates. The dead have risen. Others murmured. No matter what, we must defend the village's peace. All ninja prepare for battle. Hiruzen shouted as he led a contingent of ninja to the scene. Among them were renowned elite ninjas such as Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Asuma Kurenai, the older Inoshikacho trio, as well as ANBU and elite members of the Uchiha police force. Ah. The first Hokage and the second Hokage have also been summoned by the Imperial World Reincarnation. Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise as another wave of reincarnated ninja appeared. Don't panic. The caster of the Imperial World Reincarnation cannot control too much power. These ninja aren't exceptionally strong. We have a good chance. Hiruzen quickly composed himself and reassured everyone, knowing he must remain steady as a leader. The enemy's reincarnated ninja forcibly controlled charged without a word, and a great battle erupted. Kakashi and Might Guy engaged the Root Elites, and Danzo, Nagato, and Konan fought the second Hokage Tobarama Senju in a two-known battle. The third Hokage faced the first Hokage in single combat, and the remaining ordinary ninja clashed with the White Setsu army. Konoha Whirlwind Kick! Might Guy, clad in his green jumpsuit, yelled as he delivered an explosive kick obliterating a Root Elite. Guy, you've been improving fast. Now let me show you my blade. Kakashi praised beside him. Konan, be careful. The second Hokage's water release is no ordinary thing. Nagato launched a combined fire-wind attack to assist Konan. Ninjutsu Nagato. Konan tossed several explosive tags and used paper ninjutsu to attack Tobarama before leaping back. The reincarnated Hashirama clasped his hands and a powerful wood-release surged toward the third Hokage. Earth release, earth-style wall. Hiruzen used an earth technique to cushion the probing attack. Then he bit his finger-formed hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu Enma. The two sides exchanged blows, the battle fiercely contested. Fortunately, the ninja held the enemy at the village entrance, and beyond, protecting the peace and safety of the civilians within. Orochimaru. What is going on? The ninjas you resurrected with the Imperial World Reincarnation, their techniques don't seem as powerful as the ones you cast on me before. If I haven't obtained the Nine-Tails by tomorrow, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. The long-haired man roared angrily at the person beside him. Lord Uchiha Madara, I deliberately said it that way to prevent the first and second Hokage from losing control. If they possess free will like you, it would be a great nuisance for us. Orochimaru said nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let's hope so. A flash of light flickered in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan as he cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru. Chief. Chief. Are you there? A high-ranking member of the Akatsuki pounded on the door of the secret chamber, shouting inside. Liu Tian sighed softly and opened his eyes. My pupil power has recovered considerably, but how can I face Uchiha Madara? That man. Sigh. He felt a surge of frustration in his heart. Liu Tian quickly walked to the door, opened the latch, glanced at the Akatsuki member, and strode over. What's the matter? I am the leader of the Akatsuki. The puppet pain I control is damaged, so just tell me directly. Without wasting time, Liu Tian got straight to the point. Chief. Our intelligence agents report that Konoha is under attack by a group of ninjas resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Lord Nagato and Lady Konan have joined the battle to help the village. I just received the news and came to inform you. The senior Akatsuki member said urgently. Konan and Nagato. Konoha. I understand. Go summon Nanaya and also find a ninja familiar with the layout of Iwagakure. We must have intelligence agents in that village, right? Liu Tian thought briefly and then gave the order to the senior member. Yes, Chief. The senior Akatsuki member hurried out of the secret chamber. Liu Tian walked slowly toward the meeting hall, pondering as he went. The Akatsuki's efficiency was indeed high. Liu Tian did not wait long before Nanaya and a slightly plump ninja were led in by the senior member. Sure, Sway Uchiha. So you are indeed the leader. Haha, that's right. Nanaya's handsome face broke into a smile as he spoke boldly. Nanaya, don't get so excited. We haven't seen each other in a while, but I have urgent business now. Wait for me here. Liu Tian greeted Nanaya briefly. Then Liu Tian turned to the senior member and pulled out an object resembling a jade pendant. Is this the member who knows Iwagakure's intelligence? Here, take this. If you need me, urgently vibrate this jade pendant and I will sense it and return here. Liu Tian had bought this jade pendant on a whim during his return from Takigakure, intending to split a fragment of his soul into it to convey simple messages. I originally planned to give it to Konan so I could appear and protect her any time. Sigh, just wishful thinking. Liu Tian glanced at the pendant, feeling a pang of disappointment. Alright, let's go. Liu Tian said softly to the plump ninja, then grabbed him with his right hand. A red light flickered in his left eye as he activated his intangible ability, vanishing with the ninja from the hall. Liu Tian used Kamui's space to get as close to Iwagakure as possible, then asked the plump intelligence ninja to orient, summoning spiritual energy to his limbs. Liu Tian grabbed the ninja and soared high into the sky, flying at tremendous speed toward their chosen direction. I should avoid direct confrontation with Uchiha Madara as much as possible. I'm not sure I can defeat him. Compared to me, he is far superior in using the Sharingan and Rinnegan. I can only gather tailed beasts to enhance my cultivation. Perhaps I don't need to collect all of them to escape this small world. Even if I can strengthen myself to increase my chances against Uchiha Madara. Liu Tian silently calculated his strategy as he flew. Compared to the aerial ninjas in the world of Naruto, Liu Tian flew much faster. In just about an hour the two reached the vicinity of Iwagakure. Liu Tian channeled his spiritual energy and landed gently. Where is the Five-Tails Jinchuriki most likely to be? With no time to waste, he frowned and asked the plump ninja directly. Ugh. There's a hidden underground chamber in Iwagakure. If he's in the village, he'll be there. The plump ninja shook his head and answered, regaining his composure. Alright. Let's go together. Liu Tian abandoned the idea of going alone, grabbed the ninja again, entered Kamui's space, and had him guide them slowly into the village. Art is an explosion. Haha. Fly higher. A blonde youth rode a clade bird, shouting loudly as he appeared near Liu Tian and his companion in midair. Deidara. Perfect timing. Liu Tian thought briefly, then materialized and switched to his Rinnegan, casting a genjutsu on Deidara. Tell me, where is the Five-Tails Jinchuriki? Liu Tian asked the controlled Deidara. In a forest to the northwest. There's a small lake and a house there where he lives. I visited him a few days ago to spar with ninjutsu. Deidara replied emotionlessly. It's not that simple. You stay in Kamui's space for a while. Liu Tian instructed the plump intelligence ninja, then released Deidara from the genjutsu and vanished into thin air. With spatial techniques at his disposal, finding the target was effortless for Liu Tian. At that moment the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han was training as usual. Suddenly the space before him twisted violently and a deep, terrifying crimson eye appeared. The left eye's permanent Kodo Amatsukami activated instantly. Han had no chance to resist, caught off guard and controlled by Liu Xiaoshan's ambush. Sorry, I have no time to waste. Liu Tian muttered to himself, then grabbed Han and activated his intangible ability, transporting him into Kamui space. Five Tails Coco captured. Liu Tian, having captured the Five Tails Mu, wasted no more time in the Hidden Rock Village. He directly activated his intangibility ability, entered the Kamui dimension, and teleported back to the Akatsuki's meeting hall. At that moment, Jia was having a brief exchange with that senior Akatsuki member while seated. The space in the meeting hall rippled and Liu Tian appeared holding the slightly plump intelligence ninja in one hand. Seeing this, Jia said with slight excitement, "Leader, you captured the Five Tails Jinchuriki so quickly. But the enemy we are about to face is too powerful. These forces alone are far from sufficient." Liu Tian nodded and said with a sigh. Without saying more, Liu Tian lowered his head in silence and thought to himself, "The 3 Tails, 4 Tails, and 6 Tails should already be in Uchiha Madara's hands. I currently possess the 7 Tails, 1 Tail, and 5 Tails. Then, the Hidden Cloud Village has the 2 Tails and 8 Tails, and finally the strongest tailed beast, the 9 Tails, is in the Hidden Leaf Village. A single-tailed beast might be just a simple accumulation of chakra for Uchiha Madara, but who knows how powerful his ninjutsu is with the Rinnegan." Liu Tian continued to ponder meticulously. In the meeting hall, the senior member and Jia wisely remained silent. As for the slightly plump intelligence ninja, he had already left and returned to his post. Liu Tian raised his head and suddenly looked at Jia with a puzzled expression, asking, "Jia, do you know the location of the tailed beast in the Hidden Cloud Village? To face that formidable enemy, our Akatsuki must enhance its strength as much as possible. Of course. At the same time, this enemy will also be the enemy of the entire ninja world. I am quite familiar with the Hidden Cloud Village. The village itself is built on steep mountains, and among those important hiding places there must be the location of the Jinchuriki. I can do my best to help you, only hoping that Uchiha Shisui. No. Leader, you can as much as possible avoid harming the Hidden Cloud Village." Jia scratched his head and stammered. Liu Tian stood up, gently adjusted his upper garment, and said with a faint smile to Jia, "Rest assured on this point, I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Part of the reason I am doing this is also to protect the peace of the ninja world. If there's nothing else, shall we depart?" Hearing this, Jia also hurriedly stood up. Just as the two were about to set off, an intelligence ninja of the Akatsuki, as if having received some information, rushed in quickly. "Report to the leader, just now near the Hidden Rain Village we received an unknown letter from a stranger. Please give your orders," the intelligence ninja said urgently. His expression was very tense, and the hand holding the letter was trembling slightly, likely due to unfamiliarity with the new leader. It seemed he was an intelligence operative responsible for the outskirts of the Hidden Rain Village. Hearing this, Liu Tian turned his head, edgily glanced briefly at the intelligence ninja, pursed his lips, and said, "No need to be so nervous. I am quite a gentle person. Come, give me the letter. You may continue to carry out the tasks assigned to you." Upon hearing this, the intelligence ninja felt his anxious heart relax. He handed over the letter with both hands and said with slight excitement, "Leader, you are truly approachable. Then I shall continue to guard the village." Liu Tian also received the letter with both hands to show respect. Then the peripheral intelligence ninja trotted out of the meeting hall. Sigh. I never thought that unconsciously I have become a big shot in some people's minds. Liu Tian looked at the intelligence ninja and thought to himself. Not knowing who would send a letter to the Hidden Rain Village at this critical juncture, Liu Tian opened the letter with curiosity. "Dear Uchiha Shisui, let me briefly introduce myself. I am Orochimaru." Shocked. "Don't be surprised, there may not be much time for surprise. Anyway, I need you to come immediately to the address indicated in the attachment. There's a surprise. To Uchiha Shisui, Hidden Rain Village." From the hasty and somewhat scrawled handwriting, Liu Tian could tell that the writer was in a very anxious situation. Liu Tian gently moved the letter aside and indeed saw a clear and distinct map. Upon closer inspection, the location marked on the map was the Hidden Sound Village within the Land of Fields. This. Jia opened his mouth as if to speak but stopped, wanting to ask clearly but feeling too embarrassed to say anything. "This is Orochimaru's letter. Its content is that he wants me to go to the Hidden Sound Village." I knew it. That guy's revival might be related to him. He is so urgently seeking me out because he too can hardly tolerate that fellow anymore, right? Humph. Liu Tian whispered his analysis to the two based on his conjecture. The two felt completely bewildered and were at a loss. Sigh. You don't know about Pain's matter. Forget it. Jia, you two wait here for me first. I have to go. To be honest, this trip might be very dangerous, but I think that guy would not stoop to such deceit. They'll go now. If there's a problem, contact me via the Jade Pendant. Liu Tian knew it was hard to explain clearly at the moment, so he briefly instructed the two, then activated his left eye's intangibility ability, and vanished from the meeting hall. After teleporting as far as possible using the Kamui dimension, Liu Tian had no choice but to mobilize his spiritual energy again and fly toward the direction marked on the map. Unknowingly, a full 2 hours had passed. Combined with the earlier capture of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, this had taken almost an entire day. Fortunately, Liu Xiaoshan's current cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage allowed him to go without rest for long periods. After a long journey, Liu Tian finally stopped in a hidden patch of grass outside the Hidden Sound village. Then he crossed 2 fingers from each hand, the shadow clone technique. A shadow clone identical to Liu Xiaoshan's original was easily created. Go. Sneak in and gather intelligence. I can't afford to suffer the same loss as last time. Liu Tian instructed the clone. Then the shadow clone activated its left eye's intangibility ability, and cautiously approached the Hidden Sound village through the Kamui dimension. Suddenly the gate of the Hidden Sound village opened and a man with flowing long hair, a majestic and handsome face, and an imposing aura strode out quickly. As Liu Tian expected, that man was naturally Uchiha Madara. Having just left the village, Uchiha Madara quickly discerned a direction and dashed off at great speed. Oh. If so, could Orochimaru truly be seeking to turn back? Liu Tian pondered. Without further delay, he continued to control the shadow clone and entered the Hidden Sound village. After entering the Hidden Sound village, Liu Tian finally saw what the village looked like through his shadow clone. He couldn't help but exclaim the Hidden Sound village was truly small. Thus Liu Tian controlled the shadow clone and without much searching discovered Orochimaru, who was controlling the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Liu Tian, concealed within the Kamui dimension, subtly extended his spiritual sense through a shadow clone to scan the surroundings for ambushes. The prior incident, where Pain had been ambushed and subjugated, still haunted him. Had he been present in person instead of through a clone, his corpse would likely have long turned cold. Orochimaru, I am Uchiha Shisui. What is it you require of me? Liu Tian, controlling the clone, gradually emerged into midair and spoke. At the sound of the voice, Orochimaru stiffened in sudden surprise, then exhaled softly in quiet relief. He ceased channeling the Edo Tensei technique and glanced around, asking, Uchiha Shisui-sama, is it truly you? Excellent. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Please hold your words for a moment, Shisui-sama, wait just a little longer. Before Liu Tian could reply, Orochimaru hurried forward several steps and continued urgently. Orochimaru dashed only a short distance outside the building, and Liu Tian, intrigued, silently followed from within the Kamui dimension. Orochimaru did not go far, he merely sought out a youth of about 16 years nearby. Now you shall offer yourself to me. Do you still possess the same unwavering resolve as before? Orochimaru asked the young woman solemnly. Lord Orochimaru, have I finally been chosen? I am ready, I pledge myself without hesitation. In my heart you are the eternal God, she declared with fervent devotion. Orochimaru closed his eyes, slowly drew a deep measured breath and intoned gravely. Very well. Then follow me. Without delay the young woman hastened back into the chamber with Orochimaru. Liu Tian was utterly astounded, and inwardly exclaimed. What on earth? How thoroughly has her mind been reshaped? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Even I, Liu Tian, struggle to subdue a mere Conan, yet he commands such absolute loyalty without effort. As Liu Tian muttered silently to himself, Orochimaru had already begun performing the reincarnation of the Impure World technique. Hearing the victim's agonized shrieks, Liu Tian could no longer bear witnessing, or enduring, the brutality of this forbidden jutsu and withdrew once more into the Kamui dimension. After roughly 10 minutes, his patience waning, Liu Tian cautiously re-emerged from the Kamui dimension to observe Orochimaru's progress. The moment his head appeared, a grotesquely elongated neck and tongue lunged toward him with a thunderous roar. Ah! Liu Tian cried out instinctively in shock. Orochimaru instantly reverted to human form, his features now uncannily resembling those of the young woman. There, Shisui-sama, forgive me. It was merely a jest. Orochimaru waved his hands apologetically. Though only a clone, its sensations mirrored those of his true body, and even Liu Tian's original self felt a wave of profound exasperation. Accursed Orochimaru, how utterly unbelievable. Calm down. Breathe. Liu Tian reflected inwardly. Satisfied that the area posed no immediate danger, Liu Tian fully manifested his clone within the chamber to facilitate direct communication with Orochimaru. Speak, Orochimaru-sama, I know you have much to say. Liu Tian declared with quiet confidence. Orochimaru lowered his gaze in contemplation, then began slowly. Very well, Shisui-sama, I shall be concise. After you dismantled Danzo's root organization, I withdrew to this minor nation and founded the Sound Village. To acquire overwhelming power sufficient to exact vengeance upon you or Konoha, I turned to the Edo Tensei technique. Vengeance. Yet using living subjects for experimentation is hardly palatable, even I find it difficult to condone. This divergence between us seems inevitable. Liu Tian leaned forward slightly, interrupting. Indeed, I acknowledge your missteps. But that is not the crux. The truth is I pursued Edo Tensei with reckless haste. In my desperate quest for strength I retrieved residual biological material of Uchiha Madara, collected earlier from Konoha. And indeed, I bit into the hardest bone first. My control over the subject in Edo Tensei was fatally flawed. Madara broke free from Edo Tensei, and with sheer might seized control over me. Thereafter he compelled me to serve him without respite, locating the Four Tails Jinchuriki, uncovering the Three Tails lair, and even orchestrating the theft of your puppets. I was nearby when it happened. He manipulated pain to perform the Rinne Tensei, thereby reclaiming a true living body. Prior to that he had ordered me to cultivate a pair of his Rinnegan using his own cells, thus in this era he stands virtually unchallenged. Frankly, I hold no regard for his Eye of the Moon plan. Can one truly be said to live, if all existence is reduced to an illusionary dream? It is absurd, so absurd that I sense even faintly the divine tree described in that plan is no benevolent entity but something deeply malign. In sum, I learned you two seek the chakra of the tailed beasts, and I am confident I can sever his dominion over me. Thus I propose an alliance, to defeat him together. Liu Tian stretched his stiffened neck, having pieced together the chain of events. He ventured a cautious guess. So you intend to aid me, then vanish into exile, leaving me to confront him alone? Precisely. In this age only you, Uchiha Shisui, wield the Rinnegan's power. Therefore only you possess the capacity to stand against him. As for me, he once implanted a binding curse upon my body. Yet he failed to foresee that after I reclaimed full sovereignty over my flesh, that seal dissolved into irrelevance. So, Shisui-sama, do you require the tailed beasts? If so, then come with me. Orochimaru rose, flexed his limbs, and spoke with decisive resolve. Liu Tian's heart surged with elation. Regardless of circumstance, the tailed beasts were indispensable to his path, and now they arrived unbidden. To refuse would be unthinkable. Agreed. First, I thank you, Orochimaru-sama, for your trust. Second, yes, I must obtain the tailed beasts. And should my strength permit, I will strive to overcome Uchiha Madara as well. Liu Tian locked eyes with Orochimaru, his gaze unwavering, his tone solemn. Then side by side they stepped out of the chamber. Shisui-sama, Madara's hidden sanctum lies not far from here, but I urge you to remain vigilant and keep pace closely. Orochimaru warned, and immediately bolted forward at full speed. For half an hour they raced, Orochimaru leading, Liu Tian following, until Orochimaru abruptly halted, scanned the terrain with meticulous care, and guided Liu Tian into a concealed cave entrance. Inside, darkness swallowed all light. They advanced deeper along the narrow tunnel, some dozens of meters, before catching the faintest glimmer of firelight. Suddenly a colossal shadow erupted from the gloom and charged toward them. Orochimaru cried out, "Danger!" Liu Tian's clone reacted with equal swiftness, both leaping backward in a fluid motion. By the faint flicker of firelight he finally discerned the monstrous shape that had assailed them. It was a fused white Zetsu. Its towering frame nearly scraped the tunnel ceiling, with half a dozen grotesque heads haphazardly sprouting from its body. Liu Tian was eager to claim the tailed beasts, fully aware that any delay could invite disaster. If Uchiha Madara were to return now with his current strength, the prospect of facing him was unimaginable. Damned abomination! Liu Tian cursed with a tinge of fury. His right eye, a Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly manifested. Under the surging pressure of his ocular power, Kamui. A long-range Kamui strike landed directly on the upper half of the fused white Zetsu. Before the creature could even shriek, its body was severed in two, utterly lifeless. The remaining carcass crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Liu Tian, with a grimace, quickly covered his mouth and nose, took a few forward leaps, and sprinted deeper inside. Orochimaru paused for a moment, swallowing involuntarily, then swiftly followed. Not long after, the pair arrived at a spacious cavern. An immense demonic statue of the outer path stood motionless in the cave, its eyes firmly shut. Orochimaru stepped forward, pointing at the statue. "Shisuken, this is the container that stores the tailed beasts. With your Rinnegan, I believe you have a way to absorb their power, don't you?" Liu Tian frowned deeply. Though he knew the Rinnegan could command the statue, he had never truly controlled it before. Facing this fearsome entity, an inexplicable unease stirred within him. "Mr. Orochimaru, please step back. I'll give it a try." Liu Tian took a deep breath, waved his hand with gravity, and said to Orochimaru, "I can't use the Rinnegan. If that thing drains me dry again, it'll be dreadful. I'll have to forcibly absorb the tailed beast's power instead." Liu Tian pondered inwardly. He formed hand seals, gathering spiritual energy, and unleashed a powerful collection technique. Legend held that the demonic statue was the shell of the Ten Tails. It possessed no consciousness of its own. Yet now its body already contained three-tailed beasts, the Three Tails, Four Tails, and Six Tails. Thus Liu Tian's heart was fraught with tension. If the statue rampaged, this clone of his would be utterly incapable of handling it. Fortunately, the statue's energy was gradually drawn out under the stimulation of the collection technique. The pure potent essence of the three-tailed beasts began to converge into Liu Tian's hands. Suddenly an anomaly erupted. The demonic statue's eyes snapped open and it let out a thunderous roar. Liu Tian's clone was blasted backward a dozen steps by the shockwave. Yet having anticipated such a turn, he had already gathered his Rinnegan's formidable ocular power, which he immediately hurled at the statue. Struck by the Rinnegan's force, the statue subsided and ceased its resistance. Phew! Damn, this giant's terrifying enough. Big is fine, but couldn't it at least be a little cute? And it's so ugly. Liu Tian muttered impatiently. And it's so ugly. Liu Tian muttered impatiently under his breath. Over 10 minutes later, the power of the three-tailed beasts was finally collected. Their pure colossal energy condensed into a sphere the size of a basketball. Liu Tian grasped the energy sphere, activating the intangibility ability of his left eye to store the energy within the Kamui dimension. Congratulations, congratulations. Shisuikan's methods are truly admirable. Orochimaru, who had been standing far behind, clapped as he approached, having witnessed Liu Tian's successful collection. Ha, it's all thanks to your help, Mr. Orochimaru. I hope the grudges between us and between you and Konoha can be buried once and for all. What do you say? Liu Tian seized the moment of Orochimaru's praise to make his request. Very well. I can stop troubling Konoha. But now I've already landed myself in deep trouble. I doubt Uchiha Madara will let me off. Shisuikan, I'll find a place to hide. You keep fighting. Honestly, I'm eagerly looking forward to the day you defeat Uchiha Madara, and I believe you will. Orochimaru continued with a smile. Liu Tian chuckled, lightly nodded, and said, Thank you, Mr. Orochimaru. You've helped me greatly. I will definitely do my utmost to defeat Uchiha Madara. The two chatted idly as they emerged from the cave. Then Orochimaru took a brief leave, dashing off in the direction of Otogekyo, presumably to pack his belongings. At the cave entrance, Liu Tian, seeing Orochimaru far gone, willed his clone to vanish on the spot. Meanwhile, outside Otogekyo, Liu Tian the original stood up, lost in thought. Unexpected that Orochimaru genuinely turned against Madara. I wonder what's happening in Konoha now. I'd better check with space-time ninjutsu. In Konohagakure. The moment Orochimaru deactivated the impure world reincarnation, the battle on this side had already ended. Everyone was now cleaning up the battlefield. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked slowly toward Nagato, his face wearing a smile. Thank you for your aid. I'll relay your help when Jiraiya returns. Lord Third Hokage, it's nothing. Our Akatsuki's current leader is a member of your village. Nagato replied instinctively. Konan, seeing that Nagato was about to divulge the leader's identity, immediately interrupted and covered it up. Yes, indeed, it's related to Konoha. Our growth today owes much to Jiraiya Sensei's careful guidance. You needn't thank us, Lord Hokage, it was our duty. Fortunately, Konoha suffered no great losses in this battle, casualties were few. Thus, after the battle, the mood was rather relaxed. Kakashi. Who would have thought that without those eyes you've become even stronger? That's wonderful. Let's start our sparring today with joy. Might Guy declared enthusiastically to Hatake Kakashi. Guy, you've grown stronger too. In terms of taijutsu, with your current abilities, I doubt there's anyone in the village who can match you, Kakashi said with a satisfied smile, offering praise. Enough talk. Let's go, let's go. Today we'll see who can clear away more white sets of corpses. Might Guy roared with fervor. Fine. A challenge it is. Just because I praise you, don't get cocky. You've never beaten me, Kakashi retorted in a teasing tone. At this very moment, Madara was about to arrive on the battlefield. None of the harmonious crowd knew that the true storm had yet to descend. Approximately half an hour after the battlefield cleanup began, Uchiha Madara arrived outside Konohagakure. Gazing at the spotless village gate, he frowned slightly. What is that Orochimaru up to? Have the Edo Tensei shinobi been sealed, or has he released the technique? What a fool. I'll just go and retrieve the nine tails myself. With that, Uchiha Madara leaped down from the tree and dashed toward the village gate. Hey! Who are you? What do? Before the guard on duty could finish, Madara swung his arm and knocked him unconscious. I wonder how the Uchiha clan is doing now. Anyway, instead of slowly searching for the nine tails Jinchuriki, let's stir up some trouble and make them deliver it to me. Uchiha Madara murmured, looking at the village. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara gathered chakra in his eyes and summoned Susanoo with practiced ease. Indeed, he was a man who could activate Susanoo even without his eyes. The mighty perfect Susanoo easily shattered Konoha's gate, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the village. Naturally, the higher-ups could not ignore this. Within minutes, they all gathered at the gate. I am Uchiha Madara. If you want to live, hand over the nine tails Jinchuriki. Standing atop Susanoo, Madara roared down at the crowd. Then Madara's gaze swept over everyone like a sharp blade, and he scoffed disdainfully. Is this all the strength of current Konohagakure? How pathetic. As the most authoritative and senior figure, the third Hokage stepped forward, looked up, and stared at Uchiha Madara. Lord Uchiha Madara. Forgive me. We cannot hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Not only is the Nine-Tails a crucial weapon of the village, but the Jinchuriki is also an important member. We will never under any circumstances betray our comrades. Uchiha Madara sneered. So, you doubt my power? Ha! Fine. Then let me see how you handle this move. Madara continued fervently. Then he began forming hand seals and Susanoo followed suit. After a few seconds, Tenai Shinsei was activated. A colossal meteorite descended from the sky, blotting out nearly all light over Konoha. Looking up, the pitch-black enormous mass seemed capable of engulfing the entire village. From the perspective of Konoha's inhabitants, it was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly stunned, but he suppressed his shock and ordered. Everyone. Unleash your strongest attacks against the meteorite. We must stop it. Opening the 7th gate, Daytime Tiger. 5 Elements Grand Bombardment. Super Expansion Jutsu. The ninjas unleashed their most powerful techniques against the meteorite. Unfortunately, these ordinary ninjutsu were like a drop in the bucket against such a colossal meteorite. They had little effect. Fortunately, Liu Tian had already used the Kamui space to arrive in Konoha. What? Why is it dark? What's going on? Damn. Uchiha Madara, you're ruthless. Liu Tian, who had teleported to Shizui's residence, looked around and suddenly looked up, muttering to himself. Without hesitation, he activated the Rinnegan's power to its maximum output. Choshinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force finally halted the meteorite in midair. The others, thinking their ninjutsu had worked, breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, as a transmigrator, Liu Tian naturally knew there was a second meteorite. His ocular power erupted. He too manifested a perfect Susanoo, its colossal figure suddenly appearing within Konoha. What? This. It's Uchiha Shisui. I've seen him. I've seen him. Ha! The Uchiha are still the strongest. It's not you who's strongest. What are you showing off for? The ninjas murmured among themselves as they saw the Azure Susanoo. In this situation, the spiral sword might be useless. Better use this instead, Liu Tian thought. The Azure Susanoo's hands flicked and 2 massive blue shuriken materialized. Here goes. Go! Liu Tian roared. Kamui shuriken. The enormous meteorite began to be voraciously swallowed, and within seconds the dark village finally saw light again. Oh. It's you. You came after all. Uchiha Madara, who was about to summon the second meteorite, murmured as he saw the power of Liu Xiaoshin's Rinnegan. Impressive. Strong enough to fight me. Uchiha Madara smiled and nodded in praise as he saw Liu Tian destroy the meteorite, and he cancelled the summoning of the second one. Then with a thought, Madara's massive Susanoo swiftly flew to Liu Xiaoshin's side, drawing a powerful blue greatsword and slashing directly at Liu Xiaoshin's Azure Susanoo. Although Liu Tian was somewhat exhausted after unleashing a combo, he had no choice but to raise his hand and summon the spiral sword to quickly block Madara's fierce strike. The two exchanged dozens of blows within the village. Lacking Madara's immense combat experience, Liu Tian was indeed suppressed, though not entirely overwhelmed. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Their Susanoo battle inflicted considerable damage on the village. Liu Tian naturally noticed this. He dealt a powerful blow to Madara, forcing him back, then spread his wings and flew swiftly out of the village. Meanwhile, still inside Susanoo, Liu Tian secretly performed a body flicker technique clone. A figure quickly leaped down from Susanoo and vanished among the numerous houses. Uchiha Madara, with his seasoned combat experience, naturally noticed this, but he paid it no heed. He sneered inwardly. Uchiha Shisui. I want to see how much power these stolen eyes of yours can unleash. As for whatever tricks your clone is up to, in the face of absolute power, any schemes are futile. With that, Madara also soared into the air to pursue Liu Tian. Before long, Liu Tian unknowingly flew to the Valley of the End, where Hashirama and Madara once fought their final battle. This place should do. I really can't bear to harm innocent bystanders indiscriminately, Liu Tian thought quietly as he looked around. Madara arrived shortly after, and the two continued their fierce battle. Back in Konoha. Lord Third Hokage, this is my clone. I have a request to make of you. Liu Xiaoshin's clone hurried to the Third Hokage and said. Speak. Thanks to you, there's no need to mention the request. Sarutobi Hiruzen said somewhat dejectedly. Faced with the true power of the first Hokage's era, he clearly saw the gap between himself and that level. At that moment, he felt a mix of guilt for failing to protect the village and a self-defeating dejection. I want to take Kushina away. The Nine-Tails is no longer safe in Konoha. Hiding her in my space-time ninjutsu is the best course of action. Liu Xiaoshin's clone said quickly. I disagree. I cannot hand Kushina over to you. You are also collecting tailed beasts, aren't you? At that moment, Minato Namikaze, who had rushed to support despite his injuries, retorted strongly. Liu Xiaoshen's clone turned his head to gaze at the water gate, taking a deep breath with a slight furrow of his brow. Yes. It's true I need the tailed beast, but I want harm Kushina's life. If she falls into Uchiha Madaro's hands, the consequences are unimaginable. Uchiha Shisui. Are you threatening us? I would rather die than hand Kushina over. Namake's Minato roared in fury. Fourth Hokage. Why are you so confused today? I want harm Kushina, I can assure you. What I'm doing is also to defeat Uchiha Madara and protect the peace of the ninja world. Is that so wrong? Ordinary shinobi can die on the battlefield, but your family Namake's Minato cannot bear even the slightest risk. The original Liu Xiaoshen's battle with Uchiha Madara couldn't be delayed much longer. Taking Kushina away was urgent, forcing Liu Tian to resort to extreme rhetoric. They'll go with you. Minato, say no more. Even if I die protecting the village. What of it? Take good care of Naruto. I beg you, Minato. A beautiful woman with red hair stepped out from the crowd, standing beside Minato and answering before he could respond. Liu Xiaoshen's clone wasted no time. With a subtle gathering of his right eye's ocular power, he used long-range Kamui to transport Kushina directly into the Kamui dimension. Fourth Hokage. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to her. And she might return sooner than you think. I must go now. Uchiha Madara's current power is too immense, and I need some time to build the confidence to defeat him. Liu Xiaoshen's clone explained to Namake's Minato. Liu Xiaoshen's clone took a few steps aside, turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Third Hokage, do not engage Uchiha Madara directly. Without the 9 tails he likely won't target the village again. Farewell. Uchiha Shisui. Please be careful, Kakashi said as Liu Tian prepared to leave. Susanoo, I believe you can defeat Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi added with a confident smile. Sarutobi Asuma Kurinai Yohimite Gai Uchiha Fugaku Mikoto and many other shinobi who had some connection to Liu Tian all looked at him with anticipation and nodded in acknowledgement. I will defeat Uchiha Madara with all my might, Liu Tian shouted to the crowd before turning away. Without wasting another moment, he formed hand seals, dispelled his clone and vanished from the spot. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Liu Tian had been driving their Susanoo for countless exchanges. Uchiha Madara's immense chakra seemed almost unscathed, while Liu Xiaoshen's chakra was nearly depleted, even his Susanoo beginning to appear ethereal. Uchiha Madara possessed a body fully integrated with Hashirama's cells, and his Rinnegan was his original source of power. Combined with his supreme combat experience, he minimized the consumption of ocular power and chakra, granting him virtually inexhaustible reserves. In contrast, although Liu Tian had absorbed Hashirama's chakra, it was not fully integrated due to his lack of Indra's chakra. Thus his Bodhi-stored chakra was merely above that of an average shinobi. As for the Rinnegan, he could hardly wield it effectively, as it wasn't his own creation. Uchiha Shisui, you brat, you're impressive lasting this long against me. But your chakra seems to be running low, doesn't it? By the way, how do you find using my Rinnegan? Let me teach you. From within his Susanoo, Uchiha Madara noticed Liu Xiaoshen's weakening chakra and sighed in boredom, shifting to a mockingly dismissive tone as he prepared to end the fight. Inside his own Susanoo, Liu Tian had already stored Kushina in the Kamui dimension, and now felt emboldened. With a light laugh, he looked up at Uchiha Madara and said, Alright. Then let me see how the Rinnegan is truly used. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes blazed with ocular power, switching to the Rinnegan. He quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto his Susanoo, summoning jutsu. Instantly 7 or 8 summoned beasts materialized and charged at Uchiha Madara. Oh. Child's play, isn't it? Interesting. Uchiha Madara glanced at the summons and dismissed them with a wave of his hand. As expected, the beasts couldn't even breach the Susanoo's defense before being shattered. Even the indestructible Hellhound was forcibly unsummoned by his Rinnegan. Liu Tian had not pinned his hopes on the summons, he merely needed a brief delay. He had already finished charging Azura Pad's powerful laser weapon. A massive laser cannon burst toward Uchiha Madara, who merely lifted his head slightly and activated Shinra Tensei with a glare. Uchiha Madara's powerful Shinra Tensei effortlessly repelled the laser blast. A sense of dread washed over Liu Tian. Indeed. Though it's the same Rinnegan, the power Uchiha Madara channels and wields is far greater than mine. Humph. What you've been using is merely the Rinnegan's basic power. Let me show you its true strength. Uchiha Madara sneered and declared loudly. With a peculiar shift of ocular power, Uchiha Madara secretly activated Limbo Border Jail. Oh. So that's how it is. Liu Tian desperately memorized the Rinnegan's chakra flow from that moment, then activated his left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, making his body intangible. The next second his Susanoo was violently pierced by a Limbo clone and then dissipated. Uchiha Madara. Surprised. I know your Rinnegan technique is Limbo Border Jail, and I also know you've been collecting tailed beasts for the Moon's Eye plan. Liu Tian shouted from within the Kamui dimension. What I did earlier was just to see how you activate Limbo Border Jail. As for your moon's eye plan, I advise you to give it up. Let me tell you the truth. I learned from Black Zetsu before his death that the moon's eye plan was deliberately inscribed on the Uchiha inheritance stone tablet by someone with ulterior motives. The fabled Rinnegan that is awakened is not the eye that brings peace to the world but a gate that releases the moon demon. Liu Tian continued, adding a touch of deception. Anyway, Uchiha Madara, believe it or not. I know you're too stubborn to believe me. But I still hope you'll think carefully. If everyone lives in a world of illusions, are they truly alive? Alright, I'm going to absorb the tailed beasts now. I hope you won't kill indiscriminately out of anger. When I appear next time, I'll fight you properly. Right here at the Valley of the End. You. Uchiha Madara was left speechless by Liu Xiaoshan's words. Damn it. Uchiha Shisui. How did you acquire so much intelligence? A full minute after Liu Xiaoshan's voice faded, Uchiha Madara finally snapped out of the shock and cursed in rage. Liu Tian naturally returned to the Kamui space, calming his somewhat chaotic mind caused by the recent battle. However, an hour had passed since Kushina arrived at this place. When she saw Liu Tian return, she hurried over in some anxiety. Kushina's face flushed slightly, and after taking a gentle deep breath she said embarrassedly, does this space of yours have a restroom? I need to relieve myself. Liu Tian, who was sitting cross-legged to recover his physical state, abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed with awkward surprise. Well, this space hasn't been used for long periods. Let me take you out first. With a mere thought, Liu Xiaoshan's right eye, the remote Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, teleported Kushina out, and he followed immediately using the left eye's intangibility ability. This is Uchiha Shishui's room in Konoha. Well, it's my room in Konoha. Go ahead and use the restroom quickly, Kushina-senpai. Once I separate the nine tails from you, you can go home. Embarrassed, Liu Tian forced composure and spoke rapidly. At this moment, Madara also arrived at Konoha, finding as expected that the nine tails Jinchuriki had been taken away. Damn it! You damn brat! And that traitor Orochimaru! I never imagined Uchiha Madara would fall into your hands. No. I won't let you obtain the six paths power. There's still a chance to turn things around. Kumogakure. Yes, as long as I possess a tailed beast, you can never achieve true six paths power. Ha! Can't delay any longer. I need to check it out quickly. Uchiha Madara, flying through the sky above Konoha using Shinra Tensei, roared madly to himself. Then Uchiha Madara activated his complete Susanoo, spreading its massive wings and soaring swiftly toward Kumogakure. Creak. The restroom door finally opened and Kushina came out after washing her hands. Liu Tian was quietly observing the outside through the window in case Minato Namikaze or others happened to come by and cause trouble. I'm done. Let's proceed with extracting the tailed beast for you. I miss my child Naruto Uzumaki so much. I just want to go back as soon as possible. Kushina also glanced outside the window as if making up her mind and said to Liu Tian. Liu Tian turned around and with the surging power of his eyes activated the abilities of both Mangekyo Sharingan, simultaneously bringing the two back into the Kamui space. Kushina-senpai, the process might be a bit painful, but it's not dangerous. When I extracted the 7 tails and 1 tails Jinchuriki before, I used Genjutsu first. So may I use Genjutsu to control you? Liu Tian briefly recalled the previous energy collection scenes and asked Kushina. Kushina raised an eyebrow, her eyes shifting slightly, then she said, Pain is fine. I think Genjutsu is unnecessary. I'm not a child anymore, I'm a true ninja. I can definitely endure it. Alright, I respect your choice. Get ready, we're about to start. Liu Tian sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy as he replied. Upon receiving Kushina's nod of confirmation, he began the collection technique. Kushina's screams resounded endlessly in the Kamui space, mingled with the furious curses of the Nine Tails Kurama. Good heavens! Kushina's cries are too. Amitba. Pure heart mantra, protect me. Liu Tian felt his mind somewhat disturbed by the harrowing sounds, but he managed to maintain a calm heart. The Nine Tails chakra was indeed the most formidable among all tailed beasts. The absorption process lasted over 10 minutes. As the collection technique ended, Kushina, exhausted from the torment, slowly descended from the air. Liu Tian inexplicably rose quickly, took 2 steps forward, caught her, and held her in his arms. Her tightly closed eyes glistened with slight tears trembling faintly. Her rising and falling breaths were mesmerizing. The sweat from enduring pain soaked through her already thin clothing, coupled with her peerless beauty, snowy skin, and delicate features. At this moment it felt as if Liu Tian was holding nothing but his raw primal desire. Liu Tian gritted his teeth and shook his head vigorously, trying to expel those impure thoughts from his mind. Meow. No way. How can an ordinary young university student like me resist such temptation? Right. Use intangibility to send her out. Meow, I don't want to cuckold Minato. Liu Xiaoshan's mind churned. Then with a burst of Mangekyo's Sharingan power from his left eye, both of them became intangible and vanished into the Kamui space. Kushina's current state was clearly not suitable for returning directly to Minato's home, so Liu Tian went back to Uchiha Shisui's house in Konoha. Huh. Susanoo. How did you? Uchiha Itachi, who happened to be tidying up in Shizui's room, was startled to see him return. But to be fair, Itachi's mental age far exceeded his peers. He caught himself mid-sentence and stopped speaking. Liu Tian gently placed Kushina on his bed and then looked at Itachi in the room, saying softly, I just extracted the 9 tails, so she's extremely weak now. Itachi, please take good care of her. I have to leave. I must strengthen my power quickly to defeat Uchiha Madara. Susanoo, I understand. Do your best. Leave Kushina-senpai to me. Go focus on training. Uchiha Itachi nodded gently, his big eyes earnest, and replied in a low voice. Liu Tian flexed his wrists, briefly took a deep breath, and activated his left eye's intangibility ability, once more returning to the Kamui space. Got the 9 tails. Over here are the 3, 4, and 6 tails from Orochimaru. The 5 tails. Oh hell, I totally forgot. Liu Tian looked at the 2 energy spheres stored in the Kamui space and muttered to himself. Last time Orochimaru suddenly called him over in the rush, he had absorbed the 5 tails Jinchuriki's energy as quickly as possible and carelessly dumped it in the Kamui space, leaving the Jinchuriki Han to be handled by the Akatsuki members. So someone spent half a day searching the Kamui space before finding the 5 tails energy sphere. Too absurd. I can't stand myself. This habit of being forgetful still affects me even now. Calm down, calm down. Liu Tian, I'll correct it from now on. I must not lose things carelessly. After another long while, Liu Tian finally emerged from his self-reproach. To err is human, no one is flawless. Details determine success or failure. Not to mention a common mortal like Liu Tian among the countless ordinary people in this world, even among those who have achieved immortality and attained divinity through cultivation, how many gods and immortals have perished due to the minor mistakes they made. Alas! How much sorrow can a ruler bear? Like a river of spring water flowing eastward. How damn annoying! Wasting time on such trivial matters. I'd better focus on enhancing my strength. Liu Tian adjusted his state as quickly as possible to enter cultivation. Advancing from middle foundation establishment to late stage required immense energy, and from late stage to perfection then to the next realm. Fortunately this time he had prepared thoroughly. Liu Tian now intended to cultivate all the way to a level that would allow him to return. I've already gathered nearly all the tailed beast's power. Let me first see what happens. It's been so long since I last cultivated. Liu Tian pondered to himself. Liu Tian placed the 3 energy spheres before him, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate the eternal longevity art. No spiritual root forsaken fate. If unwilling, defy the heavens. Forge limbs, nourish bones and blood. Forcibly absorb chi to shake the skies. Although the eternal longevity art was merely a basic cultivation technique, it was revolutionary for a true mortal practitioner. After circulating the technique once through his body, Liu Tian gently waved his hand, summoned the smallest energy sphere, and began to absorb it. An hour later. The power of 5 tails. It's still too little, not enough. Let me try the combined power of the 3-tailed beasts. Liu Tian slightly sensed the spiritual energy within him, and thought to himself. The combined energy of 6 tails, 3 tails, and 4 tails was naturally far greater than that of a single 5 tails. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was far from peaceful. While Liu Tian cultivated, Madara was Susanoo activated, brazenly charged toward Kumogakure. In this era of imperfect information transmission, the 4th Raikage had only just received news of the attack on Konoha. Mabui, what do you think? The 4th Raikage was reviewing a message from Konoha with his assistant secretary Mabui. Lord Raikage. I'm afraid Konoha has encountered a formidable opponent. The fact that they dared to challenge the authority of the Fire Country's Konoha shows that their strength must be tremendous. Mabui analyzed the details and replied. Oh. You mean? Konoha might be facing a tough opponent. Which means their powerful shinobi might be depleted. The 4th Raikage's lips curled slightly, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. That way the gap in strength between our 2 villages will shrink. Good, good. Excellent. Bring Killer Bee to me, I want to share this good news with him. The 4th Raikage continued excitedly. Mabui furrowed her brow, nodded helplessly, and sighed. Very well, Lord Raikage, but we must also prepare for battle. I have a feeling this matter is not so simple. Nonsense. Mabui. Even if an enemy does come, I will eliminate them at the fastest speed. I feel my speed now surpasses even the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The 4th Raikage interrupted Mabui's speculation with confidence and pride. Mabui let out a helpless sigh, shook her head, and slowly walked out of the office. She naturally went to instruct the subordinate shinobi to find Killer Bee as the Raikage ordered. Meanwhile, Killer Bee was strolling through the streets of Kumogakure, performing his unique rap as he walked. Suddenly a blue giant descended ferociously before him. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This chakra feeling. Not bad at all, haha. This time you've miscalculated, boy. Uchiha Madara sensed the chakra within Killer Bee using the power of the Rinnegan and laughed maniacally. You damn big guy, don't think you're the only one with a big belly. Oh yeah, let Lord Killer Bee teach you how to knock on the table properly. Oh ho. Killer Bee looked up at Madara and mumbled a few rap lines. Then his entire body tensed, and he instantly activated his tailed beast transformation. In an instant he transformed into a giant octopus monster. Uchiha Madara, seeing the insolence, stopped smiling, squinted slightly and said, You are truly arrogant, humph. Just an eight-tails beast. Madara smiled confidently, looked up at the tailed beast form, and unleashed his Rinnegan's power. A powerful genjutsu washed over the beast. Although the octopus eight-tails Gyuki could resist some genjutsu, it depended on the strength of the illusion. In just one glance Gyuki's eyes turned into Rinnegan as well. Thus the tailed beast within Killer Bee was forcibly extracted. Killer Bee screamed and fell heavily from the sky, crashing into the ground and leaving a sizable crater. After trembling slightly a few times, he was completely lifeless. From that day on, the poor fourth Raikage would never see his best brother again. However, the massive commotion during their confrontation naturally drew the attention of the entire village. When the fourth Raikage arrived, it was exactly at the moment of Killer Bee's death. Impossible. This can't be. The Raikage stared at the still warm body on the ground, speechless with grief. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and quietly sensed the chakra signature of the two-tails Jinchuriki. Lightning plow, hot knife. Overwhelmed with sorrow, the fourth Raikage instantly leaped up, delivering his swiftest and most ferocious strike toward Madara within Susanoo. Suddenly the Susanoo before Madara was shattered by the enraged Raikage. Madara's eyes widened at first, then the right corner of his mouth curled up. Shinra Tensei. Just as the fourth Raikage, having exhausted his strength to break Susanoo, was about to rejoice, he was violently repelled by an overwhelming repulsive force. The Raikage flipped midair and landed steadily on the ground, shattering the stone floor beneath him, and sending dust high into the air. Gritting his teeth, furious beyond measure, the Raikage no longer hesitated. He gathered strength in his right leg once more, furiously condensed lightning chakra in his right hand, and charged at Madara again with lethal intent. Uchiha Madara hovered in the air with a malevolent grin, bellowing, Come! Keep dancing! Let me see just how powerful this so-called Raikage truly is! Madara's complete Susanoo instantly expanded, then delivered a ferocious punch, clashing head-on with the Raikage. With the Raikage's desperate strike, a tremendous commotion erupted at the moment of their collision. Naturally, no miracle occurred. The Raikage was blown back once more. However, the powerful lightning release and sheer force managed to scorch and crack Susanoo's fist slightly. Oh, you do have a shred of strength. But such damage is far too negligible. Truly the only one in this world who can defeat me is Hashirama. Madara sighed lightly, casually manipulating his ocular power to repair the complete Susanoo. Damn you! Give me back my brother's life! The Raikage, still furious, tried to rise and fight again, but severe bodily injuries rendered him unable to move, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Their clash transpired in the blink of an eye, and the Raikage secretary Mabui had just arrived running. Lord Fourth Raikage, are you alright? You need to rest. You must understand, your safety is paramount to the village. We'll organize our shinobi forces for a counterattack. Mabui yelled, warning the Raikage not to fight further, and planned to use a human wave tactic against Madara. Uchiha Madara stood within Susanoo, no longer in a hurry to strike. Now he was somewhat interested in fighting and also wanted to see the quality of Kumogakure's shinobi. Under Mabui's command, one after another shinobi from Kumogakure swiftly assembled and stood together in a relatively concentrated formation. After just a few minutes, Kumogakure's shinobi had formed up. Alright. Everyone listen to my command. Stand together and unleash lightning release, simultaneously pooling our chakra. This time we must deliver our strongest blow. Mabui ordered solemnly. Against so many people at once. My chakra might be insufficient. Then you'll have to. Looking down at the 100 or so shinobi from Kumogakure gathering chakra, Madara pondered briefly. Alright. Charge. To prevent Madara from reacting, Mabui immediately gave the order, launching their attack with lightning speed. Madara's Rinnegan glimmered as he controlled the eight tails to absorb a vast amount of chakra. With style flower world descent, the immensely powerful wood style surged to meet the lightning release burst from the ninja. A brilliant flash erupted at the point of impact, followed by a deafening explosion. Looking closely at the explosion site, the scene was no less than a large missile detonation with a massive pile of charred wood fragments accumulated. Enough. Is this all the strength you have? Hand over the tailed beasts. Otherwise, your nation will be destroyed. Madara stood in the air, the power of his Rinnegan surging as he roared at the Kumogakure shinobi. Senior Mabui, maybe we should just hand over the two tails Jinchuriki Yujito. We don't want to, but compared to the village's survival, the village is clearly more important. Yes. Senior Mabuiwi. That's right. At this rate Kumogakyu will fall. Besides, even without tailed beasts we still possess considerable strength, don't we? Exactly. Exactly. We can do without the tailed beast's power. At least let's save the village first. Seeing such a powerful attack neutralized by Madara, the shinobi grew disheartened and began to murmur among themselves. The fourth Reikage, who had just caught his breath and stood up, lowered his head as he witnessed their fierce assault being blocked by Madara alone. Brother Killer Bee. I cannot avenge you. His strength is overwhelming. At this critical juncture I must prioritize the village. Please don't blame me, brother. The Reikage closed his eyes, muttering softly to console himself. Mabui glanced at the surrounding people and the situation in the center of the battlefield, then turned and sought the Reikage's opinion with her eyes. Seeing the Reikage's pained expression, she pondered for a moment, and shouted to Madara in the air. Uchiha Madama, you win. We will hand over the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, but I beg you not to destroy our Kumogakure. Yujito, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, witnessed the battle from her hiding place far away. She frowned deeply, gave a bitter smile, and rushed quickly toward the battlefield. Uchiha Madama. I will not go down without a fight. Kill me if you can. Fully transformed into a tailed beast, Yujito shouted angrily as she ran. Then. As you wish. Madara replied with a slight sneer and a fierce gleam in his eyes. This battle was beyond doubt. The enormous complete Susanoo grasped Yujito in her tailed beast form tightly in its hand. Ugh! Let me go. They'll go all out. Yujito howled in pain and fully released the tailed beast within her. But even with the full power of the two tails Matatabi, it was utterly helpless before the mighty complete Susanoo. The entire cat-like body was pinned down by the complete Susanoo's single hand, slammed hard into the ground. Beast! Stay still! Madara cursed irritably at her struggling, then used the Rinnegan's powerful genjutsu to control her. Thus both the Two Tails and Eight Tails were completely captured and controlled by Uchiha Madama. Uchiha Madama did not linger long in Kumogakure. Activating Susanoo, he grabbed a tailed beast in each hand and flew toward the cave where the demonic statue of the outer path resided. Kid! So you're in that mysterious space learning to control the power of tailed beasts at. Fine. They'll give you time. Without gathering all 9 tailed beasts and without the demonic statue, no matter how much you train, you'll only become a perfect Jinchuriki, right? Ridiculous. You'll never achieve a sage body. They'll let you cultivate. Let me see just what kind of storm you can stir up by controlling 7 tailed beasts, ha ha ha. As he flew at great speed, Uchiha Madama mused about Liu Xiaoshin's situation. Indeed, if judged solely by the rules of the Naruto world, the power of 7-tailed beasts wouldn't elevate Liu Xiaoshin's strength much. But Madama could never have imagined that Liu Xiaotian possessed power from beyond the Naruto universe. Uchiha Madara returned to his secret cave brimming with confidence. After analyzing the situation thoroughly, he sincerely looked forward to the battle with Liu Xiaotian. At this moment, Liu Xiaoshin's situation was rather unfavorable. As usual, he was suffering the pain of breaking through to a higher realm. For a mortal without spiritual roots, defying fate was no easy task. Every advancement came with excruciating pain, but according to the description of the Eternal Longevity art, this pain would vanish once he reached the core formation stage. Because only after reaching that stage could the Eternal Longevity art truly harness powerful spiritual energy, constantly unleashing power from the golden core to refine, purify, and even expand the meridians. Amidst the pain, Liu Xiaotian involuntarily thought of his parents. Unlike most protagonists with an orphan background, Liu Xiaotian was like a flower in a greenhouse, cherished and cared for meticulously by his parents from childhood to adulthood. As the only child in the family, he naturally received the boundless love of his parents. However, he did not degenerate because of indulgence. From a young age, he was a person of clear judgment, often imagining himself as a righteous knight. He championed the weak, defended justice, and stood up for those bullied and wronged. In the terrifyingly realistic society of launching, his heart was like a clear mirror, constantly illuminating the ugly faces around him. Father! Mother! I must return to see you. I cannot die here, never! Liu Xiaotian roared in agony. Powerful spiritual energy rampaged through his body. With each surge, it continuously merged with the external tailed beast energy. As the density of spiritual energy within Liu Xiaotian increased, his cultivation level unknowingly reached the late foundation establishment stage. At this point, he only needed to condense all spiritual energy into a golden core to enter the next realm, and his strength would skyrocket instantly. But that was easier said than done. Previous cultivation merely involved adding new energy and forcibly tempering the spiritual energy to become stronger, thereby raising the level. Now advancement required a qualitative leap, no longer a simple quantitative change. The chakra energies of the 3 tails, 4 tails, and 6 tails had been half consumed, but the vast energy of the 9 tails remained unused. Liu Xiaotian, who had just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, was estimating the energy needed. It should be no problem at all. The 9 tails truly lives up to being the strongest tailed beast. Its energy alone is even greater than those three combined. Liu Tian sensed the two remaining energy spheres and murmured to himself. Dad. Mom. Your son is about to return. When I go back this time I will definitely become your pride, I swear. Ha. Keep cultivating. Isn't it just condensing a golden core? He'll give it my all. If I stay trapped here forever, in the end it's death. I must go back, only then can I truly live. Liu Tian thoroughly convinced himself in his heart, and finally resolved to take the risk. He sat down cross-legged again, deeply suppressing his aura to seek inner peace. With Liu Xiaoshan's current cultivation level, he could almost completely abstain from food, so even months of continuous cultivation would sustain his survival. 3 months later. Liu Tian effortlessly absorbed the last wisp of Ninetales chakra energy, slowly opening his eyes. A golden light flickered in his gaze, and the aura he exuded was like that of an immortal in a TV drama. Then he abruptly stood up, waved his arms, stretched his legs, and lightly jumped a few times to stretch his body. Haha. Good. So that's how it is. I succeeded. Finally succeeded. Liu Tian laughed maniacally, speaking to himself. Is this the power of a true immortal cultivator? I feel as if I have infinite energy inside me. I can't even imagine how powerful it would be to use this energy to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan or the Rinnegan. Liu Tian carefully sensed the power of this new realm. Fortunately, he had the unique method of the eternal longevity art. After all, the threshold from foundation establishment to golden core had stumped countless cultivators. Normal cultivators without abundant resources could hardly reach this stage in a lifetime. From this one could imagine how much Liu Tian had improved compared to before. Ha! Uchiha Madara, let's settle the score first. Liu Tian exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and quickly opened them, pondering briefly. He directly activated the intangibility ability of his left Mangekyo Sharingan, and instantly appeared outside the cave where Orochimaru had taken him before. His powerful divine sense swept gently and located Uchiha Madara inside the cave, who had fully mastered the tailed beast's power. During this period, Uchiha Madara was somewhat bored. He had intended to obtain Uchiha Obito's corpse, use the impure world reincarnation technique to summon him, and launch a sneak attack on Uchiha Shisui, that is Liu Tian. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had already taken away the remains, probably because he feared that Madara would use impure world reincarnation to summon Obito and cause trouble for Shisui, who needed to use the Kamui dimension. As expected of the ninja world scientist, his thinking was meticulous and rigorous. Therefore, Madara spent the following time studying how to perfectly control the tailed beasts. Although he could forcibly control the tailed beasts with the Rinnegan, he could not do it at will. It was impossible to persuade them to merge with him perfectly, but controlling them to fuse with himself was still highly probable. Sure enough, after these months, Madara had become adept at control. At this point, he was like an invincible all-round warrior with a wellspring of power. Unfortunately, Liu Tian was now a different beast entirely. Liu Tian casually channeled his spiritual energy, infusing it into his voice, and called out with penetrative power toward the cave. Uchiha Madara! Come out and fight! Uchiha Madara, who was resting with his eyes closed, was abruptly startled by the familiar voice. He quickly stood up and rushed outside. A minute later, the two faced each other, both brimming with confidence. Kid! You've finally come. I wonder how much you've improved these days. Madara taunted as mockingly as before. This time Liu Tian did not respond. He slightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a gentle smile softly said, Uchiha Madara! The game between us is over. Then with a light raise of his left arm, a violent surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped Madara. With this single move, an immense invisible force seemed to emerge, suppressing Madara wildly, and rendering him unable to move. Uchiha involuntarily widened his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to resist the intangible pressure bearing down upon him. Impossible! What kind of sorcery is this? How can it render me completely immobile? Is this an illusion? Yet I am utterly lucid. Uchiha exclaimed in terror, as if haunted by a specter. You need not concern yourself with that, just consider it my secret art. I have come today not to slay you, but to propose a suggestion, or rather to entrust you with a method that could truly bring peace to the world. Liu Tian chuckled lightly, then explained. What? A method for true world peace? And why must it be me? You possess greater power than I now. What task could possibly require my involvement? I will not be your puppet. If I cannot defeat you, I would sooner die in battle. Uchiha's mind raced, his words hinting at some realization, and he spoke with indignation. Liu Tian quickly waved his hand, stepping closer to Uchiha and explaining patiently. I am leaving. This world is not my home. Uchiha, have you ever pondered what lies beyond the ninja world? Nani? You're leaving. Leaving this world? I have never considered such a thing. I only know that the higher one flies, the colder it becomes, until the body can endure no more, and then comes death. You have tried before. Couldn't Susanoo who withstand it either? Of course. Uchiha Shisui, I advise you not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Join me and initiate the infinite Tsukuyami. Let every person in the world live truly within a beautiful dream. There you go again, Uchiha-ban. I have told you, the infinite Tsukuyami is nothing but a deception. It is a jutsu of the Daitamu clan designed solely to drain the energy of this planet, this very world, and form a chakra fruit. It will never fulfill your wish for world peace. But that is what our Uchiha clan's heirloom stone tablet says. Can a stone tablet not be altered? How do you know it hasn't been tampered with? In truth it was Heiju who altered it. Have you not considered why the ghetto Mazo produces only by Ju yet you encountered a single Heiju? Because you are handsome. Heiju has his own ulterior motives. This. In any case, do not dwell on it. I am definitely leaving. If you insist on not carrying out that plan and instead fall into Heiju's trap, then go ahead. But I have already squandered 7 of the tailed beasts, so you have no chance. You. That is what you intended all along. However, the tailed beasts are inside you. If I defeat you and extract them, it will suffice, will it not? I have already converted the tailed beasts entirely into chakra energy. Enough, why are you so hesitant? Let me explain how to achieve world peace. Speak. I am curious to hear how one who is about to leave this world can bring about peace. Liu Tian cleared his throat, shifted his gaze, and recalled the plan he had once conceived. He spoke slowly. I intend to host a grand ninjutsu tournament across the entire ninja world with you presiding over it. I know that with your abilities, were you to possess sufficient chakra, you could single-handedly annihilate an entire village. I believe you also understand that only hatred can be passed down. Rather than letting countless innocent civilians and ordinary ninjas suffer from war, why not let the villages settle their disputes through a contest in which their mightiest ninjas vie for supremacy, thereby resolving conflicts of interest? The rules would be as follows: each village has 1 challenge opportunity per year. They may bring their own stakes and challenge a village with which they have a grievance. Victory yields equivalent gains, defeat incurs a penalty, surrendering the stake to the victorious village. Of course, to ensure everyone complies, a strong deterrent must be in place, and that person is you. Uchiha-ban pondered for a moment, then replied. So you want me to intimidate the villages into fair competition? And to sustain the tournament in the long run? Exactly. Liu Tian affirmed, waving his hand to release Uchiha-ban from the binding. Feeling the pressure vanish, Uchiha-ban's body became light, and he sank to the ground, lost in thought. No one can live within an illusion. One who does cannot be considered truly alive. Loss and gain define life. The peace I strive for is that of the common people. Why should ordinary civilians and ninjas be herded into death by a few arrogant high officials and powerful ninjas on a whim? They deserve better. They should live for themselves, do what they wish. If those in power desire to satisfy their own greed, let them fight with their own hands. If they die, they have only themselves to blame. Have you never thought this way, Uchiha-ban? Liu Tian, visibly impassioned, continued his persuasive speech. Your perspective is quite novel. But it makes sense. The peace I seek is also the peace of every individual. Illusions are a last resort. Human desires cannot be satisfied in reality, let alone for everyone. But since the infinite Tsukuyami is also a lie, I agree with your idea. Let those few fight among themselves. No. Perhaps only a handful. Uchiha-ban was finally moved by Liu Xiaoshan's words, speaking while still deliberating. Haha. As expected of Uchiha-ban. If it were Zhujian, he would never grasp this concept. I have already thought of a name. Let it be called the First Ninja World Supreme Ultimate Peace Martial Tournament. Uchiha-ban, momentarily speechless, his mouth trembling as he uttered. Your naming sense is truly akin to Zhujian's. By the way, I doubt I can maintain this grand scheme forever. I do not possess the Lu Dao power. And even if I did, immortality is likely unattainable. Uchiha-ban began contemplating the feasibility of the plan, then hit upon a crucial issue. I have considered that as well. What about using the impure world reincarnation technique? Impure world reincarnation. To be honest, I loathe that kind of body. For the peace of the ninja world. And no one will control you, you can simply undo the technique. Besides, you have plenty of Baiju, don't you? From then on you can meet whomever you wish. In a way it is equivalent to immortality. I could summon Qianqiu Zhujian to keep me company. Not bad. Even death in another world would be boring, would it not? Better to sacrifice a little of myself as you suggested and save the peace of the ninja world. Liu Tian looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile and continued. It's really good that you can understand. The main reason is that I must leave. I actually don't belong to this world originally, which is why you saw me possessing those magical powers. The heavy responsibility of maintaining peace in this world still needs to be completed by an unconstrained senior like you. I admire you, Uchiha Madara. You are also the ninja I think most highly of. Alright then. They'll just take the tailed beasts away first. They'll completely dissipate this level of weapon. Uchiha Madara was shocked by Liu Xiaoshen's words and said in disbelief. You don't belong to this world. This. Alright. To be honest, I can't completely eliminate the tailed beasts either. If you can, then eliminate them. This way the world will have fewer conflicts. Back then Zhu Jian really shouldn't have distributed the tailed beasts to other villages. With a flick of his hand, Liu Xiaotian mobilized the spiritual energy within his body and performed the gathering technique. In an instant the chakra energy of the 8 tails and 2 tails was collected. They didn't even have time to let out a scream. This move was enough to show how powerful Liu Xiaotian was at that moment. Sorry, tailed beasts. For me and for the people of this world it's better for you to disappear. Liu Xiaotian muttered to himself quietly. This. To think you dissipated and dissolved the tailed beast into pure chakra energy so easily. Indeed. This is definitely not something any ninjutsu can accomplish. You. Come from the outside world. Uchiha Madara sensed the tailed beast within his body looked at the energy orb in Liu Xiaoshen's hand and said somewhat solemnly. Liu Xiaotian waved his hand again, mobilizing the spiritual energy within his body, rapidly absorbing the energy of the 8 tails and 2 tails, completely using it to consolidate his newly advanced realm. Then Liu Xiaotian stared straight at Uchiha Madara, slowly opened his mouth, and said softly. Then Senior Uchiha Madara, when will we commence this plan? You've worked hard. I sincerely thank you on behalf of the people of this world. However, actually Senior Uchiha Madara, you and people of Lord Zhu Jian's generation should have died of old age, right? You are right. I have never been a coward who fears death. My resurrection this time was originally for the moon. I planned to bring peace and tranquility to the entire world. Since the infinite Tsukuyami illusion cannot be realized normally, then let's do it your way. I can start at any time. This is the hand seal method of the impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath of air, and said very heroically. Then Uchiha Madara did not hesitate any further, and taught the impure world reincarnation technique to Liu Xiaotian in detail. So that's how it is. I understand, Senior Uchiha Madara. Then let's start preparing for the tournament now. Let's first do this. Then, after learning the impure world reincarnation technique, Liu Xiaotian thought briefly and then conspired with Uchiha Madara about the method of hosting the ninja world tournament. After their brief discussion, Uchiha Madara's chakra surged out and a complete Susanoo manifested, which then flew towards the east. Liu Xiaotian also frowned slightly, pupil power gathering in his eyes, and a golden complete Susanoo appeared instantly. Possibly due to the influence of the massive chakra energy from his golden core within his body, even Liu Xiaoshen's Susanoo was infected and turned into a glittering bright gold. Liu Xiaotian looked around and couldn't help feeling pleased, thinking, not bad at all. I've long been dissatisfied with the all-green Susanoo before. This feels much better. I feel more majestic now, ha ha ha. Let's go. The golden wings fluttered gently and the massive complete Susanoo immediately flew up lightly, heading west. To host the Ninja World Tournament, naturally they first needed to gather the core personnel from various countries and villages. By this time the strength of Liu Xiaotian and Madara had almost reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, so no special methods were needed. Uchiha Madara sincerely invites powerful ninjas from all countries and villages to the Zhongma Valley for discussion. If any village or country has not sent a single person by September 13th, Uchiha Madara will annihilate them. Uchiha Madara flew to the nearest ninja village and amplified his voice with chakra, shouting loudly. Liu Xiaotian naturally also used Uchiha Madara's name to spread the message using the same prearranged words as Madara. The time was calculated to be ample, and the method was not so much notifying as coercing the various villages and countries. 20 days later. The armed core of all ninja villages and countries without ninja villages all gathered in the Zhongma Valley. During these days both Uchiha Madara and Liu Xiaotian used the Rinnegan to restore chakra and occasionally rested when tired, so they were not too exhausted from delivering the messages. By September 3rd they had finished the propaganda. The two, who had already thoroughly considered the mechanism of the Ninja World Tournament, saw that the date had arrived and couldn't help but nod lightly at each other. Then Uchiha Madara activated his complete Susanoo and made a declaration, while airborne. Dear powerful ninjas from all villages and countries, I Uchiha Madara have gathered you here to host a Ninja World Tournament that can bring peace to the world. As for the specific rules, everyone can read them yourselves. After his brief speech, Uchiha Madara performed hand seals to summon the pre-printed sheets of the Ninja World Tournament rules from the scroll and scattered large handfuls toward the assembled ninjas. The ninjas had long heard the legendary event a few months ago of Uchiha Madara single-handedly fighting the entire Cloud Village. None dared not to come punctually and obediently. At this moment naturally no one dared to comment, they all earnestly read the rules on the paper, afraid of bringing catastrophic disaster upon their own villages. Ninja World Tournament introduction. In order to maintain world peace and reduce unnecessary large-scale and widespread wars between villages or countries, this Ninja World Tournament has been established, which can minimize conflicts and resolve interest disputes and contradictions between various powers. Ninja World Tournament rules: when two forces have an irreconcilable conflict or interest dispute, they must not launch a large-scale war. They need to resolve it through the method of the Ninja World Tournament. That is, each side sends 1 to 3 participants to compete. Any means are allowed and casualties are accepted. Best of 3 matches, the winner obtains the rewards of the conflict or interest dispute. Note on interest disputes and contradictions: the two forces need to have equivalent capital to bet on the match. That is, if the stakes are unbalanced, they cannot compete with each other. Forces must not completely annex or integrate each other. They must as much as possible keep the last spark of a race, village, or country in order to provide the lowest level of moral protection and the preservation and care of the diversity of bloodline limits. Warning: if any village, country, or small organization forcefully violates the above rules, they will inevitably face the full force destruction of the strongest in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. It is suggested that all forces exercise caution and never try to challenge the rules. Do not become the first example made of to warn 100. 10 minutes passed and Uchiha Madara, hovering in midair, remained silent, waiting patiently to ensure everyone had finished reading the printed rules. The assembled ninjas on the ground occasionally whispered among themselves, yet no one dared to raise their voice. Even the most volatile of them all, the fourth Raikage, clenched the paper handed by his secretary in silence, his mind relentlessly replaying the scenes of that day's battle when Uchiha Madara had utterly crushed the entire village. Unbeknownst to them, another quarter of an hour slipped by. Seeing the ninjas gradually settle down, apparently having fully grasped the rules, Uchiha Madara finally spoke. The overwhelming power of the Rinnegan surged between his brows, his chakra erupted violently, his armor shuddered with a howl, and his flowing locks shot straight upward. Then, with a gentle exertion of chakra, he declared in a domineering and solemn tone, "I believe everyone has now understood these rules. From this day forth I expect no one to violate them. Today marks the first day of the Supreme Ultimate Peace Martial Tournament of the Ninja World. To demonstrate my strength, I will allow anyone to challenge me today without fear of death. Come. I hope you do not disappoint me too much. That name, it really does sound odd, but Hashirama would probably like it." After finishing his speech, Uchiha Madara could not help but mutter inwardly. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, the ninjas seemed to stir with excitement. Becoming a ninja in this world was already an accomplishment achieved by only 1 in 100. Moreover, among them were many truly formidable individuals, each revered and admired in their respective villages. Previously, the fear of death had deterred them from challenging him. Life is only once, and Uchiha Madara's feats were indeed legendary. Now, with a guarantee of survival, everyone wanted to test the true mettle of this arrogant fellow who proclaimed himself a peace ambassador. "You'll go first. Senior Uchiha Madara, allow me to test your strength." A burly man with a fierce expression wielding a massive blade stepped forward from the direction of the hidden mist village. Uchiha Madara merely cast a brief glance and then closed his eyes, saying, "Of course. Esteemed masters of the ninja world, I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the wielder of the decapitating carving knife Bibera Juzo." The burly man introduced himself simply to the surrounding ninjas, then accelerated toward Uchiha Madara's position in the middle of the lake. Indeed, the arena for the tournament was the vast lake at the Valley of the End, chosen for its spaciousness and ease of maintenance, resistant to damage. Gripping his massive sword tightly, Bibera Juzo charged forward with a roar, mustering all his strength to slash fiercely at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara remained with his eyes closed, but just as the blade was about to strike him, he swiftly twisted his torso, deftly evading Bibera Juzo's full-powered blow, and then drove a sudden punch toward his opponent's flank. "Aya!" A scream echoed through the valley as a figure hurtled backwards, spraying blood profusely. This was Uchiha Madara's taijutsu, the combat experience honed during the Warring States period. The assembled ninjas drew sharp breaths in unison, exchanging uneasy glances at a loss for words. A few minutes later, Inoki of the Hidden Rock Village, along with the samurai representative of the land of Iron Mifune, approached the other 3 great nations to propose that each kage challenge Uchiha Madara in turn, lest they be disdained by smaller nations. The kages of the 5 great nations were among the strongest in the ninja world. If they dared not attempt to challenge, they risked the contempt of Uchiha Madara and even the smaller nations. Thus they did not demur and unanimously agreed, especially since Uchiha Madara had promised no killing. The Tsuchikage took the lead, stepping forward to challenge Uchiha Madara. At his prime, Inoki possessed formidable strength. Without the glaring flaw of a waist twist, he flew rapidly toward Uchiha Madara. "I am Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village. I believe Uchiha Madara may remember me. Youngster requests Senior Uchiha Madara's guidance." Inoki's gaze flickered with fear as he introduced himself to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly and said, "Ah, 2 scales Inoki, we did meet when you were a child. Come. Let me see how your skills differ from your masters today." Inoki gritted his teeth, comforting himself that Uchiha Madara would not kill him now. Then he channeled chakra into the lakebed, summoning a colossal stone golem. Mounting the golem, Inoki flew swiftly toward Uchiha Madara and unleashed a heavy punch. Uchiha Madara did not retreat. He gathered chakra and manifested a half-bodied Susanoo, exchanging blow for blow with the stone golem. After prolonged exchanges with no significant advantage, Inoki grew impatient. He condensed chakra in his fists, forming two sturdy rock fists. Earth Release Super Added Weight Rock Technique. With overwhelming force, the fists flew toward Uchiha Madara within the Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, unwilling to engage in close combat, activated the Rinnegan with a surge of ocular power, and unleashed a Shinra Tensei, sending Inoki flying backward before he could get close. Earth Release Super Lightweight Rock Technique. Inoki intensified the Super Lightweight Rock Technique, and after several buffers finally came to a halt. By now he was panting uncontrollably. With no time to hesitate or think, seizing the opportunity as the distance between them widened, Inoki hurriedly brought his hands together to gather power. Dust Release Particle Style, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. As Inoki infused chakra, a white transparent cube gradually formed between his hands, then the side facing Uchiha Madara grew increasingly sharp, transforming into a cone. The attack power erupted instantly, shooting toward Uchiha Madara with lethal precision. Uchiha Madara, who had just effortlessly dismantled the stone golem without Inoki's direct command, looked up and saw the incoming dust release. He chose not to withstand it with his complete body Susanoo. Today his goal was to display overwhelming power, and the best way to counter a jutsu was the Rinnegan. Activating the Preta-Path ability of the Rinnegan, he easily absorbed the fearsome dust release, a Kekkai Toto that transcended even Kekkai Genkai, which appeared immensely powerful. By now sweat was streaming down Inoki's back, whether from excessive chakra consumption or from the despair and helplessness in his heart. I, Inoki, concede defeat. Senior Uchiha Madara is truly mighty beyond compare. The Hidden Rock Village will henceforth abide by the rules of the Ninja World Tournament. Inoki closed his eyes in reluctant resignation, letting out a sigh of helplessness. None of the assembled ninjas let out any jeers or sighs of regret, for they understood well that the final Kekkai Toto strike from Inoki would have been nearly impossible for them to face head-on, yet that man had effortlessly neutralized it. Inoki's surrender now seemed only natural to the observing ninjas. Had anyone else been in his place, having their ultimate strike so casually deflected, they too would find it unbearably hard to accept leaving surrender as the only option. This Uchiha Madara is far too powerful. Exactly. Everyone knows how formidable the Tsuchikage is, especially with that Kekkai Tota. An ordinary person would be reduced to ashes with a single touch. Is this the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan's eyes? Too terrifying. Better stay away from the Uchiha from now on. Not that bad, brother. There's no second Uchiha Madara in the current clan. With Inoki's defeat, the ninjas began murmuring among themselves, their conversations invariably filled with admiration and awe for Uchiha Madara's overwhelming power, which even elevated the reputation of the Uchiha clan. I am Mifune of the Land of Iron. Your ninjutsu is truly extraordinary. Might I, Uchiha Madara-senpai, ask for a pure contest of taijutsu? Mifune, the representative of the Land of Iron, glanced at the dejected Inoki, said nothing, and instead dashed swiftly into the arena, raising his voice to address Uchiha Madara. Before Madara could reply, Mifune hastily added, please do not misunderstand, senior. Regardless of victory or defeat from this day forward, the Land of Iron will stand with the Wagakure and abide by the rules of the ninja tournament. No war shall be initiated. A samurai, you overestimate yourself. In taijutsu, Uchiha Madara has never acknowledged anyone as superior. No more words, just attack. Uchiha Madara snorted, tilting his head arrogantly. Hearing this, Mifune felt a flicker of anger, drew his long sword and sped toward Madara in a blurred motion. As a samurai, Mifune had profound confidence in his swordsmanship, launching a fierce offensive against Madara from the very start. The sword gleamed with chilling sharpness, the intangible burst of killing intent almost suffocating. Every strike was blindingly fast, each angle more treacherous than the last. Fast, extremely fast. So fast that ordinary ninjas could no longer even perceive the shape of the blade. At that moment, Uchiha Madara unconsciously activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, rapidly capturing every movement, and responding, striving to adapt to his opponent's assault. Is Uchiha Madara being overwhelmed? Seems like it. Looks like his taijutsu can't match that samurai's. After all, that's their specialty. The outcome is not settled, don't jump to conclusions. Madara hasn't even been hurt yet. Unnoticed, Mifune had already unleashed hundreds of strikes, his emotions shifting from initial confidence, even arrogance, to shock and then to a creeping fear. Suddenly Mifune hesitated. In that instant he felt a pang of disappointment in himself. He realized that his opponent had never truly counterattacked, he had merely been probing, even toying with him. Yet he seemed to forget he was still in battle. Uchiha Madara keenly seized that momentary lapse, leaped, and delivered a fierce kick to Mifune. Mifune stumbled back dozens of steps. More than the physical blow, it was the blow to his spirit that wounded him deepest. Enough. Go back. Your blade is fast but not fast enough. And your techniques need improvement, too easily read. Boring. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back offering a serious brief analysis. Uchiha Madara-senpai, thank you for your guidance. You are truly formidable even in taijutsu. Mifune snapped back to reality, clasped his fists, and spoke respectfully. In the direction of the Konohagakure ninjas, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his face full of worry, as he asked Minato Namikaze, so, did Uchiha Shisui actually defeat Uchiha Madara? It said that Shisui promoted this tournament as well. Perhaps doing this truly could benefit the peace of the ninja world. What do you think, Minato? Lord Third, I think having such a tournament isn't bad, it reduces large-scale wars. The only question is whether Uchiha Madara can truly be trusted. If Madara later goes back on his word, that's another matter. I think we should wait until we meet Shisui and discuss it with him. Minato Namikaze replied thoughtfully and methodically. Hiruzen Sarutobi adjusted his armor slightly and said calmly, but for now regardless I must go face him. We cannot let others speak ill of Konohagakure. As the fourth Hokage, your combat prowess is even more daunting than mine. Even if I lose, it won't tarnish your reputation. Minato Namikaze anxiously replied, Lord Third, you are advanced in years. Let me go instead. Little Minato, say no more. My mind is made up. It's settled. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared resolutely. Without waiting for Minato's response, he dashed swiftly toward the arena. Uchiha Madara, I never thought you'd contribute to the peace of the ninja world. Today let me truly test your mettle. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rang out, neither servile nor arrogant. Tobirama Senju's disciple. You look just as annoying as he did. At your age with those old bones, is it worth fighting? Better go back. A short-sighted fool. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but think of his younger brother Izuna, and his gaze turned icy as he hurled undisguised mockery. There's no knowing without trying. I won't give up easily, and I advise you to take this seriously. Hiruzen Sarutobi's reply was equally stern. 5 Elements Great Combo Technique. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi wasted no more words, mustering all his strength to unleash one of his most powerful killing techniques against Uchiha Madara. Possessing all 5 chakra natures, Hiruzen Sarutobi was highly adept at the 5 elemental transformations. He created 4 shadow clones, simultaneously unleashing fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water styles in a combined assault, the Great Combo Technique. A flicker of disdain passed through Uchiha Madara's eyes, and he instantly used his Rinnegan to effortlessly absorb all the ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi of course knew such a technique could not defeat Madara. While Madara was neutralizing the 5 jutsu, he gave a bitter smile, then swiftly and decisively formed hand seals. Minato Namikaze stared intently at their duel. When he saw the third Hokage's hand signs, he shouted in shock, "Don't do it, Lord Third." Uchiha Madara was busy absorbing the chakra of the 5-element combo technique, but his seasoned combat instincts kept him observing Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the corner of his eye. Upon seeing Hiruzen's hand seals, he suddenly raged inwardly. Damn it! Just as annoying as his master. He then urgently activated his Rinnegan's power, unleashing his ultimate technique, Limbo Border Jail. In an instant a shadow struck Hiruzen violently, rudely interrupting his jutsu. Blood spurted from Hiruzen's mouth as his body was flung backward. Meanwhile Madara's main body had quickly absorbed all the chakra from Hiruzen's 5-element jutsu. With a high leap he landed beside Hiruzen, who had just barely managed to steady himself. You're as infuriating as your master. If not for today's agreement you would have joined him by now. What I do is for the peace of the ninja world, yet you tried to use the dead demon-consuming seal on me. You may wish to die, but I cannot. I believe that one day you will understand me. Cast aside your prejudice and realize your own folly. Madara said disdainfully with a cold expression. Then ignoring Hiruzen, he slowly walked to the center of the arena and closed his eyes once again, just as before. Hiruzen shook his head helplessly, and dragging his severely wounded body staggered back to where Konohagakure was positioned. Minato Namikaze rushed over to greet him and said gravely, Lord Third, why did you have to risk your life against him at this time? I think we should wait and see his future actions. If the tournament truly benefits the peace of the ninja world, then there's no need for us to oppose it. It's hard for me to gamble the entire village on Madara's whims. Today I intended to catch him off guard, but even so I had no chance to take him down with me. Now we have no choice but to take a gamble. I hope everything he said is true. Hiruzen spoke with a furrowed brow and a hint of world weariness. The Kage of the 3 great ninja villages were now utterly defeated. The other ninjas gradually lost their will to resist, each preparing to memorize the rules lest they violate them one day and be slain by Madara. In the direction of the Kirigakure ninjas, after a brief stir, a strikingly beautiful young woman stepped out. She had orange-haired hair evenly draped over her shoulders, a curvaceous and proud figure, delicate features, and gem-like eyes that now gazed confidently toward the direction of Kumogakure. Then the girl took a deep breath and shouted toward Kumogakure. Lord Fourth Raikage, let me try first. I haven't fought him yet, and I'd like to see just how formidable Uchiha Madara really is. At that moment the fourth Reikage, who had been hesitating whether to step up and fight Madara again, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. Of course. Be careful, fifth Mizukage. Madara's strength is far greater than what we've just seen. The fourth Reikage quickly waved his hand in reply. Watching the fifth Mizukage slowly walk toward the arena, he clenched his fists bitterly and thought, damn coward, have you already been scared? Don't you want to avenge your brother Killer Bee? How can you feel a hint of relief when you hear you don't have to fight? It infuriates me. Uchiha Madara. One day I will. Shortly after the fifth Mizukage reached the center of the arena, she winked playfully at Madara and said with a smile, Senior Uchiha Madara, please go easy on me. I am the fifth Mizukage Terumi. Madara gave her a brief look and snorted. You Mizukage sure changed quickly. I hope you won't disappoint me like the fourth Mizukage did. Upon hearing Madara mention the fourth Mizukage, Terumi-mai's face flushed with a hint of anger. She bit her lower lip lightly and said, Humph. So it was you who killed our village's fourth Mizukage. Enough talk, take this. Terumi-mai quickly formed hand seals to execute water release hidden mist technique. Soon the entire arena was nearly covered in mist and Terumi-mai's figure vanished within it. Uchiha Madara's eye power surged and he immediately summoned a half-body Susanoo to guard against any surprise attack. Terumi-mai chuckled softly, then used lava release melting monster technique and immediately followed up with boil release skilled mist technique. Madara's half-body Susanoo crumbled in an instant, and Terumi-mai kicked him hard in the back. Madara twisted in midair to absorb the impact and countered with fire release great fire annihilation. Unfortunately, Terumi-mai had already vanished into the mist again. Facing these utterly uninteresting opponents, Madara was growing impatient. He looked at the misty surroundings, furrowed his brows slightly, and immediately switched to his Rinnegan. He no longer wished to entertain these children in his eyes. His Rinnegan power erupted and a black orb swiftly shot from his hand into the sky. Chibaku Tensei directly activated. Madara sneered at this moment. He simply wanted to display power far beyond ordinary humans, and slightly punish those arrogant, boring challengers. After all, being pulled into Chibaku Tensei would only result in being sealed and crushed inside. Severe injuries were possible but not death, and this wouldn't violate his agreement. Terumi-mai, who had been secretly pleased with her ambush, suddenly felt a tremendous gravitational pull. In panic, she and the surrounding rocks were rapidly drawn toward the center. At this time, near the Valley of the End, Liu Tian, who was in the secret chamber built by himself and Madara to prepare for the Ninja World Tournament, frowned in exasperation. It turned out that Liu Tian had been observing the tournament with his spiritual sense all along. Oh my god! I can't stand this. Madara, if you want to vent, fine, but why pick on such a beautiful Mizukage? You really don't understand the heart of a teenage boy. Liu Tian gritted his teeth and complained inwardly. Then his left Mangekyo Sharingan's power flowed and he activated his phasing ability. In an instant he appeared beside Terumi-mai. Then he wrapped one arm around Terumi-mai, pulling her into his embrace. His eyes changed again. Rinnegan appeared abruptly, its power surged, and he pointed his other hand at the gravitational center, forcibly canceling the Chibaku Tensei. A golden Susanoo was then summoned to envelop them both, easily blocking the rocks that were falling chaotically after the loss of gravity. Zhao Meiming, held in Lu Xiaoshan's arms, gazed at him blankly, a trace of gratitude flickering in her eyes. Perhaps due to their proximity, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. After a full half-minute, the lake surface serving as the arena had completely settled. Liu Tian, embarrassed as he looked around, stole a glance at the warm embrace in his arms only to meet her gaze. He blushed, gave an awkward smile, and nervously set Zhao Meiming down. Seeing him even more bashful than herself, Zhao Meiming couldn't help but chuckle. Then she politely said, "Thank you. Otherwise I might have been seriously injured." It's nothing. This was Uchiha Ban's fault. He might have been annoyed by so many boring challenges." Liu Tian dared not look directly at her, turning his head to reply hastily. "You are. By the way, I am the fifth Mizukage, Zhao Meiming." Standing on the water surface, Zhao Meiming had now completely calmed down and spoke generously. "I am Uchiha Shisui. Actually, I created this Ninja World Tournament together with Uchiha Ban." Liu Tian took a deep breath and managed to steady himself as he spoke. "What? You? Well, I concede. Our Kirigakyu will also abide by the rules. Farewell." Upon hearing that Liu Tian and Uchiha Ban were accomplices, Zhao Meiming's expression instantly turned cold. Then she quickly bid a simple farewell and walked off the stage. Uchiha Ban, with an unchanged expression, calmly asked Liu Tian, "How come you decided to show your face?" "I just wanted to teach the challengers a lesson, otherwise any riffraff would come challenge me and I'd be driven mad." Liu Tian glanced at Zhao Meiming's beautiful retreating figure, lowered his head and replied in a steady voice. "It's fine. You did no wrong. Let me help you from now on. You've worked hard." Then Liu Tian mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, channeling it into his voice. He pursed his lips and addressed the assembled ninja. Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Shisui. This Ninja World Tournament was proposed by the two of us with the aim of maintaining world peace. I believe conflicts and clashes of interest between people are normal. After all, no one is perfect and no one is without desires. The reason we hold the Ninja World Tournament is to resolve these disputes through minimal combat participation, thereby sparing the vast majority of ordinary ninja and civilians from suffering. Liu Tian then sincerely explained the significance of the Ninja World Tournament to the assembled ninja. Whether out of fear of Uchiha Ban's power or genuine understanding of Liu Tian's speech, the response followed. The ninja all expressed their willingness to abide by the rules of the Ninja World Tournament, vowing not to start any wars on their own and to seek Uchiha Ban's witness for disputes, resolving them through the tournament. Liu Tian was overjoyed and thought to himself, Shisui, I've done my best to fulfill your dream. In a few days I'll be leaving too. I must return to my own hometown. But with such divine abilities I will definitely change my fate of being a bedridden vegetable. Alright. Since all the ninja world is gathered here, why don't we add a friendly match? Liu Tian said cheerfully, a broad smile on his lips. Feel free everyone. Anyone who wants to play can step onto the arena. It's a friendly match, no malicious injuries allowed. Liu Tian quickly added. Me. Kakashi, fight me. Might Guy shouted passionately at Kakashi. Guy. Fine, let's do it for brother Shijui's sake. Kakashi thought to himself speechlessly. Then he responded loudly. Bring it on. Let's go. A light-hearted atmosphere soon unfolded and the other ninja began to cheer and laugh. Indeed, under the coercion of a powerful threat, the ninja could still forcibly maintain peace. As the match between Kakashi and Guy commenced with them exchanging blows, Liu Tian walked to the edge of the arena and stood quietly, his thoughts unknowable. Everything seemed so harmonious and beautiful. Brother, what's the relationship between this Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Ban? How come Uchiha Ban stepped back as soon as he showed up? I don't know. But their strength is probably similar, otherwise Uchiha Ban would have cut him down long ago. Right. Exactly. Without the ability to turn hostile, how could someone as fierce as Uchiha Ban ever agree to run a Ninja World Tournament with him? The ninja couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Nagato and Konan, seeing that Liu Tian seemed to be fine, hurried over. Leader, it seems our goal is accomplished. You're truly remarkable. Admirable. Nagato praised with a smile. Ha! Yes, our goal is achieved. Liu Tian replied with a smile, then looked at Konan. Leader, congratulations, Konan said with a polite smile. Konan, could we talk alone for a moment? Liu Tian seemed to think of something, raising an eyebrow as he spoke to Konan. Konan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Nagato, please, Konan said to Nagato. Sure. He'll head back to the Leaf Village for a bit. Nagato glanced at the two of them, said nothing more, and walked toward the area where the Leaf Village ninja were gathered. Is there something you want to say? Konan spoke first, her tone cool. Alright, but first don't get angry. Liu Tian replied after a pause. When I delivered that letter last time, I overheard that after Yahiko's dream is fulfilled you intend to follow him. You were spying on me. That's my private matter, leader. You needn't concern yourself. Whether I live or die, my heart belongs only to Yahiko. If there's nothing else, farewell. Sigh. Am leaving, going away from this world. Would you come with me? Liu Tian's heart felt half cold at her answer, but he forced himself to continue. Leaving this world? You're going to die too? No way. I mean leaving this ninja world. I'm not actually from this world and my strange techniques aren't ninjutsu. What? So that's it. I won't go with you. Why do you ask me such a question? I'll say it again, my heart holds only Yahiko. However powerful you are, what does it have to do with me? If I don't like someone, I don't like them. I only see you as the leader of the Akatsuki, and I will only strive to fulfill the great wish of world peace. As for personal feelings, you are at most a friend. Konan poured out her heart with rising and falling intonation. At that moment Liu Tian felt nothing but ridicule for himself. Right. Just because you're strong, does that mean she has to like you? She's not a shallow woman who blindly worships power. Then, somewhat dazed, Liu Tian shook his head vigorously to force himself back to clarity. Konan said no more and walked in the direction of the Leaf Village ninja. Liu Tian tightly closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. He then let out a long sigh and walked dazedly toward a remote area outside the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara had been eyeing the situation from the corner of his eye. Seeing Liu Tian's disheartened appearance, he curled his lips in disdain and thought to himself. That outsider brat, after all his mind is still immature. At that moment an exciting duel was taking place on the field, Minato Namikaze versus Mifune. 4th Hokage, I've long wanted to experience your Flying Thunder God technique. Please go easy on me later. Mifune said courteously. Lord Mifune, what are you saying? I was hoping you would go easy on me and let me win. Minato Namikaze replied with a smile. Without further words, Mifune asked if they could begin, and upon receiving Minato's response he instantly drew his blade and charged at lightning speed. Minato Namikaze reacted swiftly, tossing several flying thunder god kunai upward and forward. Mifune's slash naturally only cut through Minato's afterimage. Minato quickly used the flying thunder god technique to teleport to the kunai that had flown behind Mifune. Then Minato from behind swiftly tossed the flying thunder god kunai toward Mifune. Mifune's ears twitched and he immediately turned around to unleash an Aido slash. Unfortunately this time Minato did not teleport there. The water surface beneath Mifune suddenly exploded and Minato successfully attacked him from underwater. The flying thunder god kunai pressed tightly against Mifune's neck. Minato then gave a humble smile and withdrew his arm. Mifune let out a wry smile and nodded in praise. As expected of the fourth Hokage, Konoha's yellow flash is truly formidable. I was just lucky. If I had fought you Hiden I would have had no chance of winning. Minato also responded with a smile, returning the compliment generously. He'll take the next match. I want to challenge Deidara of Iwagakure. Deidara. Want to come out and play? A tall ninja from Kumogakure stood up, ran quickly, and jumped onto the stage shouting loudly. The ninjas' friendly matches were becoming increasingly heated and the largely peaceful shinobi world seemed to be thriving. On the other hand, Liu Xiaoshin's situation was quite tragic. With his first love budding he was utterly crushed and his mood was extremely low. Unknowingly he finally reached a secluded corner, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Meows, this is too tragic. Am I not the protagonist? I feel my experience is already awesome. Shouldn't every woman fall for me according to the script and then I'll have a harem gagaga? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. The real world is indeed too cruel. Boss Madara, I want to activate infinite Tsukuyami Boohoo. Liu Xiaotian grumbled irritably in his heart. Another voice emerged in Liu Xiaoshin's heart. Yes. I can use Genjutsu. I have the strongest Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami. With a flick of the eye I can make anyone love me. Hee hee. Go away. I'm a pure love warrior. Can that kind of Genjutsu-controlled affection be called love? That's just living in your own world. That's the act of a coward. Another voice in his heart refuted. Liu Xiaotian sat on the ground, closing his eyes and pressing his forehead with his hands. Inside it was as if a debate match was underway. Perhaps every ordinary person has several different voices within their heart. Suddenly a hand appeared and gently patted Liu Xiaoshin's arm as he lowered his head in thought. Are you okay? Did your little girlfriend hurt you? Before Liu Xiaotian could look up, a familiar voice asked with concern. Hearing the familiar voice, Liu Xiaotian tensed all over, opened his eyes and jerked his head up. His eyes showed some surprise and his expression carried a hint of embarrassment. How did you come here? Don't talk nonsense. Conan, she is just my subordinate, yes, just a member of the Akatsuki. Liu Xiaotian stammered like a child who had done wrong, hiding things as if he had done something shameful. Oh, is that so? Then your reaction is a bit too exaggerated. I thought you had confessed your feelings and been brutally rejected. I came to comfort you. After all, you saved me once and I rather appreciate your theory of the Ninja World Tournament. As for Uchiha Madara killing the fourth Mizukage, that probably has nothing to do with you. I just inquired and it seems you collected the tailed beasts without harming the Jinchuriki. Liu Xiaoshin's face turned a bit strange. He turned his head to look at the surrounding scenery and said softly, Yes. I've always wanted to be a good person, but it's so hard. My heart tells me I must be a good person, an upright person, someone who helps the weak and defends justice and fairness. But I seem to act like a bad person, doing whatever I want. Maybe after gaining strength everyone wants to become bad. To do evil for one's own benefit. Hearing this, the graceful figure chuckled softly, then sat down gently beside Liu Xiaotian. What are you laughing at? I'm analyzing the human heart. Don't you think I'm right? Probably. Bad people can always do whatever they want and freely harm others, but they will never be truly acknowledged by others. In life you must truly accompany some people and earn their recognition to make life interesting. Haha. But I'm not very interesting right now. My goal hasn't been achieved. If I persist in being a good person I may never accomplish it. There's no time left. My goal is to properly build up Kirigakure, make it strong and inviolable from outside enemies. I will defend it with my life. If there's something you want to do, just do it. How can there not be enough time? Don't laugh at me, but I'll make it clear today my goal is to find a goddess from the Naruto world as my girlfriend and bring her back to my world. Most of the power I possess comes from the Naruto world. If I go back alone I'm afraid it will be hard for me to truly fall in love with someone of ordinary ability. I guess it can be simply explained as birds of a feather flock together. Terumi Mei trembled, suddenly crossed her arms over herself and looked at Liu Xiaotian warily, saying fearfully, You are an alien. You want to take women away. I am not good looking. Don't catch me. I'm not an alien, I'm a normal person. Why are you so scared? If I wanted to catch you I would have done it long ago. Where's the confidence you had when you first arrived? Besides, you're super beautiful, okay? Your figure is better than Conan's. No. Nothing. What about Conan? You want to take Conan away but she won't go with you, right? Let me make it clear, I won't go either. I do have a little admiration for you, but I cannot betray my village. So don't take me away, understand? Fine, let me die alone, okay? Alright. Go. Hurry up and leave. I'll go back in a couple of days. I don't want to think about this anymore. Meows. Ruining my Tao heart. No women in the heart cultivation makes one a god naturally. Amipa. What Buddha? You won't hurt me, will you? Nonsense, even though Conan treated me that way I didn't hurt her. How could I hurt you? Alright then, I'll comfort you a little longer. By the way, how old are you? 18. What's up? Let me calculate. Don't try to fool me, Naruto is just over 2 years old now. Nanny. It's true. No wonder you're so funny now, not steady at all. Funny? What does that mean? It means amusing and interesting. What? So you think I'm funny? You won't take me away, will you? That's a good idea. Don't. It'll get uglier as I grow older. I'm not funny, I'm just pretending. If you take me away you'll suffer a big loss. I'll suffer it then. How will you know without trying? Let me have a look. Hee. No. My Kekkei Genkai is very powerful. It'll melt you. Ha. It's fine, I have the Rinnegan to absorb it. Really, no. My mom is waiting for me to go home for dinner. I'm leaving, bye. With that she hurriedly stood up as if to run. I was just kidding. Look how scared you got. Having little experience in the world, young Zhao Meining seemed a bit frivolous in her demeanor with a faint glimmer of tears now in her eyes. It's really terrifying. You are a powerhouse on par with Uchiha Madara, Zhao Meining said with a sobbing tone. Is it really that frightening? Liu Tian replied with an eerie smile. Yes. If you keep this up I won't talk to you anymore. Too late. I've made up my mind. I must take you away. Why? What did I do wrong? It'll change. I said it's too late. Today I'm determined to force this melon. Liu Tian smirked mischievously. Then he activated the power of his right eye using long-range Kamui to teleport Zhao Meining into the Kamui space while his left eye activated the intangibility ability to follow her in. What is this place? What exactly are you trying to do? Zhao Meining said somewhat flustered. This is an independent space of power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once you're here, even if you kill me you won't be able to get out. Liu Tian said with a wicked grin. What do you want from me? If you try to force me to do something heinous I'll kill myself right before your eyes. You're overthinking. Nothing much. I just want to use your Kirigakure village and the family you hold dear as leverage to make you come back to my world with me. Without waiting for Zhao Meining's reaction, Liu Tian chuckled and continued. I've thought it over for a long time. I find you an interesting and kind-hearted person. If you come to my world it would be fascinating. Your presence would constantly remind me that everything here is not an illusory dream but real. Xiaonan doesn't want to go either. Why don't you threaten her? Zhao Meining's eyes darted as if a thought struck her, and she quickly added. Xiaonan has nothing. Yahiko, whom she cares about, is already dead. Besides, she has fallen for someone else. How could I snatch her away? Liu Tian argued sophistically. Zhao Meining was left speechless and thought to herself. God. When did finding a suitable partner become a way to save one's life? This reason is truly convincing. I will use the powerful genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, to alter Uchiha Madara's consciousness, making him protect the Kirigakure village and your family well. The bonds you care about no longer require your protection. Why not venture into another strange world? Isn't this world getting tiresome? Liu Tian seized the moment when his twisted logic seemed effective and pressed on. Well, can I refuse? Zhao Meining pleaded pitifully with tears in her eyes. No. Otherwise he'll go on a killing spree in Kirigakure. Roar, the hunt begins. Liu Tian deliberately put on a fierce expression. Seeing this, Zhao Meining bared her teeth and said in a menacing childish tone. Aren't you afraid he'll sneak attack and kill you while you're off guard? No, if I die Uchiha Madara will have no one to control him. He might even abandon the Ninja World Tournament and wage war against the entire world. Perhaps for the sake of your bonds you won't kill me, you'll even protect me. Liu Tian said mockingly. You're shameless. You're not a good person. I hate being called a good person. Don't give me that label. Of course I'm not good, but I'm not shameless. I haven't forced you to be my wife. am only asking you to accompany me back to my world for fun. What are you thinking? You. Zhao Meiming was left speechless with rage. Fine. I agree, okay. But, can I ever come back? Yes. Of course you can. Lu Xiaotian said after a brief pause, then thought mischievously. Yes, but I don't know if we'll ever meet that celestial sister again. I didn't promise any time frame. Perhaps it'll take another lifetime. With that, Lu Xiaotian wrapped his arm around Zhao Meiming. As she let out a startled cry, he activated his left eye's intangibility ability, and the two were teleported back to where they had been sitting. Ignoring Zhao Meiming's scream, Lu Xiaotian quickly released her and walked toward the Valley of the End. Despicable villain. Oh well, if the village and my family can be properly protected, making a few sacrifices is nothing. Zhao Meiming looked at Lu Xiaoshan's back, calmed herself, sighed, and said. Zhao Meiming had grown up in the harsh environment of the Kirigakure village. The brutal competition had made her far stronger mentally than other girls her age. As one of the top-tier ninjas, her sense of purpose needed no elaboration. At this moment she had fully grasped her position and was reluctantly beginning to accept the outcome. The two walked on until they unknowingly arrived at the Valley of the End. Seeing no instructions from the other, Zhao Meiming headed toward the Kirigakure ninjas on her own. Lu Xiaotian naturally had his own plans. To leave this place he still needed to make some preparations. Lu Xiaotian quickly walked to the arena where Uchiha Madara stood and said respectfully, Senior Uchiha Madara, shall I now transform you into the impure world reincarnation body? Uchiha Madara stared directly at Lu Xiaotian for a moment, and then said, What? Are you leaving young Uchiha? Yes. We'll get everything settled quickly. Since everyone is here, it's a good chance to explain things to everyone. Lu Xiaotian replied with a light laugh and an easygoing tone. Uchiha Madara sighed softly and nodded. All right. I should have died long ago. From the moment you defeated me, I believe I should have been gone. Without further words, Lu Xiaotian formed hand seals rapidly and performed the impure world reincarnation technique on Madara. He directly transformed Madara's flesh and soul into the impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara. The process must have been excruciatingly painful, but the stoic Uchiha Madara did not utter a single groan. The assembled ninjas stared dumbfounded at the astonishing performance on the arena, murmuring among themselves. What the hell? Uchiha Madara is being reincarnated. I don't understand. Not at all. Mom, I want to go home. Is this an illusion world? The strongest man willingly accepts being reincarnated. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Uchiha Madara's impure world reincarnation body is strictly speaking immortal and has infinite chakra. He is sacrificing himself for the ninja world tournament. A few minutes later, the impure world reincarnation technique was complete. As planned, reanimated Madara opened his eyes and skillfully formed hand seals. The impure world reincarnation technique released, completely freeing him from the caster's control. Lu Xiaotian nodded respectfully. Senior Uchiha Madara, you have suffered for the peace of the world. However, I still need something. Then spiritual energy surged from Lu Xiaoshan's golden core, completely suppressing Uchiha Madara once again. Next, Lu Xiaotian activated his own Rinnegan. After careful observation, he also meticulously suppressed the pupil power of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Then the pattern in his left eye shifted, taking the shape of Shijui's Mangekyo Sharingan, and he released a permanent Kodo Amatsukami. Strictly follow the rules of the Ninja World Tournament. Do not act recklessly. Specifically protect the Kirigakure village and Zhao Meiming's family. This forceful alteration of will was necessary. If after Lu Xiaotian left, Uchiha Madara were to launch another great ninja war of his own accord, it would be disastrous. The latter part was added on the fly to satisfy Lu Xiaoshan's personal agenda. Lu Xiaotian did not immediately release Uchiha Madara from his restraints. Instead, he turned to face the assembled ninjas and spoke loudly, channeling his spiritual energy. Uchiha Madara has fallen under my illusion technique. He will strictly adhere to the rules of the Ninja World Tournament. Rest assured, everyone, even if he was not genuinely committed to this system before now, he stands as the most resolute among us. After a brief pause, Lu Xiaotian continued. The reason I transformed him into an impure world reincarnation state is to ensure he can serve as the permanent executor of the Ninja World Tournament system. Alright, if there is nothing else, you may all return to your homelands. I apologize for the trouble over these past 2 days. However, this was all for the peace of the entire ninja world. I hope you can understand. Then Lu Xiaotian released his control over the impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara, who shook his head slightly, seemingly retaining no memory of the Kodo Amatsukami incident. Ah, boy of the Uchiha clan, I never learned your real name. Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled asking about Lu Xiaotian. Lu Xiaotian replied promptly, then thought to himself in a daze. It seems those Otsutsuki from Boruto's era won't come. Although this is the world of Naruto, it is an isolated small world. Beyond it should be our blue star. From now on, barring unforeseen events, long-lasting peace should prevail here. Finally, I can leave without worry. Uchiha Shisui, you are the one I'm most sorry for. My apologies, my apologies. Hey. What are you thinking? Are you so happy about going back? Uchiha Madara couldn't help teasing Liu Tian, who had been lost in thought for a long time. Ha. Nothing much, I hope everything goes smoothly. Senior Uchiha Madara, I'll take my leave now. Liu Tian said simply in farewell. If you really can't return, come back. Come back and witness firsthand how your plan is executed. Alright. Liu Tian waved his hand and dashed swiftly toward the location of the Leaf Village ninjas. He then briefly bid farewell to his friends in the Leaf Village, lying that he was going to train in Sage Chakra, which would take a long time. If he never returned, it meant he might have perished, so they should not worry about him. Uchiha Itachi wept like a child, but over these years he had gradually grown up, as if suddenly understanding. Only by becoming strong enough could one truly grasp and maintain peace in the ninja world. Terumi May also lied to her subordinates, saying she was going to train until the day she could defeat Uchiha Madara before returning to the village. Her position as Mizukage had been temporarily granted by the Mist Village's elder Genji, so there was nothing to hand over. She slipped away effortlessly. To prevent any rumors in their respective villages, Terumi May headed straight toward the place where they had previously met. It was already dusk. The opening of the Ninja World Tournament had not lasted long, only a single day. The dark red sunset reflected in the girl's bright yet slightly melancholy light green eyes. She sat alone on a patch of soft grass, lost in thought, silently waiting for the boy's arrival. Space rippled around her, and the boy did not keep her waiting long, teleporting and using a space-time jutsu. Are you ready? He asked simply without many words. The girl replied perfunctorily, perhaps feeling low-spirited. Trust me. That world is absolutely fun. Liu Tian smiled awkwardly, forcing an explanation. Seeing no further response from the girl, Liu Tian activated his right eye's dojutsu remotely, using Kamui to instantly absorb her into the Kamui dimension. Then he sat cross-legged, compressing all the spiritual energy in his body, even his very soul, into his golden core with utmost effort. According to the rules set by the Divine Maiden upon her arrival, once one cultivates to the foundation establishment stage, successfully condenses the golden core and compresses both soul and spiritual energy into it, one gains the power to tear open the barrier of this small world. With painful roars, Liu Tian, after a quarter of an hour, finally refined all his spiritual energy and his soul into the golden core. Of course, the power of his Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan was also condensed within. The energy compressed to its extreme within the golden core erupted with tremendous force. Boom. The sound shattered Liu Xiaoshin's host body Uchiha Shisui into fragments that scattered evenly over the surrounding grass. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui, from soul to body, finally dissipated completely into the world. Jiraiya did not die, Minato Namikaze did not die, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not die, and even Nagato and the Akatsuki members did not die. Without the fourth great ninja war, Niji Hyuga and many ordinary ninjas would not have died either. But Uchiha Shisui still died. In an instant, nothing seemed perfect. Perhaps there was never a perfect ending. Perfection exists only in ideals. After a brief charge, the golden core flew straight toward the sky at incredible speed. After traveling tens of thousands of meters, it finally encountered a solid obstruction. This was naturally the result of Liu Xiaoshin's soul controlling the golden core. He frantically rotated its spiritual energy, gathering power with intense effort. I must return. My parents are waiting for me. That sky, that world must continue to operate, but this time it will be different from before. Liu Tian roared inwardly. In some vast domain within a hidden cave dwelling, a woman of peerless beauty and ethereal aura seemed to sense something. She slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Oh. That little one has already reached the golden core stage. Does he really think he can break through my barrier? Even though I casually constructed it, it's not something a mere golden core cultivator can breach, otherwise that space would be far too unstable. Well, since you've completed the game's objective, I'll let you go back. I hope you have the courage to explore that world, otherwise it would be too dull." Then the Divine Maiden crossed her fingers, pointed into the void, and exerted the power of laws affecting that small world. Liu Tian, who had already charged up, thrust forward with full force, finally breaking through that world's barrier. Liu Tian scanned his surroundings with his divine sense. It was still the familiar scene. He breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a mysterious force forcibly dragged the golden core into a hospital, suppressing it back into Liu Xiaoshin's original body. The time stasis of the entire blue star was lifted, and everything returned to the moment the Divine Maiden descended. From then until now, Liu Tian had actually experienced several years. He had finally returned, and this time he surely would never be manipulated by evil again. Liu Xiaoshin's soul shook its head groggily. Taking a brief look around, his eyes involuntarily grew moist. After years, he had finally seen his parents again. Then the entire soul emerged from within the golden core and fully integrated back into its original body. Meow. So this is what being a vegetable feels like. It's just utterly numb. I have no sensation anywhere on my body. If I weren't watching my heart still beating and blood still flowing, I'd really think I was already dead. Liu Tian sensed his own body and complained helplessly. Sunya was weeping guiltily in the hospital room just as she had been before the time freeze. Liu Xiaoshen's parents were comforting her. Child, it's not your fault. It's just that those people were too evil. Go back to class. You must be extra careful in daily life and try to stay far away from that Zhang Tianming so you don't get bullied again. We the two of us already know the ins and outs of your situation. If you ever need money in the future, just come to us. We can afford to cover your school expenses. Liu's mother, with tears streaming down her face, supported Sunya with one hand as she exhorted her. And Liu, this won't do. I've already caused you so much trouble. Sunya was too embarrassed to know what to say. Don't feel pressured, child. We're also helping you according to Xiaoshen's wishes. Besides, if you study hard, you can pay us back in the future, right? No matter what, we can't let that bastard bully us anymore. Hearing this familiar voice, Liu Tian couldn't help but recall the events from the very beginning. Zhang Tianming. They'll make you pay. Just wait. Liu Tian thought with some anger. Forget it, I need to control the golden core and recover my body as soon as possible. Liu Tian forced himself to calm down and thought. After carefully sensing, he deduced that under the healing power of the golden core's spiritual energy, these injuries could be fixed in just a few minutes. Liu's mother, who had just seen Sunya off, was gazing blankly out the window when suddenly a hand gently tapped her shoulder. She thought it was her husband back from fetching things at home, joking around at such a critical moment, so she frowned and turned around ready to explode. But unfortunately, as soon as she turned, her mouth fell wide open and she nearly popped her eyes out in shock. Mom! I'm fine now, Liu Tian said lightly as he hugged his mother. How did you recover? The doctor said it would take at least 6 months for you to have even a slim chance of waking up. You scared your mom to death. You little brat. But it's good that you're fine. As long as you're okay, Liu's mother said, crying and sighing. Mom, what if I told you I met an immortal? Liu Tian smiled gently. I believe. Whatever my son says, I believe. As long as my son is fine, I'll believe any immortal, even if it costs my life. Liu's mother said with great excitement. Mom, what are you talking about? Tui. I'd rather not live if it means trading lives. Honestly, don't think nonsense. Anyway, I'm fine now, Liu Tian said hastily. However, although his body had recovered fully, integrating his past abilities would still take 3 days. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's call Dad and go eat together, okay? A regular restaurant is fine. I have so many dishes I want. Liu Xiaoshen's eyes darted and he suddenly said. Great. Eat anything you want, son. They'll listen to you. But from now on you must protect yourself properly. If not, well, just skip school and move far away, far from here. I can't let my son have any more accidents. Hearing these words, no matter how strong Liu Tian usually was, he couldn't help but shed tears. Mom, from today on no one can ever bully us again. I swear. Liu Tian ground his teeth and spoke resolutely word by word. Tian, don't say that. Mom doesn't want you to get hurt anymore. I think maybe we should move away to another place. No need, Mom. I was just talking. I still want to go to college. Let's see what happens. Maybe that bastard will turn over a new leaf. Anyway, let's go eat first, okay? Liu Tian quickly changed the subject, intending to stabilize his parents first and talk later. Okay. But no matter what, promise Mom you won't take any more risks and won't get hurt again. Otherwise we must move away. Okay, Roger. Liu Tian replied with a relaxed, silly smile. Probably nothing in this world can hurt me anymore. Of course, I probably can't withstand too powerful a missile. I'd better keep a low profile as much as possible. Liu Tian secretly thought to himself. The family of 3 was extraordinarily happy today, the joy of returning home after a long absence, and the joy of a vegetative patient making a full recovery on the same day he was hospitalized. When the 3 walked out of the hospital, it was said that the attending physician had crushed 3 pairs of glasses in a row, utterly baffled as to what had happened. The 3 even forgot to drive. Talking as they walked, they ended up returning to their own neighborhood on foot. Son, that restaurant near our home is your favorite. Your dad and I. We've always known. And now we're almost there. Think carefully about what you want to eat. Liu's father pointed at the restaurant ahead and said happily. Okay. Liu Tian said awkwardly and thought to himself. Meow. These years have been so abstract I almost forgot this place. But thinking carefully, I recall it easily. Delicacies, here I come. Liu's mother and father stared in stunned amazement at the huge table full of dishes. Actually, at first they hadn't noticed the machine gun-like ordering style until everything was cooked and served, and then they saw it. Good heavens. So many that the large table in the private room could barely hold them. They had to put some on empty chairs. Darling son, is your body really recovered? Son, do you have a headache? Maybe. We should go to a psychiatric hospital tomorrow. Liu's mother, looking at Liu Xiaoshen's ecstatic silly grin, stammered. Mom, I'm really hungry. Just this once, I'll never do it again. I promise. Liu Xiaotian blinked and said awkwardly. There was no helping it, it wasn't voluntary. When crossing that barrier, he had consumed a vast amount of internal energy. Now at the golden core stage, due to the peculiarity of his cultivation art, he could replenish the consumption of golden core energy by eating. Liu Xiaotian swept through the food like a whirlwind, devouring all kinds of delicacies he had craved for years. Great. Awesome. The Naruto world was indeed nice, but the eating habits didn't suit my taste. After all, the daily meals had a bit of Japanese style. As expected, I still prefer Chinese cuisine. Liu Xiaotian thought to himself as he ate. Son. Honey, maybe he needs a lot of energy to recover. The child is hungry. Let him eat first. Father Liu stopped Mother Liu, who was about to speak, and said, Honey, I didn't see the exact situation myself. What exactly happened to Xiaotian? How could he suddenly be fine? And eat like a starving ghost? Father Liu asked softly. I don't know either. Xiaotian suddenly had no problems at all. Do you think something's wrong? I dare not say. From a scientific perspective, this is absolutely impossible. Even if he weren't in a coma, almost a vegetable, it's impossible for his injuries to heal completely at once, right? Maybe. Should we find a master to check on him? Husband. Now you mention it, I'm a bit scared too. Could there really be something unclean? Alright, I'll stay with our son. You go invite a knowledgeable master to take a look. Liu Xiaotian, who was wolfing down his food, had no idea his parents suspected he was possessed by a ghost. After a dozen minutes, Liu Xiaotian finally let out a comfortable burp, placed his hands on both sides, and sat resting with great pleasure, clearly satisfied with his meal. Mother Liu tentatively asked, Son, do you remember what we ate for dinner 2 nights before your accident? Liu Xiaotian was baffled by this sudden random question and replied curiously, Mom, why are you asking me that? Of course, Liu Xiaotian didn't remember. Even without his bizarre experience, who could recall what they had for dinner 3 or 4 years ago? Just asking casually. Are you okay? Son. Are you really my son? Before Liu Xiaotian could respond, a vintage-dressed old man led by Father Liu entered the room. The old man seemed to have some skills. He took out 2 small paper talismans with unknown symbols, dipped them in water, and pasted them onto his temples. Then he muttered something unintelligible for about 10 seconds and finally shouted, Open! Liu Xiaotian, utterly confused, found it amusing but now understood his parents' intentions. Suddenly Liu Xiaotian lightly tapped the table, stood up, and shouted loudly, Dad! Mom! Enough! What do you take me for? A ghost? Before you hire someone, could you think carefully? Please, can you first consider, what ghost would be blind enough to possess a useless wreck like me, already battered by cruel reality? Changing his tone, Liu Xiaotian continued, If I were really a ghost, I'd rather possess someone like Zhang Tianming and do evil every day. Wouldn't that be better? Mom. Dad. Stop overthinking. People like us ordinary folks shouldn't dwell on these flashy feudal superstitions. Isn't it better to live a stable, practical life? Be grateful every day. My injury's healed, just consider it good luck. Can't you accept that? Liu Xiaotian turned around and added, See. I'm still the same as before. Anyway, stop worrying. I'm fine. In the future, don't act on your own without asking how I feel. Give me the keys. I want to go home. Seeing their son so angry, Liu Xiaoshen's parents said nothing more and handed him the keys. Frowning, Liu Xiaotian strode out of the restaurant and headed toward their apartment complex. On the way, Liu Xiaotian felt a turmoil inside, an inexplicable irritation. What's wrong with me? Why do I react so strongly when ghosts are mentioned? In recent years, I've indeed committed many killings. I suppose it's an unconscious guilt. Sigh. I need to recover my strength these days and sort out my emotions. They'll just lie low at home for a while. Liu Xiaotian pondered and analyzed to himself. Everything was still so familiar. Fortunately, time had stopped, otherwise if Liu Xiaotian had returned after such a long absence, it would have been hard to adjust. Liu Xiaotian took a comfortable hot shower, changed into pajamas, and eagerly lay down on the bed in his bedroom. Finally, I can sleep comfortably. These years I've been roughing it every day. And in the ninja world there were no particularly soft mattresses. I almost got used to sleeping on hard boards. Liu Xiaotian muttered to himself. Since his phone had been smashed during the ambush, he had nothing to play with, and unconsciously Liu Xiaotian slowly fell asleep. Dong dong dong. At 7:30 the next morning, a knock came at Liu Xiaoshen's bedroom door. Get up, Xiaotian. Mom made you breakfast. A gentle voice said. Liu Tian rubbed his sleepy eyes, slowly sat up, tidied himself briefly, and walked out of the room. Haha, Tian's still angry. Guess what Mom and Dad prepared for you? No, I was too worked up last night. It's all my fault. Tada. Mother Lu smiled and brought out the gift, saying excitedly. Hey. Isn't this the phone I used before? You bought me a new one. That's right. We knew your phone was broken, so we kept your SIM card and waited until you woke up to give you a new phone. Liu Tian took the new phone, excitedly ate a few bites of breakfast, and eagerly returned to his room. Games, my games. Haha, it's been 2 days since I played, not a big deal. Liu Tian muttered while downloading a certain head-patting mobile game. After all, our protagonist was still an ordinary 21st century teenager. He liked to stand up for justice, but at heart he was still a little gamer who loved to stay indoors. Perhaps during his time in the Naruto world, when he was at the height of his power, he had become a decisive, intelligent person. But after just one day back home, he seemed to be resetting to factory settings. I mean, what kind of power does this Wang Yuan have? Pissing me off. Damn. I just got back and run into this crap. Hey bro. Alright. You want to play it this way. Don't blame me for using my shield drilling divine power. Man, you're slick. But what about my branch insertion plus toad? How do you deal with that? And so Liu Tian, who had yet to regain his strength, spent the whole morning playing video games in his bedroom. His parents didn't dare say much, after all he was just recovering. That he could recover well was already a gift from heaven. At this moment, how could they dare ask for any achievements? Only after losing did they understand the value. Now Liu Xiaoshan's parents had only one thought, that their child be safe and sound. Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Tian, quickly put on your clothes and tidy up. Your classmate Sunya is coming over for dinner soon. She heard you were discharged from the hospital, and wanted to visit you and also catch up on the lessons from the past couple of days. I figured it was almost mealtime, so I simply invited her to dine with us. That way she can tutor you right here in the afternoon, saving you the trouble of going out. Then Mother Lu urged from outside the door. Alright, I got it, Mom. Liu Tian frowned and replied, thinking helplessly. Can't even enjoy a game. Nasty things in the game disgust me, and outside the game am dominated by maternal love. Life is too hard. He quickly finished the round he was playing, changed into simple clothes, tidied up his room, and went to help his mother cook. Oh. No need. Go sit on the sofa. It's fine, Mom, let me help you. Liu Tian said, working dexterously as an assistant. By the way, Mom, you didn't go to work this morning, did you? Right. I was still worried about you, so I specially took leave. But since you seem fine, I'll go to work this afternoon. You study hard with Sunya. Alright. Liu Tian answered with a worried look, thinking. Gee, I haven't reviewed in 3 or 4 years. This looks like you'll have to use some extraordinary means later. I can't afford to fail. Ding dong. As they were busy, the doorbell suddenly rang. Go answer the door. There's nothing left to prep. It must be Sunya. Mother Lu took over the work from Liu Tian and said hurriedly. Liu Tian nodded, walked quickly to the door, peeked through the peephole, and seeing it was indeed Sunya, opened the door. Liu Tian couldn't help but scratch his head with his left hand and said awkwardly. Come in, please. Are you really okay, Tian? It's incredible. I'm glad you're fine, otherwise I would have felt guilty for life. Sunya scrutinized Liu Tian and sighed. Come on in first. I don't know how either, maybe I was just lucky, haha. Liu Tian looked up and smiled as he explained. After Sunya entered, he quickly poured her a glass of water and said politely. Have a drink first. How have things been these past couple of days? Has that Zhang Tianming done anything else? Well, no. Maybe Zhang Tianming got scolded by his parents too. Besides, I'm not doing the part-time job anymore, so he can't do anything to me. Sunya said with a hint of guilt. Then how do you manage for meals and such? I usually help my roommates or classmates with favors and earn a little money for food. Last time I applied for the poverty-stricken student fund, it was mainly for the tuition 2 months from now. Oh, so that's it. I forgot, sorry. I woke up pretty quickly this time, but my memory of the past is a bit incomplete. If you're going to tutor me later, don't mind my slowness, haha. Liu Tian shifted the topic cleverly. Of course not, class monitor. You got hurt because you stood up and argued with that jerk for me. How could I ever think you're stupid because of your after effects? Sunya hastily explained. That's good, you're loyal. Haha. Liu Tian laughed heartily and praised. Then the two chatted idly for about 10 minutes. The food is ready. Come eat, Mother Lu said to them with a smile. Sunya, we don't have many ingredients at home, so I just made a few ordinary home-style dishes. Do you have any dietary restrictions? If not, I can make something else. Auntie, no need. I don't have any restrictions. I like all of these. Thank you. Sonia said, a little embarrassed. After a simple meal, Sonia voluntarily washed the dishes. Mother Liu tidied herself up a bit and left for work. As for Liu Tian, using his recent recovery as an excuse, he lounged comfortably on the sofa. After glancing at his phone for a moment, perhaps tired from the morning's gaming, his eyelids grew heavy, and he dozed off on the sofa. When he woke up again and glanced at his watch, it was already 3 in the afternoon. A blanket from his bedroom was covering him, and Sonia was sitting quietly at a nearby table reading. Hearing Liu Tian stir, Sonia gently turned around and their eyes met. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and said, "Class monitor, you're awake." "Ma'am." "The blanket." "Thanks. It's nothing." Class monitor, can I call you Tian too?" Sure." "Phew." Liu Tian yawned as he answered. "Let's hurry up and review." "Ha. Otherwise when my mom gets back she'll scold me. And don't tell her I woke up at 3. Liu Tian said hastily. "Okay." Sonia replied with a faint smile. Then Liu Tian embarked on a 3-hour utterly agonizing study session. The knowledge that seemed just a few days old had actually lingered in his mind for years. Originally, after his soul returned to its body, he could have inherited the memories in his brain, but unfortunately, having been a vegetable, his brain had long since rebooted, leaving him only with his own soul's recollections. After seeing Sonia off, it was already getting late. Liu Tian couldn't wait to rush to his room and open his favorite game. Just as he was about to start a ranked match, the surrounding space rippled slightly. A girl with long flowing black hair and alluring figure, and wearing clothes very familiar to Liu Tian, suddenly appeared before him. Pfft. Liu Tian spat out the half-mouthful of water he'd just drunk in shock. "Hey, sis. Who are you?" he asked curiously. "Sis. Have you lost your memory? Wait. You're not Zhao Meiming, are you? Who else? Are you confused? You're the one confused. Come on, look in the mirror with me. If your face hadn't changed, I'd never have recognized you as Zhao Meiming." Liu Tian slapped his own face and said, somewhat hysterically, speechless. How is this possible? My hair turned black, my pupils too. Damn, did I get poisoned?" Zhao Meiming grabbed her hair as she looked at herself in the mirror. "Let me think. When I went to your space, I went as a soul, and that immortal was with me. Could it be the time law? While you were in the Kamui space, you avoided the damage from spatial travel, but this blue planet has time stagnation set by that immortal. It should be the effect of the time law on you. Do you feel anything special now? Any discomfort?" Liu Tian pondered carefully. "No. Nothing special. I still feel the same as before. It's just my appearance that changed." Zhao Meiming pouted helplessly. "That's fine, haha. From now on, when you go out around here, you won't attract too much attention. By the way, how did you pop out on your own?" "I don't know either. It's just that after that woman left, I really wanted to come out. And then I came out." You mean Sonia? Don't tell me. Could it be you're jealous?" Liu Xiaoshan's eyes twinkled and he grinned mischievously. Terumi Mei fixed her gaze on Liu Xiaotian, then awkwardly explained. "It's not that. It's just considering my current situation, if you fall for someone else, that would be very disadvantageous for me." "Oh ho. So, are you going to surrender to me, beautiful 5th Mizukajessima?" Liu Xiaotian raised an eyebrow and said with a grin. "No. I have no choice. It's not like I fell into the hands of a villain like you. What else can I do?" Terumi Mei bit her lips, speaking with sorrow and helplessness. "Wait. How could you come out on your own? That's my Kamui space." "Damn." Liu Xiaotian, suddenly reminded of something, hastily changed the subject. "I don't know. I just thought about coming out, and then I did. Maybe it's because of that time law you mentioned." Terumi Mei shook her head. "Kamui space is a time-space ninjutsu. That might actually be possible. After all, I don't even dare to think about time laws now. Huh. Hungry? Let me make you a bowl of noodles. Try some white elephant instant noodles. Hungry? A bit. Haven't eaten in over a day. Okay, let me taste the noodles made by this big villain. Oh, and I don't eat beef. Got it. No worries, I remember I had a few packets of tomato and egg flavor left, no beef," Liu Xiaotian said with a smile. 10 minutes later, making instant noodles was a breeze for Liu Xiaotian, and he cheerfully brought the bowl to Terumi Mei. "Thank you, it smells wonderful. Even better than the instant noodles from my world," Terumi Mei said politely, and at Liu Xiaoshan's gesture sat down beside his computer desk. "Huh. Did you tidy up my room?" "Haha, yeah. I wanted to behave in case you get in a good mood and let me go," Terumi Mei answered while eating subconsciously. "Humph. Still thinking about going back," Liu Xiaotian muttered under his breath, thinking. As expected of young Terumi Mei, she blurts out whatever's on her mind when happy. So innocent. If ID time traveled to the 4th Great Ninja War, ID never outsmart her. Through your Kamui space these past day plus I've seen everything you've done. You're allowed to miss home. I miss my parents too. I really don't get why you dragged me here. Terumi rolled her eyes, speaking with slight annoyance. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoshen's eyes widened, but he didn't know what to say, a hint of guilt rising in his heart. It's my fault. I swear I'll treat you well. If someday I really can send you back, I will. Liu Xiaotian forced himself to say shamelessly. Alright, it's useless to say anything now. Growing up in the Hidden Mist village I've been through a lot. I'm pretty tough. I don't blame you, what's the use? So, do you actually like that Sunya? Huh. Still with this question. How can you see everything inside the Kamui space? That's terrifying. Did you watch me take a shower yesterday? Hee hee. Liu Xiaotian gave a devilish grin and asked with a crooked logic. No. I closed my eyes when you were about to bathe. I didn't see anything. Really? Back when I ambushed people inside the Kamui space I could sense the surroundings. It's not about seeing with eyes. Whoa. You've ruined my innocence, you must take responsibility. Liu Xiaotian suddenly said shamelessly. Exactly. Don't you like that, Sunya? The two of you whispered for ages at the table. Why should I take responsibility? Hearing such shameless words, Terumi quickly spat out the noodles she had just eaten and after a slight hesitation retorted. Liu Xiaotian straightened his back, pretended to stroke a non-existent beard with his left hand, then clasped his hands behind his back, putting on an act as if he were a transcendent sage. He let out a soft sigh and said faintly, You don't understand. I Liu am chivalrous and righteous. But I know well that marriage is a collision of two families. Once I make a certain choice, my whole life will change direction. Terumi, slightly baring her teeth, tilted her head and blinked in confusion. In short, I'm a bit afraid of marriage. I like freedom and unrestraint. If I truly like someone, a lot of responsibilities and obligations would be attached, plus their relatives and friends would judge me. That's what I hate. Liu Xiaotian, seeing her expression, explained bluntly. Oh, got it. So why did you trick me into coming here? Hearing this, Liu Xiaotian smiled confidently. I knew you'd ask. Because you're not from this world. Between us there's only you and me. None of your relatives or friends will harass me. You have no desires in this world that force me to fulfill. That's why I tried everything to move you and bring you back. Terumi gave a sarcastic fake smile, snorted and lifted her chin. What a moving act. I'm not moved at all. I finally get it. You brought me from our world, making me helpless and dependent so you can manipulate me however you want. Is that it? Liu Xiaotian coughed lightly, bit his lip, then awkwardly turned his neck. Congratulations. You're right. So what do you want? As he said this, a trace of heaviness flickered in Liu Xiaoshen's eyes, perhaps disappointed and discouraged that his scheme had been uncovered or completely seen through. What can I do? I have no choice but to let you have your way. You're not super handsome, but if you can truly be devoted to me, I suppose you're a good man. They'll try to accept you. Terumi suddenly curled her lips and said playfully. I'm so glad you think that way. Thank you, you scared me. I thought you'd never talk to me again. Liu Xiaotian smiled back. By the way, let's start the manipulation. First they'll give you a new name. It's these 3 characters, Zhao Meiming. Liu Xiaotian typed a few words on his phone and continued. Huh. Why? Because in this world it's more appropriate. When I went to your world I used the name Uchiha Shisui, didn't I? Okay, I see. It sounds similar to my original name. If anyone asks, I'll tell them this name. Oh. I've become like this. You won't despise me, will you? If you compare me now to that Sunya, who do you think is prettier? Not at all. Although you've lost some exotic charm, you look more real now. Sunya. She's not as pretty as you. Besides, you're older than her. Older? What do you mean older? Is she younger than 18? How old is she? About the same age. We should be the same, second semester of sophomore year, so around 20. I didn't mean age. I meant, well, head. Yeah. Your head is bigger than hers. Big head means smart. I like smart ones like you, hee. Oh, I see. I never compared heads with her, but I do think I'm smarter. Terumi said with sudden realization. And besides. Oh no, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom. Zhao Meiming suddenly said with a frown. You saw me going to the bathroom and everything, didn't you? Then ill. Hee. Stop messing around. They'll go first. Take the phone with you. They'll play on the computer and help find your personal introduction in that world so you won't be too bored. Liu Xiaotian said hurriedly, handing the phone to her. Zhao Meiming didn't delay any longer. She nodded, took the phone, and went to the washroom. Liu Tian sat in front of the computer carefully sensing the degree of golden core transformation within his body, realizing that a single day was indeed far from enough. The law of time. She can actually freely enter and leave the divine might space. I wonder if it will harm her. Hopefully not. Liu Xiaotan pondered to himself. At the same time, Liu Xiaoshan's mother was currently buying groceries at the supermarket. In just a few days she had indeed experienced a great upheaval. Fortunately, her son had inexplicably returned unscathed. The joy of regaining something lost made her unconsciously smile even while grocery shopping. I wonder if Xiaotian has any particular cravings. Let me call and ask him. Liu's mother suddenly thought as she wandered. So she immediately took out her phone and called Liu Xiaotian. Beep beep beep. Zhao Meiming, watching a video in the restroom, saw the phone suddenly vibrate and ring. She thought she had accidentally clicked something and broken the device. Oh my heavens! How can I be so unlucky? Which one do I press? Red or green? Red seems a bit like a warning, so I'll press green. It has to work. Zhao Meiming thought anxiously. Then she naturally pressed the green icon that was trembling. A moment later, Liu's mother's voice came through the phone. Hello? Xiaotian. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Mom will buy it for you. Having never used a remote phone before, Zhao Meiming was naturally confused. She didn't know if the speaking voice was from a fake video or a real person. Hello? Xiaotian, why aren't you talking? The voice on the phone continued. Zhao Meiming naturally knew Liu Xiaoshan's name. After a brief speculation, she thought this device might be a voice lock similar to certain mysterious mechanisms in the Naruto world. I am Liu Xiaotian. Please unlock. Zhao Meiming calmed down and tried saying. Huh? Who are you? Why do you have my son's phone? The voice on the other end asked anxiously upon hearing the unfamiliar voice. Zhao Meiming was utterly bewildered, thinking she must have input the wrong voice command, but she still forced herself to continue. I am not Liu Xiaoshan's mother. I am Liu Xiaotian himself. Please open the phone. What? Where is my Xiaotian? Who are you? What do you want? I want to continue watching the video. If you don't want me to watch, just say so. Annoying phone. I am Liu Xiaotian. Open up now. Zhao Meiming was getting annoyed and replied loudly. Liu's mother, disregarding groceries, hurriedly rushed home. Beep. The call ended and the video resumed. Phew, this phone is really absurd. Apparently it won't let non-owners use it. Luckily I'm smart, haha. Zhao Meiming thought with a smile. At that moment, Liu Xiaotian was wearing earphones watching the annual championship of a mobile game. He had no idea that the two most important women in his life had just clashed fiercely. A few minutes later, Zhao Meiming slowly walked back into Liu Xiaoshan's bedroom, rubbing her stomach. This thing called a phone, I didn't expect it recognizes people. I was watching a video earlier when it asked for a voice unlock. But luckily I'm clever, haha. I handled it easily. Impressive, right? Zhao Meiming shook the phone in her hand and said to Liu Xiaotian. Seeing her return, Liu Xiaotian closed the game stream. Upon hearing her words, his smiling face gradually turned stiff. What? You said it recognizes people. I can understand face unlock for the lock screen, but what the hell is voice unlock? And I didn't set any lock screen. Let me see. Liu Xiaotian said, dumbfounded. Without further explanation, under Zhao Meiming's puzzled gaze, Liu Xiaotian snatched the phone and carefully inspected it. Oh crap. It's over. What did you say to my mom? What? Your mom. I haven't spoken to your mom yet. Ahem, I mean, what did you just say into this phone? Liu Xiaotian cleared his throat and continued. Nothing much. I just said I was you. I said I'm Liu Xiaotian. Unlock the phone. Zhao Meiming replied, looking a bit wrong. Well, okay, I get it. My mom will probably be back soon. How about you go hide in the divine might space for now? Liu Xiaotian swallowed and said helplessly. Alright. I'll hide for now. Once you've sorted things out, I'll meet your parents properly. Zhao Meiming said with a smile, rubbing her nose. Then with a thought, she teleported directly back to the divine might space. Liu Xiaotian left the room, slumping dejectedly onto the living room sofa, pondering how to explain. About 10 more minutes passed before Liu's mother hurriedly unlocked the door and entered. The moment she saw Liu Xiaotian on the sofa, her anxious heart finally eased, and she let out a deep breath of relief. Xiaotian, what's going on with your phone? Why did I hear a woman's voice? You scared your mother, you know. I thought some bad guy had taken you away. Calm down, calm down. I'm still here, aren't I? It must be a program error. I don't know. When the phone was calling earlier, it was babbling on its own. Nothing I pressed worked, and you couldn't hear me. I guess some app had a virus. I just ran an antivirus, so it should be fine now. Liu Xiaotian fabricated wildly with exaggerated gestures. Liu's mother frowned, putting down her things, and said, Is that really the case? I've never heard of such a virus. Son! You're not dating someone, are you? Could it be Shirya and you? Liu Tian was about to pour a glass of water for his mother, but upon hearing this he was so shocked that he nearly dropped the cup. He retorted without thinking. What are you thinking? Mom, no. I helped Sonia purely because I couldn't stand seeing that injustice. I barely talked to her. Please don't say such things in the future. If she hears it, she'll get the wrong idea. Alright. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Mom will go cook now. Son, if you ever really have a girlfriend, you have to tell Mom. Let me give you some advice so you won't be tricked by some bad woman. Got it, Mom? They'll help you too. After busying himself for over an hour, Liu Tian had nearly finished preparing the meal. Now he sat at the dining table with his mother awaiting his father's return for dinner. Mother Liu took a sip of water and couldn't help saying, Your dad is really late today. He said he had to work overtime, but I didn't think it would be almost 8:30, and he still isn't back. Give him a call, Tian. Okay, I'll call him right now. Liu Tian nodded and said. But before he could dial the number, someone knocked on the door. At this hour it could only be his father returning. Liu Tian quickly got up and rushed to open the door, saying happily, Welcome back, Dad. Ha! I'm a bit late tonight, there was something that came up. Father Liu said with a smile as he walked in, taking off his shoes and jacket. Compared to last night's lavish meal that ended in family discord, Liu Tian preferred such a simple scene of the three of them eating the dishes he had cooked himself. Hey! Can you hear me? I didn't get enough to eat earlier and I want to eat too. The dishes you made look pretty good. Zhao Meiming's voice echoed in Lu Xiaoshen's mind. After all, as his strength gradually recovered, his connection with the divine might space had grown stronger. Liu Tian pondered as he swallowed the food and his mouth got up and went to the kitchen to fetch a larger bowl, also scooping some rice. Mom! Dad! Just like yesterday, I've been having a huge appetite since I woke up. Although I don't need to eat that much in one sitting now, I still often feel hungry shortly after a meal. I'd like to pack some dishes and rice, You two wouldn't mind, would you? Liu Tian waved his hands back and forth, spinning a vivid tale. Shikian, if you're hungry I can make you some more. If you pack it up, it'll get cold soon. That's right. Son, if you're hungry, just have your mom make you something. It won't be fresh if you pack it and eat it later. Father Liu added. No need for that trouble. I just want to do this. I don't want to keep bothering Mom, she's been busy all day too. Liu Tian said with firm determination, quickly grabbing a bit of each dish. Then turning around, he forced calmness and walked toward his room. Honey, do you think our son is really possessed? Could it be? He's keeping something unclean in his room. Mother Liu frowned, a look of terror on her face. Don't talk nonsense. That'll just make our son dislike us again. I figured it out last night. Whether it's gods or ghosts, as long as our son is healthy and well, isn't that the most important thing? He doesn't seem any different from before. If you actually call a master to cure him, and he ends up in a vegetative state, what would you do then? Would that be better? Father Liu tapped the table lightly, speaking with finality. As soon as Liu Tian entered his room, Zhao Meiming couldn't wait to dash out her eyes wide with delight at the large bowl in his hand. Sure. Keep your voice down while eating. Here you go, I need to go back. Liu Tian handed over the bowl with his right hand and made a shushing gesture with his left, whispering. Zhao Meiming nodded vigorously with joy, took the bowl and tiptoed furtively toward the computer desk like a thief. Liu Tian sighed softly, turned around to leave, closed the door behind him and returned to the dining table. Shortly after, he hurriedly finished his meal, blinked, and tentatively said, Mom, I'm done. I'm going back to my room now. Okay, go ahead. Watching Liu Xiaoshen's hurry back, Mother Liu whispered to Father Liu. Should we take a peek? What is he up to in his room? What is he up to in his room? Wife, many things. Don't need to be understood too clearly. It would only strain the relationship between us. There's a saying, see through it but don't call it out. As long as our son is safe, what harm is there in being a little oblivious? Father Liu said with a slight smile. Father Liu chuckled softly and said gently. It was precisely because of such a wise and generous father that Liu Xiaoshen's little schemes managed to remain undetected. This is really delicious, much better than the noodles you made. I never want to eat instant noodles again. As soon as Liu Tian entered the room, he heard a voice whisper to him. Delicious, isn't it? Hee. Would you like to learn how to cook sometime? Liu Xiaoshen's eyes twinkled as he raised an eyebrow. Well, okay. Once I learn, I'll cook for you. Zhao Meiming naturally understood his mischievous intention, but she obediently agreed. Good. Intimacy 10. Liu Tian smiled and muttered inexplicably. Huh? What did you say? Zhao Meiming frowned in confusion. Nothing. Do you have anything else? I'll go get a bucket to use as a makeshift toilet for now. How about you go back to the divine might space for now? After a few days, once I come up with a good excuse, I promise you can stay openly in our guest room. For now it's too risky. I'm sorry you have to endure this. Liu Tian thought for a moment, and said, What? Such rough conditions. A bucket is one thing, but your lousy divine might space has nothing inside. I don't care. I want to take a shower. I haven't bathed in days since I went to your competition. I absolutely must shower today. Zhao Meiming retorted angrily upon hearing his words. Okay. No big deal. I can pretend I'm taking a shower and you can take yours. But, you know what I mean. Liu Tian winked lewdly. Whatever. I know I can't escape your clutches sooner or later. Zhao Meiming rolled her eyes at Liu Tian disdainfully. Exactly. This is at most a fair trade. Then neither of us owes the other. What do you mean we don't owe each other? While I was in the divine might space, I was unconscious for a while. By the time I woke up, you were already taking a nap. Then we studied. I never saw you shower. Upon hearing this, Liu Tian puffed out his chest and pretended to speak seriously. In that case, Liu certainly won't take advantage of you, young lady. Feel free to wash without worry. A respectable man won't glance even once. Zhao Meiming sighed softly and vanished from the spot. Liu Tian rummaged through his wardrobe and took out a set of pajamas he had never worn. Since Zhao Meiming was not short in stature, he figured she could wear them for the time being. The sound of splashing water seemingly irrigated Liu Xiaoshan's heart as he stood stiffly facing the bathroom door. Liu Tian clenched his fists, tightly struggling inwardly. I really can't resist. I have to look. No one look and my integrity will explode. My 20 years of chastity would be ruined. In any case. If I just sneak a peek, what's the harm? Forget it. Turning down a bargain would be worse than a beast. At last. This righteous young man could not resist the temptation of instinct. Liu Tian, his conscience burdened by guilt, dared not move his lower body and merely twisted his upper torso, stealthily craning his neck with effort, peering over out of curiosity. The hazy mist could not fully conceal that fair snow-white figure beneath the exquisite side profile lay a bewitchingly alluring and strikingly curvaceous silhouette. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary sight, a surge of heat rushed to Liu Xiaoshan's head and a trickle of crimson began to flow from his nose. Perhaps catching his lingering gaze, Zhao Meiming glanced over. The moment he turned his head, their eyes met instantly. Knowing she must not make a sound, Zhao Meiming had already steeled herself mentally, so she merely shot him a sharp, reproachful glare. Liu Tian, a prideful yet somewhat shy fellow, could scarcely bear such an awkward situation. Overwhelmed by nervousness, his legs gave way involuntarily, and he stumbled forward face first. Fortunately, his hands instinctively caught him, so no serious harm was done. However, the commotion naturally drew the attention of his mother, who had been trying to ascertain his situation. Tian, what happened? Are you alright? I'm fine, Mom. I just slipped and fell, nothing serious really. I got myself dirty again, so I need another wash. It'll be out soon. Liu Tian shook his head to clear his mind as he explained. Slowly rising to his feet, he splashed water on his face, helplessly wiping the bloodstains from his nose. He thought to himself, damn. No way, why am I so worked up? How pathetic. Look at you, you've never seen anything like this. But, in any case, it was worth it. For the remainder of the time, Liu Tian did not sneak another glance, his curiosity evidently satisfied. Suddenly someone gently tapped his shoulder. Liu Tian slowly turned around to see that freshly bathed, radiant, and exquisite face, and she raised her left hand to him, making a shushing gesture. Then Zhao Meiming smiled softly and vanished from the spot, teleporting back into the divine might space along with her Naruto combat attire. Sigh. What a little temptress. Even in my pajamas she's still so alluring. Liu Tian couldn't help thinking to himself. He then went to take a shower as well. An hour later. Sigh. Before I knew it, it's nearly 10:30. Finally I can get some proper rest. What a troublesome day. Having tidied everything up, Liu Tian switched off the lights, ready to sleep. As he lay on his soft, enormous bed, he sighed. Damn. It's Saturday today. No wonder I felt I'd forgotten something. Woe is me. My guild fortress. My 200 gold coins. Indeed. Women only hinder my will of fire. This is infuriating. Liu Tian shot up in bed, clutching his face in frustration, muttering to himself. Predictably, thanks to her ability to monitor his every move, the moment he finished his rant, a graceful figure instantly appeared beside him. What do you mean by that? Has Shisui Uchiha brainwashed you? In your heart is the will of fire that protects the Hidden Leaf Village far more important than I am. Zhao Meiming spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. Not that, it's the game on my phone. I didn't mean it like that. Of course you're the most important. I just said it offhand, a meme from the internet. Liu Tian hastened to explain upon seeing her reaction. I don't care. You must be tired of me. I just want to ask you one thing, am I more important or your mobile game? Zhao Meiming persisted angrily. Of course you're more important. 200 gold coins. No big deal. Alright, I was just joking. There. Liu Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly embraced her, speaking softly. Zhao Meiming was barely 18 at this moment. Her fair cheeks flushed a faint crimson and her voice involuntarily softened. If you've got something to say, say it. Why are you taking advantage of me? I understand. I'm not angry anymore. Ahem. Good. Don't be mad. In my heart you're as important as my parents. Liu Tian awkwardly released Zhao Meiming and continued. Your face is so red. It just occurred to me, were you peeping at me just now? Zhao Meiming, catching sight of Liu Tian, suddenly asked. No. I wasn't peeping, I was appreciating. How can observing one's own wife be considered peeping? Liu Xiaoshen's mind raced, then he flashed a lecherous grin and brazenly retorted. You. Fine. Very well. Excellent. Zhao Meiming was both exasperated and amused by his antics. Taking a deep breath, she stared intently into Liu Xiaoshen's eyes despite the dimness, and said solemnly. That. Liu Tian. Will you truly marry me? And never change your mind? Damn. What does she mean by that? Could it be? No way. This is too fast. We haven't even built a bond yet. How am I supposed to answer? Liu Tian was stunned by her sudden question. After hesitating, he looked into her sincere eyes and found no reason to refuse. Slowly he said. Ahem. Of course. If not you, then who? I brought you here to marry you. Will you marry me? Zhao Meiming cupped her flushed cheeks, shyly lowering her head, and answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I do. Huh. What? Liu Tian raised an eyebrow, feigning deafness with a mischievous grin. I do. Zhao Meiming swayed slightly, speaking with a somewhat normal but bashful tone. You do what? Liu Tian smirked devilishly, and asked shamelessly. Oh come on, I'll marry you. Zhao Meiming chuckled in a playful scold. Oh. Little lady, you're quite something. Good eye catching a man as handsome, charming, and dashing as me. Congratulations, you're in luck. Liu Tian flicked his hair with a flourish, striking a sage-like pose as he jested. Oh. How lucky am I? Thank you, Taro. Zhao Meiming mocked with exaggerated surprise. Hey. Don't just drop memes from your phone like that. Man, give me a break. Liu Tian feigned exasperation. Then with a sly flicker in his eyes he said lecherously. By the way. Since we're so lovey-dovey, why don't we get to bed quickly? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, my dear. Fine. I'm dead tired too. This whole tournament thing has kept me on the road for days and I haven't slept well at all. By the way. If I'm not as pretty after having a baby, you must never change your mind. Zhao Meiming clenched her fists, as if bracing herself for a monumental decision, then replied resolutely. She grabbed another pillow from Liu Tian and placed it next to his, then flopped down and went straight to sleep. Liu Tian stared blankly at her utterly incongruous actions, his smile frozen on his face. Damn. This time I really can't stay civilized at all. This silly girl. Does she think that's how you make a baby? How? How the hell did her mother raise her? Unbelievable. No wonder she ended up as the ultimate leftover goddess in the original story. Serves her right. God. What am I supposed to do? Do I have to teach her? No, let's just pretend she rejected me tonight, yeah. Self-hypnosis activate. Time to sleep. You're sleepy too, aren't you, Liu Tian? Right. Her determined look, she really does intend to marry me. Ha! I don't have any mental preparation either, so let it be this way. Liu Xiaoshen's mind was a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Liu Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, adjusted his pillow, and lay down to sleep. Yet he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Listening to her nervous breathing beside him, he sensed her own unease. Go to sleep. What are you fidgeting for? Before Liu Tian could react, she spoke first, though her voice lacked confidence, and carried a hint of shyness. Ahem. I can't sleep. Perhaps holding my wife might help. Liu Tian turned sideways, speaking shamelessly, yet his voice trembled with nervousness. Ah. Except when I was very young, I've never been held while sleeping. I might not get used to it. Let's forget it. Zhao Meiming blushed and retorted quickly. Determined to take this advantage, Liu Tian did not reply but directly leaned over and embraced her, saying, You'll get used to it. Winters here are cold and holding each other keeps us warmer. Let's start practicing now. Zhao Meiming resisted weakly, naturally to no avail. She sighed helplessly, closed her eyes, and tried to sleep. After a while an irritated voice said, Stop touching me. I want to sleep. If you move again, I'll return to the divine might space. Though conditions are harsh there, at least there's no scoundrel like you. Hearing the genuine anger in her low tone, Liu Tian said guiltily, Sorry. I want move. I'm really going to sleep now. Good night. The next morning a rough shove woke Liu Tian from deep sleep. Huh. What's going on? He mumbled, eyes bleary. Look. You made my front wet and it smells strange. It's all your fault for being so close. Find me some clothes. Damn. No wonder the pillow felt so fragrant and soft. Liu Tian covered his mouth delighted, then got up, nodded, and headed to the wardrobe. Just make do with my clothes for now. I'll buy you nice ones later, he said softly, somewhat apologetically, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt. A knock came. Tian. Up yet? Breakfast. Liu's mother called from outside. Coming, Mom. I'll be right there. Liu Tian feigned normalcy. Alright. I want breakfast too. Zhao Meiming sat on the bed looking pitiful. Seizing the moment, Liu Tian stepped forward and gently kissed her. Oh. So embarrassing. Haha. I'm off. I'll ask Mom to prepare extra and you can eat after they leave. Just bear with it a few more days. I'll stay home tomorrow, then go to school, and after that anything goes. Liu Tian grinned, his face flushed with shyness, using breakfast as an excuse to leave quickly. Before Zhao Meiming could respond, Liu Tian had already stepped out and swiftly closed the door behind him. That guy. So wicked. I didn't sleep well last night, he made me uncomfortable all over. Forget it, I'll just sleep a bit more. The bed is actually quite comfortable. Zhao Meiming complained inwardly. Before they knew it, 2 days had flown by. On the morning of the 4th day after his revival, Liu Xiaoshan's head was once again shamelessly buried against her chest. But when Zhao Meiming gently pushed, his hand was repelled. What the heck? Zhao Meiming wondered, startled. She then called softly. Hey! Wake up. Get up. Liu Xiaoshan's abilities were now fully restored. His keen senses easily captured her faint voice and transmitted it to his mind. He snapped awake, his eyes no longer drowsy but bright and piercing with vitality. Oh. Why so sensitive today? Zhao Meiming asked instinctively, then shyly added. I didn't frighten you, did I? I was afraid of hurting you if I pushed too hard, so I just called you softly. It's fine, it's fine. Ha! Not at all, my darling. Hearing this, Liu Tian quickly sensed his internal spiritual energy, and replied with immense joy. It's back. Finally everything feels normal. Humph. Now I can go to school and meet old acquaintances with confidence. He gritted his teeth, continuing to mutter excitedly. Zhao Meiming said in confusion. Nothing. Starting today you'll have more freedom. Come give me a kiss. Liu Tian smirked mischievously. The result, as before, was easy success. So annoying, always taking advantage of me. She shot him a glare, blushing shyly. We're not eating at home this morning. I know a place with great steamed buns. I'll take you there. Liu Tian suddenly remembered something, rummaging through the wardrobe. Oh. That. Fine. At least you have some conscience. No more leftovers. Great. Zhao Meiming said happily upon hearing this. After several searches, Liu Tian found a relatively neutral outfit in the wardrobe, a white short-sleeved shirt with cartoon prints, and a pair of jeans he remembered being a bit short before. Here, wear this. It shouldn't be too outrageous. Wait, you have no underwear. Just put on my oversized jacket. Okay. As long as I can go out and eat well, anything is fine. Zhao Meiming replied, obedient. Sigh. This girl has been so compliant these days. Young girls are indeed easy to fool. If I had transmigrated a dozen years later, I probably wouldn't have accepted it either. The age gap would be too big, and if I had uttered those threatening words earlier, she'd have fought me to the death. Liu Tian habitually blushed while secretly watching her change clothes, reflecting inwardly. Alright, first enter the Divine Might space. Once Zhao Meiming changed, Liu Tian said quickly, then opened the door, and walked out, cheerfully eager to go out himself. Mom. Don't cook for me, I'll eat out. I'm heading to school today. Anything else? Liu Tian clutched his bag, speaking urgently. Xiaotian, are you going to school today? That Zhang Tianming. You must protect yourself. Don't go to secluded places. If you feel he hasn't let go of us, come back immediately. Better we leave this city than risk it. Safety first. Liu's mother spoke slowly, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. It's fine, I understand. Safety first. I'm off. Liu Tian smiled faintly and hurried out the door. Liu Tian did not take the elevator but joyfully ran downstairs. Amidst his nimble movements, his steps grew increasingly light. Huff. 1 minute down, 6 floors, face not flushed, heart not racing, breath not gasping. How comfortable. Let's go. Liu Tian said with a confident smile, then stomped his foot, vanishing instantly from the ground floor. The wind howled past his ears as the miniature city buildings below receded at breakneck speed. His spiritual energy automatically shielded him as he leisurely admired the clouds that he could once only look up to. What a thrill. I've always wanted to slice through airplanes and fly in the sky myself. Awesome. Flying truly feels amazing. Let's first take a trip around the globe to see if the Earth is really round. Liu Tian let himself go, shouting loudly. Then a red light flashed in his left eye, activating his void ability. With a right-handed grab, he pulled Zhao Meiming out of the divine might space and shielded her with his spiritual energy. Let's enjoy the scenery together, little beauty. Liu Tian raised an eyebrow and said smarmily. Wow. What a beautiful sky, exclaimed Zhao Meiming as she looked around at the scenery. Hee. That's not all. Liu Tian was about to say more when he was interrupted by a loud roar nearby. Meow. So noisy. Airplane, I advise you to be kind. Don't force me to become the Homelander. Liu Tian suddenly accelerated, shaking off the airplane and grumbling. Enjoying the beauty of the sky and breathing fresh air, Liu Tian and Zhao Meiming flew for over half an hour before finally returning to their city. Hungry? Want to grab a bite first? Liu Tian smiled gently at Zhao Meiming. Zhao Meiming nodded happily in response. Perhaps fueled by lingering boldness, Liu Tian confidently and gracefully took her hand, leading her to his most familiar steamed bun shop. Waiter, bring us one of each kind plus 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Liu Tian found a table, sat down, and said with a smile to the restaurant attendant. Sure, coming right up. I don't know what flavors you like, so I'll order a bit of everything. Try them out, and in the future we'll only buy the ones you enjoy. Liu Tian looked at Zhao Meiming adoringly. Alright, I'm not really picky. Zhao Meiming replied with a sweet smile. As they ate, a well-dressed girl with a ponytail approached Liu Tian. Class monitor. You're okay, she exclaimed in shock, standing beside him. Huh. I'm fine now. The illness suddenly disappeared. I don't know why. Maybe every vegetative person's condition is different. Liu Tian was also surprised as he looked at her. He found her somewhat familiar. She called him class monitor, so she was likely a classmate. He replied politely with a smile. That's really great. Class monitor, we all hoped you'd recover, but back then no one dared to speak up for you because Zhang Tianming was too vicious, so. It's okay, I'm fine now, aren't I? I believe things will get better. Evil will be repaid with evil. Liu Tian said casually. Huh. And she is. Class monitor, do you have a girlfriend? The girl asked with a gossipy look. She's my elementary school classmate. Don't overthink it. Liu Tian rolled his eyes and made up a random excuse. Oh, I see. Looking at her jacket, I get it now. The girl nodded with a grin. You don't know. She came yesterday from my hometown, a remote, sparsely populated mountainous area, to work in the city. I heard about it. So I took her in to stay in my guest room, at least giving her a place to land, you know. As for the clothes, her own outfit was hardly wearable here, too awkward. So I lent her my clothes to make do. I planned to get her something unisex, but I haven't bought underwear yet, so I had to add my jacket. Look, she's flushed just from eating a bun, so pitiful. Don't you think, classmate? Liu Xiaoshen's brain raced as he delivered a combo to his female classmate, gesticulating wildly. The naive female college student had never seen such a scene. She was moved to tears on the spot, and immediately declared she would take her to buy underwear with a determination that couldn't be stopped. Liu Tian gave Zhao Meiming a subtle glance and nodded. As a seasoned ninja, Zhao Meiming had excellent intelligence comprehension. So she obediently finished her buns quickly and followed the female classmate to the clothing store, with Liu Tian silently trailing behind. Sister, how old are you this year? What's your name? Oh, I'm Song Junjun. The girl introduced herself enthusiastically. Zhao Meiming smiled lightly and nodded. I'm 18. My name is Zhao Meiming. So your younger little sister. By the way, where exactly are you from? The class monitor said your place is very remote. Zhao Meiming frowned slightly, rolled her eyes and whispered. I don't know. That place seems to have no name. I don't remember. I was threatened here by some bad guy. Hereby omitted 10086 words. Liu Tian walked behind them, growing more confused, and scratched his head. Meow, this Zhao Meiming can spin tales even better than I can. Not bad. Clever enough, worthy of being my woman. Ha! So that classmate is called Song Junjun. It's been 3 or 4 years, I'd long forgotten, only remembering a few familiar ones. Soon enough, Song Junjun led her to a just-opened clothing store that looked quite upscale from the outside. Liu Tian felt a sense of foreboding. He pulled out his phone to check his balance, then breathed a sigh of relief. Little sister. I think your figure is way better than mine. So envious, boo-hoo. This store has tons of clothes I think would look amazing on you. Along the way, Zhao Meiming had coaxed and cajoled Song Junjun into becoming bosom friends. Song Junjun now let herself go and spoke freely. Really? Sister, don't lie to me. I'm not very worldly. Then you'll have to pick out a few pieces for me, okay? Zhao Meiming made a cute expression and said coquettishly to Song Jinjin. Lu Xiaotian thought to himself. Good grief. I've never seen that expression from you in my life. I can only use 4 words to express my feelings. Hair-raising. Mem. Leave it to your big sister. Though I may look serious on the outside, my heart is like a wild horse that's never truly been set free. Meeting you today feels like an instant connection. From now on I'll be the horse and you the saddle. Let's gallop through life together. Perhaps because the story Zhao Meiming had spun earlier seemed so vivid, Song Jinjin now spoke from the heart. Sister. In this world I have no elder sister. From this moment on you are my real sister. From now on we'll share joys and hardships, live and die together. Sister Song. Zhao Meiming said with vivid and touching emotion. Little sister Al. Song Jinjin nodded, moved. Lu Xiaotian thought. Ridiculous. I'm supposed to be the protagonist, aren't I? What's going on? Stealing the spotlight. The two who seemed as close as sisters walked hand in hand into the women's clothing store. Lu Xiaotian glanced around and seeing no one he knew awkwardly followed them in. Class monitor. Are you going to follow us into the lingerie section too? Song Jinjin suddenly turned back and asked in surprise. You'll wait outside then. Song Jinjin, sorry for the trouble. Well, I'll transfer the money to you later. Flustered by the question, Lu Xiaotian stammered awkward. Oh, forget it. Just go out for now. Without another word, Lu Xiaotian exchanged a glance with Zhao Meiming, nodded, and walked out. So boring. Those two. How long do they plan to take? Isn't Song Jinjin supposed to be in class? I haven't even registered yet, so I don't care. After half an hour of pacing outside, Lu Xiaotian grumbled irritably. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Lu Xiaotian could take it no longer. He straightened his back, mustered his courage, gently pulled the door open, and walked in with a frown. Welcome, sir. Are you looking for something for your girlfriend? A young and pretty saleswoman greeted him politely as he entered. No one looking for someone. Where are the 2 girls who came in earlier? Lu Xiaotian asked bluntly. They seem to be upstairs. Please wait a moment, I'll use the walkie-talkie to check. Lu Xiaotian said nothing more, nodding helplessly. He thought to himself. What's going on? Buying lingerie takes this long. Could something have happened? Damn. I know this is how novels usually go. Is it my turn to step in? Time to show off my moves. But reality was not like that. There weren't that many greasy old men driven by lust in real life, especially in broad daylight under the rule of law. A few minutes later, the 2 women came out of the elevator loaded with bags and out of breath. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoshan's mouth slightly opened and his eyes widened. Before he could even analyze Zhao Meiming's newfound charm, he first thought of his own not so simple bank balance, and his heart instantly sank. How about a class monitor? My taste is pretty good, right? From a remote native to a city beauty overnight, hee. Song Jinjin said, proudly seeking credit from Lu Xiaotian. Lu Xiaotian glanced at Zhao Meiming without saying much. He tugged at Song Zenshin's sleeve, signaling her to talk privately. Song, what are you doing? I trust your taste, of course, but this place looks expensive. I didn't bring that much money. Lu Xiaotian whispered, furrowing his brows with a worried expression. Class monitor. What are you talking about? I can't take your money or I'd be like a clothing tout. This is my family company's branch, so don't worry about the money. It's not that many clothes anyway. Just consider it my act of kindness. I really took a liking to this sister. I have plenty of nice clothes myself, but my figure isn't good enough to pull them off, and my face isn't as pretty as Zhao's. Giving clothes to her is like giving them to another version of me. Song Jinjin explained with a smile. Lu Xiaotian was astounded and complained inwardly. Are you sure this isn't my script? Rich friend. We should be friends instead. Then thank you very much. If you ever need any help, just let us know. After hearing her words, Lu Xiaotian naturally expressed his gratitude politely. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Song Jinjin shook her head gently and said softly. By the way, don't you have class? I haven't registered yet, so. What about you? Still, just skip it. Always forcing myself to be a good girl is too tiring. Today you'll just have fun. Song Jinjin flipped her hair and said boldly. Awesome. Respect. Lu Xiaotian gave a thumbs up. But still, I want to go to school and see the teacher to cancel my leave. Hey. Song Jinjin, to avoid any misunderstandings, can you just tell everyone she's your little sister? You can take her to class with you. Lu Xiaotian suddenly came up with an idea and discussed it with Song Jinjin. Well, sister is fine, she's that now. But are you sure she can understand our classes? Let her have some fun. And help her ease into our social life here. She has zero common sense about city life now. Do you think she could work outside? Okay. Leave it to me. I'm usually bored in class anyway, and teaching her would definitely be interesting. Yes. They'll make her take the adult college entrance exam. It'll be her best teacher. Finally my high school knowledge comes in handy. You don't mind if I teach her a lot, do you? Not at all. Of course not. Maybe she'll have better job prospects in the future. Liu Tian agreed, readily, thinking mischievously. Let her taste the bitterness of studying too. Zhao Meiming was still in the distance, curiously looking around, waiting for the two to return. Who knew how long her innocent and carefree gaze would last? Soon the three arrived at Liu Xiaoshan's university. As for the bags, they were temporarily stored at Song Zhenshan's family store. Liu Tian walked ahead toward the counselor's office while the two women supported each other from behind. As they walked, Song Zhenshan introduced the campus to Zhao Meiming. This is Minga Building. This is the gym. This is Dormitory Building No. 3. Perhaps Zhao Meiming was already stunningly beautiful, and now with Song Zhenshan's luxurious outfit her head-turning rate was nearly perfect. Some brazenly asked for her contact information, others found excuses to strike up conversations, and a few even mistook her for a celebrity, and wanted a photo. Of course such trivial matters were handled by Song Zhenshan. But what was bound to come finally arrived. Before Liu Tian appeared the face that had once been infinitely arrogant. Yo! Isn't this our big class monitor? Look at him lying in bed a couple of days ago, and now bouncing around again. Impressive TSK. What do you guys say? Zhang Tianmeng stepped forward with a sneering, provocative smile. Right. Brother Meng is right. We should all learn from the class monitor. Yes. Brother Meng, you're so perceptive, truly amazing. Liu Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, not responding immediately. Hey! Brother Meng, quick look. The girl next to Song Zhenshan. One of the lackeys said maliciously to Zhang Tianmeng. Yo! I really like this one. Zhang Tianmeng's eyes went wide, then he said lecherously. Brothers. Sonia is yours from now on. Zhang Tianmeng, what are you doing? This is my little sister. I want her to attend school with me. Don't you dare have any bad ideas. Song Zhenshan frowned and said angrily. Oh. Is that so? Fine. Then let love grow over time. I believe one day shall see how good I am, right, little darling? Zhang Tianmeng replied arrogantly and winked at Zhao Meiming. Liu Tian chuckled inwardly, thinking. This is really making me laugh in anger. You nearly beat me to death, and you still have to pay the price. I didn't expect you to have no remorse at all after doing evil. You're even more arrogant than before. From now on. Then there will be no from now on for you. Zhang Tianmeng. Liu Tian suddenly shouted at him. Zhang Tianmeng instinctively turned his head. At that moment no one saw a red flash in Liu Xiaoshan's left eye as he cast a permanent Konoha Matsukami on Zhang Tianmeng. I decree you shall die by dawn. Zhang Tianmeng was about to say something more when suddenly his soul seemed to leave him. His gaze grew dull, he forgot what he was going to say, ignored the lackeys still yapping beside him, and walked straight out of the campus. Liu Tian feigned a perplexed expression, and exclaimed loudly. Zhang Tianmeng. Hey! You crazy. If there's nothing else, we're leaving. Of course Liu Tian knew that Zhang Tianmeng was utterly incapable of replying at this moment. This act was solely for the benefit of onlookers. Subsequently Liu Tian furrowed his brow, pretending to be puzzled, and continued walking toward the counselor's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A middle-aged woman's voice came from within. Counselor. I'm here to cancel my leave of absence and apply to attend classes starting tomorrow. Liu Tian entered boldly and declared. Liu Tian, you're actually better. No problem, you can resume classes tomorrow. The counselor was taken aback but quickly composed herself, demonstrating her seasoned composure. Counselor, goodbye. Naturally Liu Tian had nothing more to say. He held no particular fondness for this counselor, yet he could understand. How could a mere employee have the power to sway the decisions of higher-ups? After the three of them exited the faculty building, Liu Tian looked up at the sky and realized it was getting late. The morning was nearly over. Let's grab a bite at the cafeteria. I kind of missed the food there. Song Zhenshan, let me treat you. Don't refuse, you really helped me out today. Liu Tian said cheerfully to the two girls. Miss. You've only been away from school for a few days, monitor. Fine, let's go eat at the cafeteria. Let's take Sister Zhao to sample our school's cuisine. Song Zhenshan replied with equal delight. Zhao Meiming nodded in agreement. Perhaps intimidated by Zhang Tianmeng's influence, not a single acquaintance of Liu Tian among the students in the cafeteria dared to speak, or even greet him during their meal. Sigh. Zhang Tianmeng's influence truly is immense. It was the same last time when I kept reporting the irregularities in the poverty-stricken student grants. No wonder. So what if I recovered a little faster than expected? What's the big deal? Zhang Tianmeng. Fortunately I now possess extraordinary power. Otherwise, even if I got better, I probably wouldn't be able to stay at this school. But now, it's you who will have to leave. Liu Tian ate his meal, while his eyes turned icy cold, reflecting inwardly. Monitor. Are you finally coming to class? A familiar voice sounded beside him as he was lost in thought. Sunya. Haha, yeah, I came to cancel my leave today. You'll be attending class tomorrow. Liu Tian looked up and smiled. Oh, that's really great. During the tutoring session the other day it seemed like you were unfamiliar with a lot of things. Feel free to come to me anytime if you have questions. Sunya twisted the hem of her clothes, trying to appear natural, though her cheeks flushed slightly. Eat this, I don't want it. I want yours. Before Liu Tian could respond, Zhao Meining suddenly interjected, taking a slice of beef from his plate and handing him a piece of her own green vegetable in return. She then continued eating as if nothing had happened, savoring her meal with relish. Sunya, after all, was a 20-year-old girl. She understood Zhao Meining's gesture. It was a declaration of ownership. But Sunya had never seen this female classmate before, so she looked at the stunned Liu Tian and asked directly. Monitor. Is this female classmate? She's my younger sister Sunya. I'm just taking her around our school. Is there a problem? Song Jinjin answered with a blank expression, jumping in before Liu Tian could speak. Of course not. Monitor, I'll be going now. Sunya didn't look at the two girls again but turned to face Liu Tian. Sure. Go ahead. Liu Tian nodded affirmatively. Then he turned to Song Jinjin and whispered. What's up, Song Jinjin? Do you two have a grudge? Not really a grudge. It's just that our dorms are opposite each other, and the girls in her room are obsessed with stinky tofu noodles. At first we tried to reason with them, right? If you want to eat, go outside. They reeked up our whole floor and they wouldn't listen. So my room applied for a collective transfer. Luckily there were vacancies or would have been stuck. Anyway, our two dorms have had no contact since then. That happened? Okay. Monitor. In short, stay out of girls' business. Just take good care of this little sister of mine. Don't let some other guy steal her away, right? Song Jinjin raised an eyebrow and made playful gestures. I guess. Not. Liu Tian turned to Zhao Meining hesitantly. Of course not. We're childhood sweethearts. Don't talk nonsense, sis. Zhao Meining put down her chopsticks, looked up, and fabricated a new term on the spot. What? Holy crap. Monitor. You've been hiding this deep. No wonder so many male classmates were scrambling to find partners freshman year, but you never seemed worried. Sodsun. Song Jinjin nodded and made her wild analysis. Alright. Keep it low-key. Sure. Don't spread this around. Liu Tian was equally baffled but managed to restrain himself. Watching the two girls finally resume their meal, Liu Tian sighed helplessly and thought to himself. Zhao Meining. You sure know how to spin a yarn out of thin air. In the afternoon they strolled slowly around campus and parted ways around 4 o'clock to head home. Does this mean I can officially eat meals with you from now on? As soon as they got home, Zhao Meining asked Liu Tian excitedly. Liu Tian nodded with a smile. Yeah, of course you can. But you'll need to put your special skill to use. What special skill? The skill of making things up. What the heck? Ahem, I mean your talent for fabricating stories. Liu Tian pursed his lips and continued. You really opened my eyes today, Sister Zhao. That was just a temporary measure. And I was only following your lead. I just performed well enough that she bought it and was moved to tears. What was I supposed to do? Besides, she seems like a reliable friend. There's nothing wrong with making a friend, right? Zhao Meining explained with a pout. Alright. Today went pretty well. I thought you'd be uncomfortable, but you adapted even better than I did. I guess I still have some social anxiety. You need to put on a good show tonight too. All or nothing. Mission accomplished. Zhao Meining winked playfully and smiled. Soon around 6 o'clock Liu's parents returned home and Liu Tian and Zhao Meining immediately began their two-man act. What? She's your classmate's sister? Liu's mother exclaimed in shock. And she's going to stay with us. Liu's father was also unsettled, asking with confusion. That's the situation. Today we fell in love at first sight and she has nowhere to live. Mom. Dad. For the sake of your child's lifelong happiness, can't you spare an extra bowl of rice? How can you be so heartless? Liu Tian declared with righteous indignation, letting out a sigh. At this moment Zhao Meining immediately put on a shy expression with a hint of tears in her eyes, exuding a pitiful beauty that could melt anyone's heart. Son. This. Of course we're willing. Such a wonderful girl, even if it were 30 meals a day, not just 3, your mother would cook them. But this. It's just too sudden. Let us take a moment to think it over and discuss. You two go to your room for a while, okay? Go on, go on. Liu's mother glanced at Liu's father then stammered. Alright then. Well, head to the room. Lu Xiaotian frowned slightly but replied firmly. Seeing Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Meiming return to his room, Mother Lu hurriedly whispered. Father, what do you think? Well, I think this is a good thing. Father Lu pondered for a moment and said, A good thing. What if our Xiaotian has deceived the girl and her parents come looking for us? Mother Lu said worriedly. That's impossible. Our child has been honest since he was little, how could he do such a thing? However, I think it must be related to his miraculous recovery from serious illness within a day. You mean? Exactly. This girl seems far from ordinary. Perhaps she's a deity ghost or immortal being. Perhaps she saved our child and fell in love with him, and our child was also quite fond of her, hence such an absurd reason. I say if it's a blessing it's not a curse, if it's a curse we can't avoid it. Let's treat that girl as our daughter-in-law for now. As for the future, we'll adapt as circumstances dictate. Father Lu, as if suddenly struck by an idea, said mysteriously. This. Sure. Don't mention it anymore. Be careful she doesn't overhear and suspect we have ill intentions. It's decided. Well, deal with whatever comes. You'll get back to work, you go cook. Oh, and first go entertain our daughter-in-law so we don't appear inhospitable. Father Lu quickly gestured for her to lower her voice and arranged. I was just thinking this girl is too beautiful with a flawless figure, she doesn't seem like a mortal. Alright. Honey, you get busy. You'll go see them now. Mother Lu said in sudden realization, lowering her voice. Father Lu nodded without another word, picked up his laptop and went to work. In Lu Xiaoshan's room at that moment. Xiao Tian, did you hear anything? Zhao Meiming asked tentatively. Mission accomplished. We're family now. Hee, let me give you a kiss. Lu Xiaotian said happily, raising an eyebrow, and quickly stole a kiss. Oh. You're so annoying. Zhao Meiming's face flushed red as she said coquettishly. My mom is coming, she's probably going to entertain you. Why don't you go help her cook? That way you can chat more and also learn a thing or two so you can cook for me in the future. Lu Xiaotian said, tousling Zhao Meiming's hair, pushing his luck. Ah. Well. Alright. I actually wanted to learn how to cook the food here so it'll be more convenient when I want to eat, and I can also cook for you. Zhao Meiming touched her head and said reluctantly. Nanny. You're being so obedient. Meh. After all, I'll be living here from now on, I can't just do nothing all the time. Actually, I had already thought this through, but hearing you say it makes me feel strange, like I'm being bullied. Zhao Meiming pouted and continued. My fault. I was measuring the gentleman's heart with my own mean measure. As punishment, how about I buy you a phone tomorrow? Lu Xiaotian said, somewhat ashamed. Sure. But you have to teach me how to use it properly. That time I called your mom, I still feel embarrassed when I think about it. Zhao Meiming nodded, saying a little shyly. Knock, knock, knock. Before Lu Xiaotian could say anything else, Mother Lu was already knocking on the door. Child, I was just overwhelmed earlier and neglected you. Would you like something to drink? Some fruit. Or maybe some sunflower seeds? Mother Lu said apologetically. It's fine, Mom. I consider this my home. I don't need anything, let me help you cook. Zhao Meiming smiled slightly and said generously. What? What did you call me? Mother Lu was once again taken aback. Even Lu Xiaotian widened his eyes and looked at her in confusion. I come from a very remote place, but a few days ago an accident happened to my family and I can never see my parents again. If I marry into this family, naturally I should call you Mother. Rather than switching later, it's better to get used to it now. I will treat you and Father like my own relatives, and I hope you two will treat me well too. Zhao Meiming, as if recalling something, spoke slowly and tearfully, word by word. Lu Xiaoshan's inner thoughts. This. Sigh. It seems I have really done something unforgivable. From now on I will spend my whole life compensating you. I will make you the happiest person in the world, I swear. Mother Lu was also deeply moved, wiping her tears, momentarily lost for words. Zhao Meiming, however, ignored the tears on her face, giving her a poignant beauty. Her eyes looked down, but the corner of her gaze secretly observed the stunned Lu Xiaotian. Humph. Little son, you don't think you can compete with me? With just a casual move I can push Lu Xiaotian to his limits. What do you have to match me? Sigh. All in all, given the current situation, by putting on this act I can be truly happy in the future. As for going home, I'm afraid there's no chance anymore. Hateful guy. He insisted on bringing me here. If not for the fact that you're a decent man and it concerns the control of Uchiha Madara, I would have taken you down with me long ago. Phew. Forget it. Looking at my personal story, I never really had a Prince Charming anyway. Might as well try to accept him. He doesn't seem too bad. Zhao Meiming was dazed, pondering the intricate situation and lamenting her turbulent fate. After these words the three were each lost in thought, and an awkward silence fell. A few minutes later Mother Lu finally came to her senses, took Xiao Meiming's hand and said, Meiming, from now on I'll just call you by your name. Starting today I declare you are dearer to me than my own son. If he ever bullies you even a little bit, you come to me and I'll deal with him. What a good girl. The Lu family must have accumulated blessings for 8 generations. Come, Meiming, mom will teach you to cook. Once you learn well, if Xiao Tian disobeys you can starve him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaotian said with a bitter face, Mom, isn't this a bit much? You outsider, what are you butting in for? Stop bad-mouthing my daughter. Get out of here. Mother Lu rolled her eyes at him and said quickly, Sigh. Even my mom doesn't want me anymore. They'll just play on my phone. Lu Xiaotian said jokingly while taking out his phone. In just one day the family of 3 had turned into a family of 4. The Lu household was filled with joy, but unfortunately Zhang Tianming's family was in for a rough time. Since Zhang Tianming fell under the illusion spell in the morning, he drove his car straight back to the family villa. In the afternoon he claimed to be extremely sleepy and went to bed. The family didn't think much of it, assuming the child was tired from studying. However, when night came, at midnight exactly 0 hour, Zhang Tianming, who was lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A red light flickered in his eyes and he staggered out of bed. Then he sneaked alone to his garage, picked the fastest car and drove off immediately. The next morning Lu Xiaotian was still sweetly sleeping in Zhao Meiming's embrace just as usual. Suddenly someone was banging on his room door, violently waking both Lu Xiaotian and Zhao Meiming abruptly. Lu Xiaotian, a bit groggy and irritated, shouted angrily towards the door. What's going on? Who is it? A gruff voice from outside the door said sternly. Get out quickly. We are from the police department. You have 3 minutes or we will break down the door. Lu Xiaotian, though confused, calmly said to Zhao Meiming. Hurry up and get dressed. Zhao Meiming immediately understood, and without saying much she quickly changed her clothes. 3 minutes later Lu Xiaotian held Zhao Meiming's hand and stepped out of the room with a grim expression. What's going on? We haven't done anything wrong, have we? Lu Xiaotian looked at his parents, who were also being detained in the chair, and said angrily. Really? Then why did Tianming drive out in the middle of the night last night like he was possessed? Whatever it is, come to the police station and say it. That's him, take him away. A woman in standard business attire exuding a powerful aura rushed forward and said Mr. Lu Xiaotian, we received instructions from above. Please come with us. The police officer who had previously shouted at the door took out his badge and said softly. All right. But can you let my family go first? What she said is completely unfounded and has nothing to do with me, let alone my family. I'm sorry, they need to stay at home for now until we verify that you are not involved. Lu Xiaotian ignored the police officer further and turned to Zhao Meiming saying, Dad, Mom, you and Meiming should stay at home and eat something. He'll be right back, it's nothing serious. Meiming, don't forget the thing I gave you yesterday. If you're in danger, make sure to call me. Lu Xiaotian quietly reminded Zhao Meiming. At the local police station in an interrogation room. Lu Xiaotian, you are being too harsh. My son was just being a bit mischievous and hit you. Aren't you fine now? Why can't you let him go? What a little beast. What a trashy upbringing. Zhang Tianming's mother barked like a mad dog outside the interrogation room. This beast's mother, your son has done plenty of disgusting things, hasn't he? Maybe even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. What does that have to do with me? Do you have any evidence? Just come looking for my problems. I don't even know what happened. Lu Xiaotian feigned confusion and retorted. I saw on the family surveillance footage that my son drove out in the middle of the night. Then around 1 to 5 a.m. I received a call about a traffic accident. Tianming was driving at maximum speed on the highway and crashed into a barrier. I only have this one son. What will I do now? Officer, this Lu Xiaotian must have harbored resentment and caused my son's death. I must have him pay in blood. Zhang Tianming's mother cried to the police. Lu Xiaotian shifted slightly disdainfully, saying, Humph. I was sound asleep last night, how could I possibly let him drive himself to suicide? Is he my grandson? So obedient. I have sufficient alibi, I believe I have nothing to do with this. I hope the police can see clearly. This matters life and death, I absolutely cannot be unjustly smeared and take the blame. You must be using some kind of sorcery. You bewitched my child's mind. Otherwise how could he possibly act like this? You were supposed to be half paralyzed from the beating, yet you recovered in a day. What else could it be but sorcery? Zhang Tianming's mother continued to forcefully rebut. Huh. I use sorcery. If I could use sorcery, would I be captured by the police? What a joke. I recovered because I have good physical condition and luck. What does that have to do with sorcery? Stop slandering me. Lu Xiaotian pretended to be furious. You definitely use sorcery to harm my son. You devil. Return my precious son. I want you to pay with your life. I want you to accompany my son in death. I will kill you. Jiang Tianming's mother was becoming increasingly agitated, nearly collapsing as she pounded on the interrogation room bars, baring her teeth and shouting. Lu Xiaotian calmly looked at the insane mother, thinking with some resentment. Humph. Now you know how it feels. When I was harmed, I heard you were quite domineering. What a big official's mother. Are you going crazy? Then let yourself go completely mad. He glanced at Jiang Tianming's mother, a flash of red light in his left eye, then stretched lazily as if nothing had happened. Jiang Tianming's mother trembled slightly, then began to frantically tear at her hair and clothes. While tearing, she cried out in pain, grinning foolishly and spitting everywhere. Muttering, "There are monsters! There are monsters! The monster took my son!" The nearby police officers were momentarily dumbfounded by this scene and did not step forward to stop it. Before long, the previously imposing blazer was torn to shreds, even exposing her underwear. Seeing that she was about to take off her pants, 2 male police officers frowned and went out, claiming they would find some female colleagues to handle it. The only remaining female police officer hurriedly stepped forward, pulling up her pants and comforting her, saying, "Calm down, comrade. Let's go home, shall we? Don't take off your pants." Lu Xiaotian from behind the bars pretended to be shocked and shouted, "What's going on? What is this? I did nothing. It's absurd. Surely it's not a case of a mental breakdown." Suddenly the door of the interrogation room opened and a group of people wearing high-grade alloy helmets slowly walked in, their faces visible through the glass visors in front of their helmets. The person at the front held a tablet, while the others were each armed with automatic rifles, clearly well-trained special forces. The leading person waved his hand and a few female police officers came in to carry Jiang Tianming's mother out. Then the leading person placed the tablet on the table and inexplicably applauded Lu Xiaotian, lightly confidently stating, "Indeed, you seem to be a person with mental control abilities. Yesterday it was Jiang Tianming, today it is his mother." Lu Xiaotian, fully aware that his strength was virtually unrivaled on Blue Star, naturally felt no fear when confronted by this imposing assembly. Lu Xiaotian casually rolled his neck, looked toward the man at the front, and feigned innocence, saying, "What? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I'm just an ordinary person, I have nothing to do with them. Officer, I want to go home. What we have on our heads are aerospace-grade devices capable of blocking all kinds of electromagnetic waves. Your superpowers should be ineffective against us. And look at the screen." The leading man did not dwell on whether he had harmed Jiang Tianming and the other, but instead pulled out a tablet and spoke directly. A sense of unease tightened in Lu Xiaoshan's heart. Fixing his gaze on the tablet screen, he saw it, just as he feared, a view of his own home. "I wonder, what exactly do you want?" Lu Xiaoshan's expression turned cold as he spoke with displeasure. "Don't worry, we're just taking precautions. I'm Li Jia, Deputy Director of the National Special Security Bureau. Our department usually carries out special combat missions for a legitimate state organ. As long as you don't cause trouble, we would never harm our own citizen." Li Jia enunciated each word clearly in his self-introduction. "Oh, and then, what does that have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary college student." Lu Xiaotian seemed to have some inkling of what they wanted from him, but he didn't know how they had gotten onto him. "You rascal. Please take a look at this video." Li Jia chuckled and continued. On the screen, a humanoid monster covered in metallic luster was indiscriminately attacking everything and everyone around it. Judging by the appearance of the surrounding people and the architectural style, it seemed to be some foreign country. The regular missiles fired by the military seemed to have little effect. The tanks dispatched were easily destroyed as well. Finally, a small hydrogen bomb had to be used to completely annihilate it. But the devastation wrought by the hydrogen bomb was severe. The entire city was engulfed in flames, consumed by the immense energy. A flicker of astonishment passed through Lu Xiaoshan's eyes as he asked in confusion, "What is that thing?" "We don't know exactly what it is, but according to reports, that monster was once a human. So our Special Security Department has preliminarily hypothesized that a batch of superpowered individuals are currently awakening." As he spoke, Li Jia let out a deep sigh, casually put down the tablet, and continued. "And some people, once they become powerful, can't control their desires and wreak havoc indiscriminately. Over the past few days during our nationwide random search, we noticed you. I must say your recovery from illness has been far too swift." "It's just a quick recovery from illness, I haven't caused any destruction." Lu Xiaotian blinked and retorted. "But you're likely also a superpowered individual. Taking advantage of your revenge against Jiang Tianming, we used his mother to probe your strength, and the results were self-evident. If I really were one, what would you do? Jiang Tianming got what he deserved. I don't think I did anything wrong, you can check." Lu Xiaotian spoke with a growing sense of unease. Lu Xiaotian wasn't afraid of being wanted by the state, nor was he afraid of their weapons. At worst, he could hide his entire family in the Divine Might dimension. But living a happy, normal life from then on would be difficult. "We don't care about that, you can rest assured. We just want you to serve the country. When other superpowered individuals appear on our side, you can help us minimize losses and fight against them together. We know you're a relatively righteous young man, which is why we've made this proposal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here peacefully right now. Liu Tian spoke solemnly. You're right about that. I am indeed a patriotic aspiring youth. In my view, contributing to the country is a citizen's duty. I am willing to fight to defend my nation. Liu Tian also became serious, speaking earnestly. Welcome to our team. Comrade Liu Tian. Liu Tian immediately stood up and saluted excitedly. Wait. I think I still have some things to take care of. Liu Tian shifted his tone, speaking meaningfully. Are you talking about Zhang Tianming's father? Liu Tian frowned. Yes. Am someone who abhors evil. I will never let those who once harmed me go free. Comrade Liu. But after all, he pays a considerable amount in taxes, has created many jobs, and has spurred economic development in a region. I'd like to ask. Is there any possibility you might forgive him? Liu Tian inquired with a somewhat expressionless face. Though the question seemed simple, it was essentially a game of bargaining and probing for future cooperation. In other words, a compliance test. This was how those in high positions gauged the minds of others. Liu Tian closed his eyes for a moment, scratched his head, then spoke with a displeased expression. Do you think this is all I'm capable of? Are you so sure you can handle me? Let me tell you the truth, that helmet of yours is completely useless. Then a red light flashed from Liu Xiaoshan's right eye as he instantly activated the short-term Kodo Amatsukami. In an instant, the armed special forces behind him became dazed and dropped their guns. Next, Liu Tian circulated the spiritual energy in his body and waved his hand. All the firearms instantly gathered and compressed in the blink of an eye, forcibly condensed into a perfectly smooth metal sphere. With a light squeeze of his hand, the helmets on everyone's heads burst apart in all directions. All of this unfolded before the leading man Liu Tian and was completed in just a few seconds. Comrade Li, how do you feel now? Liu Tian smiled lightly and spoke with extreme ease. True to his background as a special operations officer, Liu Tian shook his head vigorously, snapped back to his senses, and said, I understand. Based on Zhang Tianming's father's scandals, what about life imprisonment? As for the family assets. Fine. As for the assets. I don't know how to do business either. Just sell them at a low price and give me the cash, consider it my remuneration for serving the state. Can you make that decision, Comrade Li? Liu Tian replied calmly. No problem at all. I will report everything that happened today. The price we pay for a talent like you is nothing. No other country could buy such a person at any cost. That's good. I promise that from now on I will behave like an ordinary law-abiding citizen. If anything special comes up, just call me directly. Oh, and one more thing, don't try to kill me. With the current level of technology, it's very difficult. I truly want to work for the country. Liu Tian stood up and saluted in return for the earlier gesture, then added. Wait, Comrade Liu. There's one more thing. Your wife at home, what is her identity? We haven't been able to find any information about her. Seeing that Liu Tian seemed about to take his leave, Liu Tian quickly said. She's a goddess, can you believe it? It was she who descended from heaven and saved me when I was beaten into a vegetative state. Unfortunately, she transferred most of her magic to me and can no longer return to the divine realm, so she had to settle down with me. By the way, Comrade Li, can you arrange her identity? I want her to become a normal citizen too. Liu Tian said glibly. A small matter. Comrade Liu, glad to cooperate. Can I leave now? Of course. He'll open the door for you. No need. I can teleport. The next second, Liu Xiaoshan's voice came through Liu Jia's tablet. Hey Comrade Li, I think. Let them all go back and rest too. Liu Jia stared wide-eyed at the screen, showing Liu Tian, his face filled with terror, as he stammered. Mission completed. Withdraw. The team. Liu Tian raised an eyebrow, smugly thinking to himself. Humph. This move is to show him that his threats mean nothing. Terror. Terror is good. Only through terror can awe and peace be born. Dad. Mom. Mei Ming. Are you all right? Liu Tian turned and hurriedly asked his family with gentle concern. Zhao Meiming rushed into Liu Xiaoshan's arms obediently, saying, Finally back. You gave me such a scare early this morning, it was so inexplicable. Liu Tian stroked her hair and said affectionately, It's fine now, just minor issues. We're fine, but Shigen, when did you get back? Mrs. Liu asked with a delighted smile. Just now. The police finished their interrogation and let me go. Then Liu Tian touched his forehead and sighed, thinking, To intimidate that Li Jia, I almost let my parents find something suspicious. Luckily I used a little illusion on them back then, otherwise it would have been hard to explain. What exactly happened? They even came to arrest someone at dawn. The police nowadays are so jumpy. Son, as long as you're fine. Your mother and I along with Xiaoming are fine, They just wouldn't let us leave the house. Mr. Liu said solemnly. It's all about Zhang Tianming's matter, nothing to do with me. They just asked me a few things and let me go. By the way, Mom, let's not talk about that. Give me a few thousand yuan, okay? Liu Xiaotian replied evasively. Why do you need so much money? Mrs. Liu asked suspiciously. To buy a phone for your wonderful daughter-in-law, of course. Liu Xiaotian laughed, and continued. Zhao Meiming felt a secret joy at those words, but she lifted her head and said calmly. It's okay. After today's parting I realize you are the most important to me. A phone is just a worldly possession, I don't care at all. Liu Xiaotian was somewhat moved but more puzzled. Based on her behavior yesterday, he analyzed internally. What's going on? Could it be that meeting Sonya yesterday triggered a harem rivalry mode? Sigh. You really put thought into it. I've felt something was off since last night. Everyone is different, maybe that's just her personality. You're overthinking, my heart won't change easily. Zhao Meiming's sudden change was eventually seen through by Liu Xiaotian. Indeed, only what you take from others is the best. Constant giving and pleasing are not as effective as showing your own attraction and value. Nevertheless, Liu Xiaotian had achieved his goal perfectly. At this moment, he had almost captured Zhao Meiming's heart. After a simple meal, the two finally set off to buy a phone. To buy a phone for her adored daughter, Mrs. Liu was all for it, and the funds were transferred instantly. Shitian, I want to fly in the sky together again. Zhao Meiming said coquettishly as soon as they went downstairs. Fine, let's go. Liu Xiaotian smiled calmly, grabbed Zhao Meiming and soared into the air. The sky today was rather gloomy with a few dark clouds dotting it, and even the wind carried a hint of dampness. The scenery isn't great today, and we have to go to class later. Let's buy the phone first so you and Song Jinjin can keep in touch more easily. Liu Xiaotian glanced around and said. Okay, whatever you say. Zhao Meiming said coyly. It's good to be so obedient. Hope you can keep it up. Even if you have a phone, don't hang around with Song Jinjin too much. No revealing ultra-short dresses or skirts, got it? Okay, I'll be careful. Can I play the same games as you? Yes, but don't go out too much. Things might get unstable soon, monsters might appear. Zhao Meiming rolled her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, and whispered. In just a few words the two had arrived at the entrance of a large nice mall. Liu Xiaotian squeezed her hand firmly and cautioned. Don't let go. You haven't been here before, you might get lost. Ouch, loosen your grip a bit. Zhao Meiming tugged at her hand and nodded in reply. Liu Xiaotian knew his way to the phone section, but as soon as he entered, a chubby salesperson blocked their path. Would you two customers like to check out our new Xiaowei phone? No need. Don't try to fool us young people with that high-priced, low-spec stuff. I already saw the one I want online, no need for sales pitches. Liu Xiaotian refused without a second thought, and walked toward the phone brand he had checked out last night. This one. This is the one we looked at last night. Great value for money, top hardware configuration at just over 4,000. What do you think? Liu Xiaotian said, picking up a Xiaomi phone. Whatever, I'll go with what you say. But that phone with the fruit-shaped logo over there looks really high-end. Liu Xiaotian thought to himself speechlessly. Ridiculous. Does this magical foreign brand naturally attract girls' attention? No. If our games aren't on the same system, we can't play together. Liu Xiaotian refuted without hesitation. Is that so? Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhao Meiming's eyes flickered with understanding as she... Then Liu Xiaotian used his ID to get a SIM card for her and taught her the basics of using it. Fortunately, the young Zhao Meiming learned very fast and soon grasped the normal usage. Liu Xiaotian helped her download many commonly used apps and gave her Song Zhenshin's contact info. Try contacting Song Zhenshin and see if it's really that magical. Recalling the previous incident, Liu Xiaotian laughed heartily. I didn't know back then. You're so mean. Rubbing salt in my wound. Zhao Meiming gave him a big eye roll and pouted. Beep beep beep. Still holding anticipation, Zhao Meiming called Song Zhenshin. Hello? Who is this? Sister, it's me. Oh. Zhao Mimi, is this your number? Yes. Just bought a phone. Have you arrived at school? Not yet, but I'll be there soon. What about you two? We. At this moment Liu Xiaotian made a gesture and quickly pulled her to a secluded spot, then teleported them to the school via the Divine Might space. We're already here. They'll meet you at the gate. Zhao Meiming said with a sweet, playful smile. Hanging up, Zhao Meiming pouted and complained. Space-time ninjutsu is amazing. It's so convenient. Of course, I risked my life to get it. If it were weak, I'd be crying my eyes out. Liu Xiaotian said with a smug smile. Our world really produces talents, but it's too dangerous. Everyone goes to school not to learn knowledge but to learn combat skills. Zhao Meiming's face showed a hint of sadness as she said helplessly. At the school gate stood a stone sculpture engraved with the school's name. The spacious entrance was bustling with students coming and going, and the rising sun generously illuminated everyone. Liu Tian and Zhao Meiming were waiting at the entrance for their friend Song Junjun. Buzz buzz buzz. On Zhao Meiming's phone an incoming call from Song Junjun appeared. Hello? Sister Song. Woe. Come save me. The place is... Song Junjun said while sobbing. Liu Tian, who was also listening to the call beside her, thought with great exasperation. What the heck? I expected you to take care of others, but you can't even handle yourself. Liu Xian grabbed Zhao Meiming's hand and quickly leaned close to the phone, saying, Alright, no need to say more. Well, head over right now. Then he hung up the phone. What happened? Zhao Meiming subconsciously whispered. How should I know? Let's go take a look first. Liu Tian blinked helplessly. You should have asked for details. Zhao Meiming frowned reproachfully. Let's go, big sis. It's not far. By the time we could figure things out by asking what'd already be there. Can she even explain clearly like this? Run. Liu Tian's side grabbed Zhao Meiming's hand and dashed off in a direction. How would I know? Zhao Meiming muttered to herself. A few minutes later the two arrived in front of Song Junjun. Phew. What happened? Liu Tian, after catching his breath, asked directly. This old lady fell on the ground and I kindly helped her up. Song Junjun leaned close to Liu Xiaoshan's ear and stammered. Liu Tian interrupted her, saying, So she's trying to scam you. Let me handle this. Leave it to me. He strode over to the old lady sitting on the ground. He lightly clenched his right hand, mobilized his internal spiritual energy and spiritual sense, and scanned the old lattice body. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Liu Tian asked with feigned curiosity. Young man, are you with that girl? Don't talk to me. Everyone come see. 3 young people are bullying an old woman like me. They knocked me down and won't take responsibility. The old lady glanced at Zhao Meiming and Song Junjun, who were whispering on the side, and shouted. Old hag. No. Auntie. I'm that girl's classmate. From what I can see, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you, right? If you're ill, we can take you to the hospital for treatment. But you look full of energy. She's just a young student and life isn't easy for her. Please let her off. Liu Tian said politely after some thought. What? There are people like this. This kind of scamming bastard. If I were in a bad mood, I'd just kill her. This place is so complicated. Seems like our world is much more comfortable. Zhao Meiming muttered quietly after hearing Song Zhenshin's description. What? Your world? Song Junjun exclaimed in surprise. I mean our region. Zhao Meiming forced an explanation. What region? No laws. Sis, this is no time to worry about such trivial matters. Let's think about what to do first. Zhao Meiming quickly changed the subject. Worst case, we just pay up. But it feels so unfair. I'm so miserable. Song Junjun said with a crying face. The old lady raised her arm and argued. Though my body is fine, my heart has been deeply hurt. Do you know how much psychological damage a hard fall like that does to someone my age? Don't say another word, let's go for an auspicious number. Come up with 888, and we'll call it even. Liu Tian thought indignantly. You blasted old hag, psychological damage my ass. I really want to. Phew. Liu Tian gritted his teeth and let out a long sigh, calming his surging emotions. Auntie, as human beings we should act according to our conscience. You're extorting an innocent young girl for no reason at all. Do you think that's fair to your conscience? Doesn't it pain you to spend such money? Liu Tian said with emotion. Then he pointed behind him and continued. Auntie, look at the clothes this girl is wearing, clearly that of a simple, honest, good student. To be honest, her family is very poor. She's only gotten this far with the help of her teachers and classmates. Think about it, a poor female student on the verge of achieving academic success and becoming a pillar of society, yet she encounters a wicked person who turns her already meager life into a complete mess, leading her to degenerate and become a waste. Feel your conscience, is that right? Do you want to ruin this child's life? The old lady wiped her tears and said hoarsely. Kid, don't try that on me. I recognize her shoes, they cost a few thousand. Liu Xiaoshan's inner thought. Arminius. I'm so damn, Auntie, look into my eyes. Liu Tian gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm. What for? Hurry up and... The old lady glanced over casually, then suddenly trembled slightly and stopped mid-sentence. A flash of red light passed briefly through Liu Xiaoshan's left eye. He stood up with relief. Song, it's settled. Let's hurry back. Class is about to start soon. Liu Tian turned to Song Junjun and said calmly. The old lady pushed herself off the ground, stood up effortlessly, and said with tears streaming down. I'm sorry. Little girl. I'm not a decent person. Here, take this few hundred, buy some more books and study hard. Then she quickly walked away with a guilty conscience. Song Jinjin was dumbfounded. What just happened? Class monitor, what did you say to her? Liu Xiaotian hurriedly said. Let's go. He'll explain later. If we're late for this teacher's class, we're done for. Alright class, let's begin. A stern-looking middle-aged woman with glasses said naturally. Today let's start by checking a few students' homework. Same rule as always, any irregularities will result in writing it 3 times to be handed in the day after tomorrow. Song Jinjin. Song Jinjin frantically searched her bag, thinking in despair. No way. I forgot it. What a terrible day. Choked while eating, scammed while walking, homework confiscated. No. Teacher. My homework is at home. Can I? Song Jinjin said, trying to act cute toward the teacher. The stern middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses and gave a faint smile, saying, This classmate. What do you think? Liu Xiaotian shook his head and continued flipping through his textbook. With his current abilities, he basically had a photographic memory. The nourishment of spiritual energy had greatly enhanced his mind. Not bad, studying has become so easy. Why not challenge myself with some graduate-level stuff? I've got time to kill. Liu Xiaotian rejoiced inwardly. At that moment, a tall, sturdy man in a police uniform accompanied by a school administrator walked directly into the classroom. Excuse me, Teacher Chin. Which student is Liu Xiaotian? The school administrator asked urgently. I am. Liu Xiaotian stood up with a puzzled look on his face. Oh. Little Tian, there are higher-level leaders looking for you. Please come with us. The school leader first spoke courteously to Liu Xiaotian, then turned to Teacher Chan and said with a smile. They'll take him away for now. Don't mark him absent, this is official business. Liu Xiaotian patted Zhao Meiming on the shoulder beside him and whispered. Stay with Song Jinjin, don't forget. Don't run off alone, got it? Then under the gaze of everyone he followed the school leader out the door. Little Tian, this is the superior leader who came looking for you. He has already informed our school that from now on you can skip any class at any time and all exams will be considered excellent by default. The school leader pointed to the tall, sturdy man. Before Liu Xiaotian could react, the school leader claimed he had other matters to attend to and left, directly handing over the conversation to that man. Hello, I am Wang Chang, director of the National Special Security Bureau. As soon as I received the deputy director's information about you this morning, I rushed over immediately. The uniformed, imposing man said earnestly. You sure got here fast. Is there something? Liu Xiaotian asked curiously. Naturally, I came to see you, this remarkable superpowered individual. I must say you are truly a fortunate man. Wang Chang said with a stern face. So you. No need for pleasantries. I climbed the ranks through sheer capability. I have executed countless perilous missions. In solo combat I am nearly unmatched. Don't bother with words, show me directly. First try to defeat me. I believe actions speak far louder than flattery. You. Are you sure? Liu Xiaotian, hearing his words, could hardly believe his ears and asked in astonishment. Just ahead in the small grove. I observed on the way, there's hardly anyone there. Wang Chang strode off in a direction. Though Liu Xiaotian felt a bit speechless, he followed unhurriedly. After a few minutes the two finally arrived at the deserted grove. Wang Chang walked ahead without turning back, halted and asked. Are you ready? Aye. Before Liu Xiaotian could finish, a massive fist had already slammed viciously into his face from the side. However, thanks to the automatic protection of his spiritual energy, Liu Xiaoshan's face suffered no deformation, and even his head remained completely still, as if untouched by the attack. Whoa! That fast! Liu Xiaotian exclaimed. Seeing his spinning back fist fail, Wang Chang leaped into the air for an additional side kick, while Liu Xiaotian simply raised his arm to block. Bang! The leg struck the arm with force, the sound like hitting a steel plate. Liu Xiaotian chuckled inwardly. Mere mortal strength trying to strike an immortal. A cultivator is no glass cannon. Every breakthrough cleanses the soul and enhances every attribute of the body. Seeing both attacks had no effect, Wang Chang unhesitatingly pulled a special firearm from his chest and fired decisively at Liu Xiaoshan's leg. The complacent Liu Xiaotian was momentarily too slow to dodge. The gun made a quiet sound, but the bullet was a special armor-piercing round. Though the powder energy was modest, the bullet's tip was extremely sharp and its material light, giving it exceptional penetrating power. Even so, it failed to breach Liu Xiaoshan's automatic defense, merely tearing through his pants. Hey director. Why did you shoot me straight away? That's way too dangerous. Liu Xiaotian said angrily. Real combat is far crueler than this. I wanted to test your resilience when you least expect it to determine your future mission assignments. Wang Chang said seriously. Real combat is far crueler than this. I wanted to test your resilience when you least expect it to determine your future mission assignments. Wang Chang said seriously. This. Are you done testing? Liu Tian frowned displeasedly. Almost. Wang Chang waved his hand. As his words faded, a loud boom erupted from a nearby bush. Bang. Thus half of Liu Xiaoshan's pants made a heroic sacrifice. This time the shot came from a rather powerful Barrett anti-material rifle. Liu Tian looked down at his pitiful pants, let out a long sigh and said, "Next time you run a test, can you give me a heads up? I want to defend myself. My poor pants. Indeed, your resilience matches the data on that foreign monster. Young man, to be honest, I envy you for having this ability, and I admire that you're still willing to use it to serve our country." Wang Chang nodded approvingly. "Well, I obtained this power by accident. Otherwise I might still be a vegetable right now." Liu Tian sighed with a profound tone. "Don't dwell on those things. Where there is light there will always be shadows. Human nature is complex and changeable. Wealth and power easily corrupt. In the future you can use your strength to change those shadows. Today I've come to grant you a special identity." Wang Chang produced a bank card and said emotionally. "Is that?" Liu Tian took the card, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Indeed it is. Go buy some pants. You've earned it. There's 50 billion inside. We roughly estimated his assets, and they're being slowly transferred to several state-owned enterprises. They fronted the money." Wang Chang explained expressionlessly. Hee. They'll take it then. I must say your efficiency is impressive. Wait. What if I hadn't withstood that last sniper round? What would you have done? Nothing. The money would have gone to your family, and you'd be declared a heroic sacrifice. Wang Chang continued with a straight face. This. Liu Tian was speechless. Don't hem and haw. We're recruiting you not for fun. We need to protect our nation's stability and our people's safety. If you can't withstand this kind of bullet, how will you fight a monster that can survive missiles? Sooner or later you'll make the sacrifice. What difference do a few days make? Wang Chang said with righteous conviction. Hearing this, Liu Tian also turned serious and nodded, involuntarily whispering, I understand. I will give it my all. Put this on first. Wang Chang continued, waving his hand. Then a person emerged from the bush holding a case. When the case opened, it contained what looked like a black suit with the words, Tianxing, printed on the back. This outfit is made from the highest grade bulletproof material. It provides excellent impact absorption and is very easy to wear. The helmet below has a gas mask function capable of concealing your identity and preventing any toxic gas from monsters. Wang Chang introduced slowly, word by word. We plan to mold you into a hero known to everyone. We named it Tianxing, meaning to act on behalf of heaven. To counter the public panic that monsters might cause in the future, we will publicly claim that you are the result of scientific experiments to calm the people. Liu Tian pondered briefly, then looked at Wang Chang with a puzzled expression and said, Do you mean giving an explanation to these potential superpowered individuals who may appear in the future? To soothe people's emotions. Wang Chang nodded gently and explained. The appearance of monsters will inevitably trigger panic. If we administer a preventive dose of awareness beforehand, it will help organize the masses to evacuate and reduce casualties. Also, it will serve as a perfect opportunity to showcase your existence, bringing hope to people's hearts. Let's go. Take both of us and try flying directly from here. You can fly, right? Wang Chang packed up his things and said with a smile. Huh. Won't we be seen? Liu Tian shrank his neck and said worriedly. This forest is already cordoned off. The school staff helped close the entrance gate. Otherwise, do you think I would fire a gun in broad daylight? Wang Chang shook his head helplessly, perhaps thinking Liu Xiaoshan's mind was too simplistic. Then let's go. Liu Tian took one person in each hand and swiftly rose into the air. Wow. It really feels different from a helicopter. Over there. Wang Chang exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. Thanks to his extensive flight mission experience, Wang Chang could still navigate even at high altitudes. The three soon arrived at a mysterious military base. From above, towering walls formed a square enclosure around a large office building. The space inside was of course immense, housing numerous tanks, and even several models of fighter jets. 4 daily patrol teams were responsible for one direction each. Liu Tian looked around curiously and asked Wang Chang with a hint of excitement. Director, are these all real? Of course. Our unit is responsible for special missions. The first requirement is proficiency in various military equipment. These common weapons are what we use during regular training. Not to mention these, we even have dedicated departments for learning missile control systems. Protecting the nation is never an empty promise. Without strength, we would be bullied by other countries. Wang Chang said seriously. Bringing you here is precisely to use this military equipment as a backdrop to produce a video for online release. Only such a video can demonstrate the truthfulness and reliability of the content. Wang Chang continued to explain. Director, if I'm free normally, can I come and learn to drive a tank or something? I've always liked them since I was a kid. Liu Tian nodded, then abruptly changed the subject. What? Don't want to study properly. I'll deny that request. With your abilities now, you should contribute more to society. Your primary task is to balance normal life, and the time you spend saving people. You can already fly, why would you need a tank? Unless you truly want to join our organization, but then you'd have no leisure time. Have you thought it through? Wang Chang said calmly. Join you. That's off the table. I'll take your advice and first learn to balance the two sides. Alright, put on your clothes. We're ready to film. Wang Chang didn't say more and returned to the main topic. Thus Liu Tian, followed by a drone camera, flew over various tanks, aircraft, and medium Tosmal artillery emplacements. It must be said that perhaps Liu Tian lacked acting talent, or perhaps the filming requirements were too stringent. The entire video shoot took nearly half a day. Done. Keep the clothes. Trust me, tonight you'll become the hottest and most positive internet celebrity in the country. Wang Chang forced a faint smile and said in admiration. Oh. So the director can smile too. Just call if there's a mission. He'll head back now. Liu Tian teased. Wait. Here, don't you care about your own wife's matters? Wang Chang rolled his eyes at Liu Tian, then handed him an envelope. This is. Liu Tian opened it with curiosity, glanced at it, and was overjoyed. He raised an eyebrow and said, The efficiency here, I have no words. Director. From now on, through fire and water, just one call and I'll be there without hesitation. Comrade Liu, from now on any abnormal situations will be your responsibility. Prioritize the safety of the people. Wang Chang once again resumed a stern expression, saluted Liu Tian and spoke loudly. Liu Tian also became solemn, returned the salute with gravity, and then vanished instantly. Liu Tian had no idea how to get back. Lacking experience in aerial navigation, he had no choice but to use his Mangekyo Sharingan ability to teleport through the Kamui dimension back to the entrance of his apartment building. Knock knock knock. Go get it, Mom. Opening the door, Liu Tian stood there holding a bouquet of roses, smiling. My princess, how was school today? Oh. Why would you buy such fancy stuff? It was fine. Song Jinjin dropped me off. Zhao Meiming blushed and said shyly. Zhao Meiming took the flowers with a sweet smile, turned back into the room and held the bouquet up to Liu's mother, saying, Mom, Tian is back and brought me these. What's going on? Has an iron tree blossomed, or has a rooster laid an egg? How could my blockhead son suddenly become romantic? Liu's mother joked. Mom, how can you say that about your son? Liu Tian said pitifully. You're not my son after all. You're clearly my son-in-law. By then the internet was already in an uproar. The authorities had begun promoting the video. Netizen A. What the hell? Are there aliens? Netizen B. Bro, are you blind? Didn't it say it's a scientific experiment? I truly admire those who dared to participate in the experiment. Netizen C. Don't admire blindly. The key point is that only one chose to stay in our country's military to serve the nation. The other experimenters have gone into our society, and they might even cause trouble. Netizen D. It's over. You still don't get it. There might be dangerous mutated individuals around us. Stay safe. Netizen E. Life and death are governed by fate, wealth and honor depend on heaven. I'd rather the world be destroyed and start over. Awesome. Netizen F. The user above must be insane. Everyone must protect themselves. This military experiment has gone out of control. Luckily we have Tianxing to help us. It should be fine in a while. Safety first, everyone. Netizen Q. Right. When the country is in trouble we must cooperate actively. After we defeat the corrupted experiment participants, everything will be back to normal. I'm rooting for you, Tianxing. Netizen W. If you encounter abnormal situations, just run. Ordinary people don't need to fight the bad guys, nor can they. I really wish I could undergo such an experiment myself. Netizen Y. The experiment has already been terminated, haven't you seen? The yield rate is so low. Everyone take care of yourselves. Cherish life while you can. Back to reality, Liu Tian stuck out his tongue and pretended to be sulky as he returned to his room. The door creaked open softly, and it was naturally Zhao Meiming. Is something the matter? Liu Tian set down his phone and asked softly. I have good news for you. Zhao Meiming winked playfully and said teasingly. What good news? Liu Tian widened his eyes in confusion. Well, at noon today while we were eating at school there was a... Zhao Meiming bit her lip and spoke shyly. A what? Liu Tian grew even more puzzled. A really handsome guy asked for my phone number. Zhao Meiming said dramatically. Oh, and then... Liu Xiaoshan's expression darkened. At first I refused, but he insisted. Did you give it to him? He insisted. He insisted, so you gave it to him? Liu Tian said with a gloomy face. So. Zhao Meiming tried to continue, but Liu Tian interrupted her directly. So what? I never thought you'd be this kind of person. And you're supposed to be the village idol. Tomorrow, no, I'm going to cancel my phone number right now. Liu Tian fumed. Stop. Don't. I just didn't want to go to school, so I made up an excuse. Don't listen to my nonsense. Plenty of people asked for my contact info, but I didn't give it to any of them. Zhao Meiming quickly grabbed Liu Xiaoshen's arm. Nanny. So that's it. Why don't you want to go to school? Isn't it nice to go out and explore? You can also learn the knowledge of this world. Liu Tian calmed down and asked back. Because I want to play more games, that mobile game from our world. I think I have a lot of talent, maybe I can become a professional player. Zhao Meiming said seriously. Liu Tian stared into her eyes and slowly moved closer, but she didn't back down, seeming truly determined. Alright. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to attend class, and am really not at ease letting you go alone. You might get lost one day. Liu Tian rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Hee. Naya. Zhao Meiming stuck out her tongue adorably. Liu Tian suddenly raised his right hand and flicked her forehead quickly. Ow. What are you doing? Zhao Meiming rubbed her head and scolded. That's for fooling me. I'll deal with you tonight. Liu Tian said, still a bit sulky. Forgive me. Zhao Meiming pleaded adorably. Let's eat first. Let me cool down. Liu Tian replied, opening the door and walking out. At the dinner table. Did you see today's report? About that Tianqing thing? Liu's father mentioned casually. I saw it. The military conducted an experiment to strengthen the human body, but a few guys got stronger and didn't want to serve the country anymore. They escaped. Dad, from now on let's go out less. If we encounter danger, run away quickly. Liu Tian said urgently upon hearing the topic. Sigh. The country really shouldn't have created those enhanced people. What's the use? In the end they just harm their own, just like in the movies. Liu's mother sighed. The country only wanted to strengthen its military power. Who knew it would turn out like this? We can't easily judge. Liu's father retorted. Liu Tian agreed. Right. The outcome wasn't ideal, but there's still Tianqing, right? Maybe it's not so bad. Soon evening arrived. Liu Tian as usual was blow-drying Zhao Meiming's hair. What? You played on my account for just one day and already reached the shadow rank. You're truly a talented player. Liu Tian glanced at the screen and said in shock. Well, I just learned the common ninja skills. Since I don't have class tomorrow, I'll have plenty of time, haha. Zhao Meiming said proudly. That's amazing. Keep it up, maybe you really can compete professionally. Liu Tian replied, thinking. As a ninja she's been making hand seals since childhood, so her hand speed must be extremely fast. And with Terumi Mice intelligence she might actually become a top player. Alright, your hair is mostly dry. I'm turning off the lights. Liu Tian said with a soft sigh. Why turn off the lights so early? You used to like playing games before bed, didn't you? Not in the mood today. You can play tomorrow. Liu Tian pouted and turned off the lights directly. Hey. Do you have to be so bossy? Zhao Meiming complained unhappily. It's all because you made me angry. Honestly, did you really have any interaction with other men today? Liu Tian said crossly. I told you it was an excuse. You don't believe me, so what can I do? Unless you marry me tomorrow. Liu Tian retorted indignantly. What? Well, of course I can. I haven't done anything to betray you. A clear conscience doesn't fear false accusations. A wicked grin spread across Liu Xiaoshen's face as if his scheme had succeeded. Then he snatched her phone, tossed it aside, and pressed himself on top of her. Both could clearly feel their breaths becoming quicker, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to heat up. What are you doing? Zhao Meiming turned her head away and spoke cautiously. To avoid any changes of heart later, I've decided to nip it in the bud tonight. Liu Tian stammered. What? That idiom sounds weird. Sensing Liu Xiaoshen's different mood today, Zhao Meiming bit her lip nervously. It's… should we consider having a child? Liu Tian forced himself to stay calm but still stumbled awkwardly. No. I'm not mentally prepared. Huh. You know about that. Then before you pretended not to understand. Liu Tian said in surprise. Because I'm not mentally prepared yet. And my mom said that what's too easily obtained won't be cherished. Then let's get married tomorrow. Can you promise to be true to me forever and have only me in your heart? Zhao Meiming asked seriously. I promise. Otherwise why would I have gone to all the trouble to bring you here? Liu Tian answered decisively. Zhao Meiming stared straight at him for a long time, and Liu Tian met her gaze with sincerity. Then, alright. Morning was the best part of the day. The next day the slanting rays of dawn from the east had almost reached the center before they knew it. Only then did the two finally wake up. Zhao Meiming blushed and said shyly. Get off me. You're so heavy. Are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort? Lu Xiaotian quickly slid off lying on his side and asked gently. Zhao Meiming shook her head, slowly got up and stretched lightly. The crumpled bedsheets silently testified to the madness of the night before. As if remembering something, Zhao Meiming quickly lifted the blanket, pointed at the faint trace of red and said frankly. See, I did nothing to betray you. For the rest of our lives you must never doubt me again. Treat me well. Lu Xiaotian nodded solemnly and said, Hold your hand and grow old together with you. Lu Xiaotian was about to say something more when the phone suddenly rang. Beifeng City southern suburbs, come quickly. The voice on the other end was Wang Chang's urgent tone, and he hung up before Lu Xiaotian could respond. I have to go out for a bit. You stay home and play games, try not to leave the house. Lu Xiaotian said gently to Zhao Meiming. You are Tianqing, aren't you? Be careful. If danger arises, prioritize self-preservation. Don't try to be a hero. Perhaps because they stood too close, she overheard something and directly guessed Lu Xiaoshan's intentions. I understand. They'll be careful. There are things I must do. Lu Xiaotian paused, speaking in a low voice. Then a red light flashed in his left eye as he entered the Shui space and donned his uniform. Minutes later, Lu Xiaotian arrived at the location mentioned in the call. There, a humanoid creature engulfed in flames was recklessly destroying crops in the nearby fields. As Lu Xiaotian drew closer, he sensed the dense spiritual energy emanating from the creature. What's going on? Could it be that these so-called monsters are actually cultivators? Lu Xiaotian pondered inwardly. The moment he sensed that the flame monster shot a blazing serpent of fire directly at him. Lu Xiaotian, naturally able to perceive the attack, instinctively used the phasing ability of his left eye to dodge. Then, forming a sword with his right hand, he condensed spiritual energy at his fingertips and launched a probing strike. The spiritual energy attack proved ineffective. These so-called monsters were in fact individuals with spiritual roots who, when the time freeze shattered, underwent spontaneous fusion of the erupted spiritual energy with the laws of time. Without a cultivation technique to guide the spiritual energy within their bodies, they degenerated into mindless monsters. Lu Xiaotian had just confirmed this, so he wanted to test if he could contend with them using only cultivator methods. Unsurprisingly, the results were minimal. Cultivator combat often required artifacts and treasures to amplify attacks. Mere foundational use of spiritual energy was hardly sufficient to harm one another. Lu Xiaoshan's condensed spiritual energy was easily repelled by the monster's automatic defense. As if sensing the presence of a fellow being, the flame monster let out a fierce roar and charged toward Lu Xiaotian. Lu Xiaotian furrowed his brow. With no other option, it seemed he would have to forcibly twist the monster's head using Shui. Then the pupil power surged in his right eye and he unleashed a powerful long-range Shui directly at the creature's head. Instantly, the flame monster's head was twisted off. Blood splattered wildly, only to be vaporized instantly by the searing flames. Lu Xiaotian hastily used the collection technique he had once been most familiar with, drawing out the rampaging spiritual energy from the poor soul's body. Then, activating Shui with his right eye again, he released the head, symbolically restoring the body to a whole state. Judging by the surroundings, the monster had originally been an unconstrained middle-aged farmer who, while laboring diligently, suffered a sudden eruption of the spiritual energy latent within him. It merged with his fire-attributed spiritual root, transforming him into a mindless beast. Old brother, forgive me. Now you're like a zombie rampaging without reason. For everyone's safety, I had to take you down. Lu Xiaotian gazed at the charred corpse, now stripped of its flames, and sighed helplessly. Nearby, dozens of acres of farmland were still ablaze with firefighting troops who had arrived earlier, now working to extinguish the flames. Lost in thought, Lu Xiaotian remained unaware that a dark shadow had been observing him from the shadows the entire time. Strangely, his spiritual sense failed to detect it. The shadow shook its head and silently slipped away. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Xiaotian bid farewell to Director Wang, who had just arrived, and vanished from the spot. This time he used the Shui space to return directly home. Having just witnessed another life come to such a brutal end, Lu Xiaotian found himself agitated. He quickly stripped off the Tianqing combat suit and collapsed onto the sofa. Zhao Meiming heard noises from the living room and after a moment's thought hurriedly opened the door and came out. Back already? That was quick, she said with a joyful smile. Lu Xiaotian turned his head and saw his breathtakingly beautiful beloved. The oppression in his heart immediately eased. Yeah, it wasn't too hard, except... He trailed off. Except what? Except it was a little bloody. A little guilt over eliminating a villain. Zhao Meiming guessed accurately. Indeed. But I had no choice. Lu Xiaotian touched his forehead and sighed as he spoke. Just a few days ago, Lu Xiaotian was still hunting the monsters transformed from those celestial prodigies just as before. The technology of launching was utterly incapable of harming these creatures, so he unreservedly shouldered this responsibility. Just as he was on the verge of spiritual energy depletion after an intense battle with a monster born from a lightning spiritual root, and on the brink of defeat and death, the divine maiden who had once sent him to the Naruto world for training descended upon the entire world once more. How could this be? Is it my fault? Was it my capriciousness that created these monsters? With a sweep of her divine sense over the present launching, she instantly obtained all the information there which startled her, and she murmured in disbelief. Divine maiden, save me! Liu Tian, in mortal danger and unable to concern himself with pouring out his grievances, hurriedly called for help. The divine maiden's expression stiffened, and her guilt-ridden eyes returned to holiness. With a gentle wave of her elegant hand, boundless divine power surged forth, cleansing the land, and in an instant it eradicated all the monsters on launching. I will take responsibility for this. Are you unharmed? Your cultivation seems to have advanced quite well. The divine maiden nodded slightly, her long hair drifting gracefully. Those prodigies whose spiritual energy mutated because of me, the monsters they have now become, I have already cleansed them. Launching will return to peace. Much of this is also thanks to your power, which maintained peace here these days. Beside her, a radiant light suddenly appeared, as if transmitting some mysterious force. Suddenly the tranquility of the rooftop was broken. A man as solid as an iron wall strode over quickly. He was someone Liu Tian knew, Li Jie, the deputy director of the National Special Security Bureau. He still wore that meticulous demeanor, yet exuded an air of reliability. Tian, some uninvited guests have arrived outside demanding an explanation from you. Liu Tian frowned, just about to go investigate, when the divine maiden drifted lightly to his side. She casually brushed the hair on his forehead, her tone warm and intimate. Since we need to resolve the matter, go ahead. I will watch from here. Her hand was soft and delicate, and the gentle touch caused a ripple in Liu Xiaoshan's heart. They took the elevator downstairs, and before them stood some absolute dignitaries from all countries around the globe, leaders of each nation. At the forefront was Huaken of Migua, with his neatly slicked back hair, impeccably tailored suit, and an exquisite watch on his wrist, making him appear exceptionally solemn. Hello? Are you Mr. Liu Tian, who has tirelessly maintained world peace day and night these past days? Huaken spoke in a deep voice. These bizarre monsters emerging all over the world were dealt with by you, but your extraordinary abilities make us feel threatened at the United Nations. May I ask what your future plans are? As he spoke, his face remained expressionless, yet a dangerous light flickered in his eyes. Yes, I dealt with them, but in doing so I lost all my power. Now I am just an ordinary person. I believe that if I can live a normal life, I pose no threat to any nation or individual. Liu Tian replied coldly, facing the smiling tiger before him. This was no easy adversary. His frivolous gaze carried an undeniable implication. But Huaken remained unruffled. Mr. Liu Tian, in life one cannot think only of oneself. We must achieve a win-win situation for all. What do you say? His tone was stern, seemingly in consultation, but behind it lay ruthless oppression. Liu Tian raised an eyebrow, growing impatient. Save those words for yourself. Greedy people often come to no good. He shed his usual gentleness, as if resolved to yield no more. Beside him, Li Jie had already clenched his fists, poised to engage the enemy at any moment. Huaken let out a sinister laugh. Mr. Liu Tian, you'd better think this through. Do you really think you're the savior, invincible under heaven? The innocent man is guilty only because he possesses a treasure. Then you'd better be sure you can swallow it. Liu Tian retorted, his eyes blazing, staring down these uninvited challengers. Since you want to coerce me, bring it on. The air seemed to freeze for an instant, and a thick smell of gunpowder permeated the surroundings, waiting only for the spark to ignite. Just as the two sides were locked in confrontation, the divine maiden descended silently from the sky. Her silvery white gown fluttered like falling stars from heaven. Standing in midair, she spoke slowly. Liu Tian, to handle worldly affairs you also need the aid of magical power. Heavenly mandate, golden light. As the words left her lips, a beam of light shot forth from the divine maiden's fingertip like an arrow, instantly embedding itself in the ground at Huaken's feet. The force it contained radiated outward, causing those nearby to tremble in fear. All of you get lost. How dare you act recklessly in my presence? Liu Xiaoshan's calm and unhurried voice echoed through the air, every word resolute and powerful. Let's go. Huaken, disheveled and humiliated, knew that this was no time to linger. He hastily led his men in retreat. Then Li Jie patted Liu Tian on the shoulder, a teasing grin on his face. Hey Tian, with your strength, dealing with them was a piece of cake. At dusk the wind howled, and the city under launching sparkled like countless stars. In the night, Liu Tian stood on the rooftop of the skyscraper, his expression resolute. The breeze lifted his short hair, as if heralding the turmoil within his restless heart. Behind him a mysterious divine maiden hovered silently in midair. The pale moonlight cast a shimmering glow over her delicate figure, flowing with iridescent brilliance. Liu Tian, have you truly made up your mind? The divine maiden's voice was as soothing as a heavenly melody, carrying a mysterious allure from another realm. Liu Tian turned around, a determined light flickering in his eyes. I have long decided to stay for the ones I love. Even eternal life through cultivation cannot outweigh the weight of family and love. His voice was resolute, as if bidding farewell to the entire planet. The divine maiden glanced at Liu Tian, and Zhao Meiming then smiled gently. Liu Tian, your choice earns my admiration. She spoke, turning gracefully. Her long gown swept the ground, gleaming with silver light, as if tracing a faint stellar trail across the night sky. Liu Xiaoshan's expression shifted slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This is merely an ordinary matter. He cherished the warmth in his heart, gazing at the divine maiden. Though he knew she could not stay long, he was still grateful for what she had given him. The deep crimson afterglow of twilight gradually faded from this land of Huaxia, yet the figures of Liu Tian and the divine maiden remained strikingly conspicuous in the empty night. The divine maiden could not comprehend what in this world held greater allure than the path of cultivation and eternal life. Born into poverty, orphaned as a child, she had relied on her unparalleled talent to traverse the ages, step by step, attaining the ultimate realm that no one had ever achieved. Endless time felt but an instant to her. Across all the myriad realms there was almost nothing that could stir her in the slightest. Yet today she had witnessed something extraordinary. Happiness. Immortality. Intriguing. So happiness is not eternal life, but merely seeking a direction for one's heart. From then on, Liu Tian and his family lived out their lives in harmony and tranquility.